Welcome back to the NACL playoffs. This week we had 4 series, and our first teams have already been eliminated. No one is safe, and all the teams are fighting for survival. Want to know what happened? We'll summarize it here for you on Rift Rush. First series, Supernova against Citadel Gaming. In the first game, at minute 23, Candy looked to start a fight, but everything went wrong. Supernova responded with an ace and closed at minute 28 for a 1-0 lead. Supernova starts strong. Second map, Syra Jungler and Irelia mid for Citadel, who dominated the early game, but Supernova held on. At minute 33, they took the Baron with a perfect combo, and shortly after, Otter with Ambessa initiated the fight that decided the game into a 2-0 series. Supernova resists and strikes hard. But Citadel didn't give up. In the third match, they were aggressive, closing with a 7,000 gold lead and making it 2-1. Citadel keeps the series alive. But in the fourth game, Otter opened the enemy base after an ace and left Citadel on the ropes. At minute 26, Supernova closed the series 3-1. Supernova conquers with authority.
The Nexus is laid bare, and Supernova will strike Citadel from the record and eliminate them from the...
Our key players of this series were Otter, Ablaze Olive, and Dorado. And with that supremacy on the jungle, Dorado gets the MVP, showing why he's one of this split's best junglers. But before moving on, we have Pro Team's third place finish, so what do you think? Now let's continue with the second best of 5 of the week. We have Windrop University against Dark Zero. For the first game, Windrop University tried to surprise with Nautilus jungle, but Toasty's aggressiveness with Yone proved too much. At minute 28, they hunted Psycho, but Dark Zero responded with an ace and took the first map. Dark Zero shows dominance from the start. In the second match, Dark Zero brought out Vayne and controlled every team fight. Toasty got a quadra kill, and although Windrop took Baron, Dark Zero responded with a devastating ace and closed at 35 minutes with a 12,000 gold lead, giving us a 2-0. In the third match, a Garen on the top lane was enough for Dark Zero to land a stomp, sending Windrop home 3-0. Dark Zero seals it with a crushing stomp.
They are a dominant force, and they are back in form. Maybe one last kill on the mobility. The Destiny Sonic attack. He's trying to transcend. He's trying to save it, but mobility will not be.
Our standout players for this series were Kisno, Syed, and Psycho. And with that supportive potential, of course, Psycho got the MVP. And now we have our Pro Team's second place finishers. Want to know who's going to be on our first? Well, stay tuned for that. Now let's move to the final day of the week. But this time we have our last best of 3. We have 2 actually, but the first one is Blue Otters against Conviction. We started the first map a bit slowly, but Conviction took the lead with a team fight at minute 18. From there, they held on and took the lead. For the second game, Conviction surprised us with a Riven from Viper, which worked out well for him, and they finished the series 2-0, sending the Otters to the lower bracket.
Trying to force a fight until the Baron buff at least expires. Robex might have gone in a little too early though. That's the mega death charge and the mega knockup coming in from Conviction Esports, and they are running through them all and dropping them like flies. Quacker falls next. Blade goes golden into the fountain, and he still survives through it all. A curtain curtain call from Array as a last-ditch effort, maybe to at least find one member, but not a single one from Conviction Esports will fall. And Array, all he can do is just watch as his base crumbles. He gets assassinated, and Conviction Esports will...
Well, our headliners for this series were Stunt, Viper, and Perry. And with excellent decisions in the jungle, Perry took the MVP. And if Conviction surprised you, well, let's see how Dorado Gaming faced off against Luminosity Gaming for our second spot in the upper bracket finalist. It was a fairly relaxed start, but LG managed to maintain control of objectives and fights, finishing with a devastating 20-2 kill score. For the second game, Dorado attempted to surprise with a Kindred. Despite leading early on, LG showed why they are the reigning champions with their signature control, taking the series 2-0.
Lamb's Respite keeps the majority of the members alive, but they have to bail. Public execution, flash from Insanity.
Oh my!
And Luminosity rip apart Dorado and put them down! Luminosity continued to shine as brilliantly as they did at the end of...
Our candidates for this series MVP are Fake God, Tomio, and Insanity. And showing why he is the king of the jungle, we have Tomio as our MVP. Is there anyone that can beat him in the jungle? We'll have to see. We had an intense week in the NACL. We have our first finalists in the upper bracket and also our first teams to be eliminated. Did you expect these results? Do you want to know what's coming next? Well, stay tuned because we are going to have incredible, exciting matches coming up.
Welcome one and all back to NACL Split 2 playoffs, and we have a do or die series ahead of us, a best of 5 to determine if we're going to see a lower bracket run continue or if that gets upset. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and I couldn't be more excited, buddy, to kick off this week with you.
I am too. We got some good best of 5s coming up, best of 5s only here for the rest of NACL, as we have a couple of big elimination matches. Of course, all of our teams fighting to fight disguise in that LTA promotion tournament, and we're going to have one team. The road ends today.
Yep, and that's the toughest part about all of this is you do have to crown a champion at the end of the day. Only one team can actually win, and you know that's competition for you, I guess. But hey, if you missed any of that action, if you missed any of that information, go check out our socials. They'll be scrolling in the top left of your screen. You check out any of the plays from last week. Get caught up before this series here today because it will be a doozy.
Absolutely.
And make sure you do so.
Hey, I just retweeted the Go Live tweet right before we went on broadcast, so we're good to go there. I'm locked in.
Diligence.
So. We're locked in, yeah.
We're fully locked in. Clocked into the locked-in factory here.
Yes.
But we need to be. Because I think when we look at the trajectory of this NACL playoff, we've had all the crazy stories you could possibly ask for, at least early. We're wondering if we're going to continue getting that down the road, because if you know one thing about the NACL playoffs, the thing you should know is that there are some sharks in the lower bracket. They've already claimed their first victims. I'm really interested at what we get this week comparatively to what we ended up having at the end of last week as well.
I think the crazy part about NACL playoffs, of course, we had Dark Zero and Supernova, two of the favorites to be in that promotion tournament to fight Disguise. They dropped the lower bracket after the first round. Well, Blue Otter, they took down Supernova in order to find their way down here. They faced Dark Zero today. So we'll see if Blue Otter can really find that blue shell, or if it ends up being the Dark Zero versus Supernova match that we kind of expected when we saw the two favorites drop down early. As are seeing how Blue Otter ended up here today, it was a rather one-sided game, or a series, I should say.
Yeah.
Against Conviction, and of course we got to see Viper play with a little bit of flair. That Ribbon Man, it for sure runs in the family.
Man.
He is the original, you know.
I feel
posting
like clips, and he was like, "Man, this champion is disgusting." Like he was playing it in top lane, and then he whips it out.
It also helps when you play it like him. As
yes,
I mean, I'd argue that you could say that he's like Dr. Evil and Sniper's Mini-Me. If we're gonna go with some lore, I think
like
that he's
it.
really proving he's Dr. Evil.
Mini-Me.
Yeah, you know, whatever the
Okay.
next Austin Powers
The next
movie
one.
looks
We
like.
need a next Austin Powers.
We need one
make
more.
sure.
We need a
Okay.
second mini. I think they cloned him actually in this year. I
That's
should know this. Those are classic movies.
This is classic.
We love a good comedy. Sadly
Yeah.
for Dorado, this looked more like a Shakespearean comedy to them, which also has a bit of tragedy in it. And so far, the teams that have faced Luminosity Gaming, it has looked tragic if you're going up against them, because they look like the clear favorites.
So I was born in West Virginia. This is a little bit of deep cutting lore. I was born near a town that had the legend of John Henry. Nobody knows what the legend of John Henry is. It's like the construction of a train tunnel, him versus a machine, who could win. He won, but then passed away soon after. But it really was DOG going into a machine, man. And unfortunately, John Henry didn't win this time around. LG have just looked so dominant in so many ways. It is the team to beat across the board in NACL.
And I mean, the wild part for me is that they really didn't look like that in the regular season, but now that they're boot camping together, they've turned on the afterburners, just gotten to that, you know, extra level that it feels like other teams have had difficulty to reach. And the fact that they get to go up against Conviction, that's an exciting one. That's a best of 5 to decide one of the two teams that will be in that LTA North promotion tournament. And frankly, the fact that Conviction's there, I think that's also a big conversation to have. Been really impressed with how those streamers have played as a team. As TF Blade, for me, was legitimately a Rookie of the Year candidate with how well he played throughout the two splits. So they deserve a lot of praise for what they've been doing on the Rift. But we're more focused on the lower bracket for this week, Mazel. We got 2 killing matchups coming up the next 2 days.
That's the most important part. Again, like you had mentioned earlier, we are donezo with best of 3s. Those are all in the past.
And
now.
best
It's
of
all
1s.
best of 5s. Yeah, best of
reminder.
1s. Don't even bring that back up. Anyways, these best of 5s super important. Obviously, I kind of talked about it earlier, but having to go against Supernova and Dark Zero, who we've heard from the players themselves, but also know just from the outside looking in that momentum is key, and already being in that lower bracket, they feel like it's empowered them to make this run, and only one of them will make that run in the end. But for everybody that's coming down into this bracket, it feels hard to deal with.
Look, it should be that way. I said going into the split that we would have a more competitive split of NACL. Really feels like all of our teams and players have delivered upon that. And when you get teams like Supernova and Dark Zero, again, you look at any tier list of people that were following NACL before the season, everyone had Dark Zero, Supernova, and Luminosity Gaming as their top 3. Most with Luminosity Gaming 1, and then wherever Supernova and Dark Zero were, you know, that's fine. But I'd say that covered 80% plus a tier list. The fact that they each dropped in the lower bracket early, of course it turns that lower bracket into a buzzsaw. And we're going to see if the Otters can somehow throw a wrench in that, throw a dam in that against the grokked up Dark Zero today.
Otters like pebbles. So you know,
Pebbles.
maybe they do that. Yeah,
They do.
You know, like otters will actually gather pebbles and like keep it as a special rock, it's like a toy for them. Keep it in their little pocket. It's great. Yeah, they'll throw a pebble for sure. But this matchup obviously very important. You're gonna learn all the animal facts.
I was about to say I trust you with the animal knowledge. I did know that though. Thanks to all the zoo pictures, like little shell.
I got you. Well, I will say they also have some other shiny stuff in terms of the mouse pad that Sammykin was showing off. By the way, it looks really sick. Shout out to Blue Water with the things that they're making. But
You
now
can find
they've
that on
gotta
their website too. And also can find them at the LTA finals coming up. We'll be there.
Go to that. But this matchup, important nonetheless. It is Blue Water coming off a pretty devastating loss in the upper bracket, needing to regroup against Dark Zero, who are trying to imitate their dominant selves from earlier this year.
Yeah, and look, for Dark Zero, I know that lower bracket loss, obviously you never want to drop down early, but at least they're looking at some of the positives over there in that camp. I mean, they get more games, more experience with stage games in Fearless Draft. It's going to be very important for that end goal of competing for that LTA slot. So we'll see if that experience can help them, and also if Blue Otter can just continue to play the blue shell that has made things so interesting in NACL. Again, the two favorites we talked about in promoting to the LTA outside of Luminosity Gaming were Supernova and Dark Zero. They took down Supernova to send them to the lower bracket. Now they have a chance to knock Dark Zero out. We'll see if they can do it today.
Well, we're going to take a look at the Blue Otter roster here. Lives on the line. Can they live up to the expectations they put for themselves coming into this year? And it's a stacked roster nonetheless with some tier 2 favorites.
Yeah, and I think the interesting part about Blue Water has been they had a lot of changes throughout the regular season. Aaron dropped off. They picked up Kryra over Low Jazz, which I thought was a good move for them. And it's funny because when talking with Sajed before the matchup, he specifically mentioned, like, hey, I have a lot of respect for Kryra and Array. Array, for me, was a great team fighting AD carry that actually had a chance to play in the LCS at one point, or I thought he was a candidate to play up there. I think that he was a big part of how they took down Supernova. And then on the flip side, Kryra, he spent an entire Korean boot camp with the Dark Zero squad, so he's going to be really familiar with the opponents today. And it has a lot of garnered respect in the community, and a player that I think very highly of too. Sajed does as well, so we'll see if them and the rest of Blue Otter can step up against Dark Zero today as we take a look at their roster.
Yeah, as a little bit of an aside, another one that maybe deserves a bit of the spotlight is Samykin for Blue Water. Probably the brightest smile in an ACL.
There we go.
I
skipped a step. Thank you, Mizel.
It's all good.
You know, you saved me. I'm going to flay myself on the grill myself.
There you go. Yeah, you didn't have to. You didn't have to throw yourself under the bus. But I think getting him comfort picks is going to be extremely important today. I think you look at a lot of that momentum gained by Blue Water, and it can come from that combination of Samykin and Kryra.
Yeah, and it's funny because I see the most played champions for Samykin. Those are not the most played champions by Samykin. It's just in solo queue, because he always is eating 2 to 3 bans, it feels like, every single game, every single series. I mean, his Aurora has been denied from him a ton. Zoe bans are permanent against Samykin, as we all know, and even drawing a lot of Hui and Talia bans for how he's able to play. I've always given Samykin a lot of credit for how good his movement is as a player. I think it really enables him to play those artillery mages at a higher level. Even the pocket Lux that we know he's able to bust out, Lux is in a pretty good spot right now. We might see that today, but I'm going to have to see what he's going up against on the other side. Now it's time for Dark Zero.
Now you got it. There we go. We got the Dark Zero roster trying to regroup themselves in a lot of ways, and they have. I mean, that last series was picture perfect for this squad. Everybody had their moment. Everybody had their say in the comps and the strengths and the execution. And I think that's a powerful thing for this squad.
Look, I think when this team's at their best, they play blistering early games with Sajed, a big team fighting AD carry in their back pocket too. So gonna have to see if Dark Zero, they're always gonna present early game comps. I think that's just their identity. It's how they play. I'm down with it. They play it well. And a lot of that runs through their mid laner in Toasty, who is able to put together these laning phases that consistently opens up the right windows that the matchup gives to be like, hey, this is when we can make plays. I think Toasty's ability to replicate that in lane, he may not be the most dominant laner, but what he does in lane, he's getting his CS and he's giving his team the windows to be like, all right, we can make plays here, here, and here. And Dark Zero, when they're at their best, they cash in on that and make series look like the last one we saw.
Yeah, I think it's been one of my favorite, at least come-up stories in an ACL, is the duality between these two mid laners, how vocal they are about the improvement, how positive they are in their mindset, and I think that is such a powerful thing at this level of gameplay. So I'm really excited to see what Toasty and Sammy can do today. I know they'll probably be chirping a little bit on socials here. We'll have to keep an eye on that one, but it's really important to kind of focus on what can go right for both these teams, and maybe we look back to the time that we saw them in that regular season facing off.
Yeah, again, I mean, this is the Blue Water that was just starting to come together. I think this is Kryra's first week with the team, looking at the schedule, the second game of that week. So, again, as a team, I think the Blue Otter, they have a lot of funky picks. I'm just curious kind of to see how they put it together. We were talking before. I know the Quacker can play a lot of carries in the top lane, but it feels like for me, the way that this team works best is if you put your chips in Array. Array can still carry these fights late. I mean, Array, if you look at his player resume, I think that he's kind of a forgotten about AD or marksman as someone that we really touted as being a good player. One that Sajed, probably the most touted AD that we have right now, still respects a lot as a player himself. Array's ability to team fight, I mean, keep in mind, this guy, he took down Cloud9 challengers back in 21. He was a sub behind Stixay. He was a really good bot lane with Prismal with that Golden Guardians team. When Prismal role swapped to support, I thought him and Ray were playing very well together. So we'll see with Rovex if he's able to really pull something out of the hat here again. Thought he was a big part of the reason why they were able to take down Supernova. And we'll see if they can do so again against Dark Zero.
Looking at Array's Kaisa to be a clutch factor in one of these games at least. But we take a look back to the regular season. A little bit of walk down memory lane for what those regular season stats looked like in best of ones for both teams.
The 8 games is a little tragic, as we did have an FF with internet there for Blue Otter, but hey. The Blue Otter we've seen in playoffs are a lot better than the stats that we've seen on our screen. Just eye test-wise, it feels like Blue Otter, again, they had a lot of changes throughout the regular season, with Array stepping in 1 week, Kryra stepping in the next, then Uncle Phil leaving the next, if we look at the coaching staff even too.
Yeah.
So it has been a bit of a tumultuous split for the Otters, but a good opportunity for them to come together. And hey, look, the time has looked good for them. They have been playing better as they've gotten more time under their belts as a squad. Just really need to step up today against the buzzsaw that was Dark Zero against Windrop.
Yeah, I mean, you can't step away from the fact that they took down Supernova in the first round. I mean, that is no easy feat. And we've seen that their stats get better as we go into those playoffs. Obviously, the loss against Conviction was a tough one, very one-sided in that way, but going to need to kind of refocus in on what they can do against Dark Zero.
I mean, look, Conviction's a good team. I think they've really proven that. It actually excites me the fact that I can talk about Conviction as a good team and not just a band of good players.
I know.
You know, it's really fun. Like, I think Evolved is playing great. He's been fantastic all split along with the rest of the team. So it's not really a surprise that Blue Otter drops them. We were expecting them to drop that series, but hey, Blue Otter, I think a team historically, they made a lot of fans in NACL because they have been a team full of surprises. They do like to have a lot of fun on social media as well, which helps. We appreciate. So we'll just see if Blue Otter if they can pull anything out of the hat today. And we'll see what kind of Dark Zero shows up, because keep in mind, that week 1 playoff Dark Zero was not, it was a bad day for them, was not a good team. So if that shows up, we could have an interesting series today.
We could. We're going to go to predictions now. We are a bit split. Rafa and Deserex are going to be voting for Blue Otter, while everybody else going for Dark Zero. It's a tough one. And you got to think there's a lot of pressure on all 10 of these players. You know, season on the line, split 3 on, or at least next split going into that promotion tournament on the line if they can make that run. I think it's so important to focus on how impactful this series can be in the run of an ACL here for this split.
Yeah, look, I expect a 3-1 today. I'll give Blue Otter one game. I think they have a lot of picks. Yeah, and gentleman sweep. It's hard to fully sweep in Fearless, but before we get into the draft and see who can coach Diff, we do have to talk about our sponsor in ProDiff.gg. Shout out to them. Scan the QR code on your screen if you want any one-on-one coaching from the pros. It is pros only on ProDiff.gg. In fact, I think they've had a pretty good success rate with actually promoting players to pro, as both Darkwings and Dokla are now unavailable on that website. They're a little bit busier with bigger things they got going on in the schedule. But yeah, our NACL players, we have a lot of them you can find on the website. So hand it over to ProDiff.gg, get that coaching one-on-one from the people you can trust, the people that do it best.
And it's so easy. You just have to scan that QR code. It goes right there. Easy peasy. But let's talk about this matchup a little bit more itself. I know we had a little bit of setup there where we saw that Blue Otter will be choosing blue side. I think rightfully so. We have seen a lot of prevalence to that blue side, but I want to see that B1 pay off. I think that's one of the biggest things going forward here, and what kind of power pick they're going to be let to get if the Pantheons and things like that sneak through, as we see full jungle focus from Blue Otter already, the Maokai Pantheon ban from that blue side.
Yeah, really setting up for a potential B1 jungle for Kryra. And of course, the targeted bans at Samakin always come through against this team. It looks like Toasty, they want to play a blue side Tilia game potentially for Dark Zero. I think that's really real. Talk about Azir's taken out of the pool. We'll see if it's an early Varus. I think Varus is a pick that Array plays well. We've seen the poke build kind of get nerfed, but I think Varus still presents a pretty decent opener if you're looking at champs, and definitely want to take a peek at what we have so far for playoffs and win rates. I think it is important that Maokai coming into the series, he is actually 4-0, which
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I think that his ability to slow games down, a lot of the junglers being nerfed around him, it does make for a pretty real Maokai angle, and we have seen a lot of team banning him.
We also have been seeing a lot of teams opt into the Rumble here, and we will see Blue Otter go the same. Having that for Quacker, having some pressure in those team fights as well. I mean, we got to see it in the LPL all the time. I think it's such a powerful pick. There are some answers into it, though, and maybe that's going to come through from Dark Zero.
Quacker's favorite answer is Kasate. That was actually banned away from K. K really likes his fighters and also really likes the Rumble. I mean, Rumble was a big pick for K and Dark Zero. So at the moment, opting to take a lot of scaling in team fight in the Yunara plus Orianna. So interested to see what Samikin wants to opt in for here. I don't love Rumble Victor as a combo, but like I see Yunara Orianna, and my head goes to, okay, Victor's pretty playable here. But with the Vi, you have an opportunity to be a lot more aggressive. I will say, I do kind of like the Vi plus Quay combo.
Yeah,
Toasty plays, or Samikin plays that pick very well, and the cease and assist can set up for that free ultimate or that free fear to land afterwards. You can chain together, and Samikin always on point with the plays. So we'll see if that's the option, or if they want to grab something for Array here going up against that Yunara.
Yeah, I think there are some options you can take into the Yunara. I mean, we've seen one of the biggest answers is the Sipper to just try to match that style. I do wonder what they want to go with in this first phase, though, because you got to think some of that pool will be pinched going into the second phase. The Corki is the answer. We have also seen this.
We'd expect this to be in the hands of Array, but I think we'd be amiss to say that this is a flex pick, right? I'm pretty confident with Blue Otter and Samikin can play this pick mid. Let's be honest, Corki's not too hard to play. Being real. As Xin Zhao, we have the updated splash art. I didn't even realize that was on the client. That does look cool. Yeah. It's the updated character model too, right?
I guess we're gonna find out when we get into the game.
Because if so, I have seen that they changed his W a little bit. You apply Black Cleaver in max stacks. So shout out to Shimmer for posting
That's
that.
huge.
That is pretty
there's
big,
the play
actually.
bad. All right, well, we get the payoff of having to choose or going to choose with the Corki. So the play will be banned, so that mid lane matchup may be changing up just a bit. There still is a lot of flexibility in Blue Otter's draft early, though, as they go ahead and ban that Poppy in the second phase.
I like that Poppy ban a lot, trying to protect Ryra in the jungle even more. Curious if they want to... It's probably not a good game for Kisno's Trundle. Just with the Rumble, Vi, Corki showing, doesn't make for a happy Trundle game, but I'm wondering if they want to take away the Xin Zhao too. Because I think that if they do that, like, what pick would Kisno be left with if that's the case? Because he'd be pretty far down the totem pole if they opt to take down the Xin Zhao, or Xin Zhao's locked in, I'm sure.
It's not going to make it through deep
Yeah,
games like
got
it
this
has
in.
in the past, which is just crazy.
It's not funny. I mean, Kisno only played 3 champs in the regular season with the Trundles in and the Vi. Very
Hey,
focused.
if it's not taken away from you, why not? That's the one. It works. As the Aurora ban does end up coming through, so that's a good call there, at least by Blue Otter.
Galio left up, though. I would like that a lot if Kay's able and willing to play it. I think it lines up really well with the composition that's showing when you have Orianna, Yunara. All right, so looks like Kay going to rock the Galio. I like that pick. I think that's a very, very
Into
good
the
pick.
Rumble, too?
Oh, yeah, and also this really puts pressure to actually push the Corki mid. Because Corki into like Galio games in the mid game, you can side lane against Galio really, really well. I mean, you crush this champion once you get Trinity Force. So I think it puts a lot more pressure on Array to go for something like a Jhin, like a Varus, or take some sort of poke in range, but looks like they're going to opt for a Samikin special. Okay, Vi Lux. That's a good combo, though. Exactly what we were talking about and setting up with the way. You can do with Lux, too.
I think that's so important because, I mean, we talked a little bit about it, but mid-jungle will be extremely potent in the series as a whole. I think it's a lot of the ways both teams like to run the map itself, and giving Samikin a little bit of comfort in game number 1, I think goes a long way in this one. We'll see what the answer is in the support role. It's the Nautilus, the lock-in, or Rovex and Blue Otter.
this pretty easy Braum game now. I don't love the Nautilus pick. I think it makes for a very free Braum angle if you are Zyko. So
This team comp from Dark Zero is dirty in team fights.
yeah, if you can set it up, Galio in the double AP comps is always really solid. And the Xin Zhao, the Braum, it's pretty easy setup for Galio to get in there. My only concern with Braum would be going up against like Vi Rumble. You weren't the happiest.
Leota.
Yeah, and it looks like Zyko is actually going to switch things up. So I like the Braum a lot with the Xin and the Yunara because you can proc the winner's bites procs very easily. But with the Leona, I think you really open up pressure to actually find picks on the Rumble, on the Lux with the range of the Solar Flare. So for me, bot prio becomes really important in this game because either support going mid. I think that if Lux gets bad conditions in lane, things can go really bad for her. Yeah. And what makes Samikin so good at these artillery mages is, again, his ability to just move. He has really good movement on his champions. I think like naturally as a player, his clicks are good. He has good movement. So trying to attack that is going to be the game plan if I'm Dark Zero. And for Blue Water, it's got to be about using this really powerful level 6. I think Grub Fight is very important for them. And we'll see if Galio can be enough to neutralize that.
I really want to see some proficiency in that mid-jungle duo for Blue Water. The combination there can be so strong, but I mean, if we just look back to the last series for Dark Zero, one of the most lethal parts of that series was Kisno and Zyko linking up, and they are so perfectly aligned with this composition to all in one target, right? Have that kind of single target focus in a lot of ways, and I think that's just right to the nature that Dark Zero have kind of been building up for.
Yeah, and again, for this Dark Zero team, the lower bracket gives them an opportunity to build up. I was visiting with Sajed before, and you know, he said, we had a super off day. It looked really apparent that an off day, like they played bad that day. And so, you know, reflecting on it, they're like, hey, we at least get more games. Like, yes, we're down to 1 life. That's terrible, but at least it can hopefully lead to extra reps and more experience for the games that matter. Because no matter what, you're going to have to beat, you know, one of Luminosity Gaming, Supernova, and what looks to be Conviction if you want to be that top 2 team. Might have to go through both of them, too. The fact they dropped the lower bracket early. So we'll see if that experience can really help Dark Zero overcome what we're seeing against Blue Water. As on the flip side, we'll see if Kryra has the real download against this team. Because
true.
Again, that's something that Sajed was like kind of worried about. It's like, hey, he spent all of Korea with us, like for a month. He knows us really well. Like he knows how we operate. There was a world where Kryra was the jungler for Dark Zero. Like that was a tough decision that Dark Zero had to make between Kisno and Kryra behind the scenes. Both very talented players. So you're gonna be a fun jungle matchup just to see, and a chance for Kisno to prove that he was the right choice today.
And that's the biggest thing here is you have one final effort, right? Only one of these teams can kind of walk forward from this. The other will have to come back next year, I guess, in a lot of ways. So if you want to know, or at least get in on the conversation of who you think is going to win, make sure you get your votes in. But it is a do or die series for both Blue Otter and Dark Zero. Hopefully we get all the love for both squads here, and hopefully we get the show that I know they want to deliver in a lot of ways. I know you're talking about the 3-1 victory. I expect it to go the distance. I think there's still a little bit of Blue Otter magic left in the tank here. And again, I think we see a lot of those next generational stars in this matchup here in Tier 2.
Yeah, and I do think that Blue Otter, they deserve a lot of credit for what they've done in the space. They haven't been a winning team, but they've been able to create a lot of fans. Definitely something that a team like Dignitas could take notes from. So impressive to see what Blue Otter's been able to do there.
Just had to throw the low blow there, I guess. You know, no big deal. A lot of Blue Otter fans out there, but I guess looking at this setup early, when we're talking so much about the build-up and even some of those in-person factors for some of the members of Dark Zero, but do we feel like the momentum that Dark Zero gained, like, are they back in a situation like this off of that last game? It's only 1 series. It was a best of 5, 3 games, pretty dominant in that way. Is this going to be just a tough test for Blue Otter across the board?
I mean, again, I think I have a DZ 3-1 win. They look like the better team, especially how they took care of business against Windrop. I do think that Windrop kind of fell off towards the end of the split. Like they were playing better early on, but for Blue Otter, I mean, I think when Sajad talked with me about this matchup, I had a lot of respect for both Kryra and Array's players, but also some of the unique picks that Blue Otter is able to throw out. So, and even game 1, right, we're seeing Samikin's Lux. I think there's a lot of playmaking potential into that Lux. We're just going to have to see if Dark Zero can execute.
Yeah, Well, we'll be getting into game here shortly, so while we just yap away to get ready for it, I gotta ask you, do we feel like we're getting the expectations that was set for Blue Otter coming into the year here at the end? I know in Split 1, maybe that wasn't necessarily the case. They're trying to make this run. Are we living up to some of the expectations they set at the end of 2024?
I mean, according to my tier list, they've already surpassed the expectations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Blue Otter, like, as a team, I expect them to go out here. So if they are able to take down Dark Zero, I think that'd be a huge exceeds expectations. And we'll see. Again, they blue shelled Supernova. One of the two teams, and the big reason that we have such an interesting lower bracket. They're able to do that against Dark Zero again today. It's always been a team that has a lot of respect behind the scenes where they play and practice and scrims, but was never really able to put it together and get far enough in playoffs. So I think a win today would be huge for the org. I think it would really break some of the narratives around them and show that they are that good team that a lot of other teams believe behind the scenes.
Well, hey, it's time to find out. It's time to put up or shut up, and it is the final possible series for one of these two teams. Blue Otter versus Dark Zero, this best of 5 to decide their fates kicks off now.
All right, we got Chicken Corky again. I really hate how we swapped from the dogs to the chickens.
No, stop. Have you
No.
seen this skin? Do you know what it does?
It's about egg on face. That's what it's about.
Yes,
You know?
exactly.
It's like an
It
old
makes little chickens. It shoots chickens.
like that old elementary school, you know, like 4th grade field trip you
Oh.
took to the park where you play the egg game.
Wait.
That's all I think of when I see Corky.
Okay, I'm more important than anything at all. Did Sajet? Oh my God, he did. He did it. Okay, I think he's on the skin with the chicken balls. So we're gonna have chicken on chicken combat in the bot lane. My God, this is the greatest day ever.
I'm gonna chicken out of this conversation and talk about something else. We got Jungler starting on the top side here, as it looks like we're going to the bot lane. Really no surprise when you have the Rumble versus Galio matchup up top. That matchup, Galio, it's really important that he cashes in on the mid game. I think that, like, the way I view that matchup, Rumble can win for the first couple levels, then it's like very heavily Galio favored from then on out, until you get later on where Rumble's damage just eclipses the tankiness that Galio can put out as he becomes more of a team facilitator than, you know, that damage dealer. So curious to see if K, a player that, you know, has mostly been playing fighters, like this Galio pick is new for him this split. We're gonna have to see if he can step up and play into that Rumble that has been a big pick for him and Dark Zero this year.
And I think a troubling factor here is Quacker loves to run at people in team fights. If you don't know Quacker, he's an Olaf extraordinaire, but I think what we've seen a little bit of development in the Rumble is just how much damn damage he can do in these team fights if he has those item spikes. And I'm really looking at Quacker to have that impact later on in those fights. The spacing, the space taking of the equalizer as well. But he's got to get there at that point. And right now, besides in mid lane being pretty even, it's Dark Zero with full push priority.
Yeah, that's not too much of a surprise, I think, early on, just given the power of the Leona bot. And then the Galio, Cade opted to shove that wave hard with the winds of war. Definitely can control the wave when you do that, and Rumble starts Harpoon. So Quacker going to be playing for the bounce here. But decent start overall. At least I think the decent start for Dark Zero is going to come if they can attack mid. I think Samakin's flash is the most important cooldown in this game, because it's going to dictate so many of the fights that Dark Zero can play. Because if you allow Lux to operate, Lux does a crap ton of damage and does have a very strong lane phase. So definitely going to want to see if Samakin can utilize that, and see if Dark Zero can attack that very immobile champion if that Summer Spell's missing.
And both junglers just hyper clearing down towards bot side. We did see Kryra go for the chickens into Krugs into red, and just going to swap back over to the other side. Try and get the Scuttle Crab trade here early. I do expect both junglers to just kind of take it easy early, get these backs off, unless there is room to get some action going. But I really think that level 6 mark is where we'll see it. Do we feel like the Dragon Prio kind of skyrockets for either side, even if maybe DZ keep this pressure on bot side?
I think it's Grub Prio, just because the Blue Otter team fight is really good there. And Galio can definitely match that, so that's going to be curious to see. As we do see Samakin, he's trying to hold on to that flash mid. So loses out on a lot of his health, but does keep the flash. I think that's worth it as long as he can clean up his wave, which is kind of Lux's specialty.
Psycho getting a little bit low, but Sajed is going to step up, make sure nobody else goes forward. Samykin struggling in the mid lane, needs to be careful of some of the poke that Toasty can have. Going to try to hold on here, does still have the TP if he needs to force himself to back. Needs to try to get some of these minions in the mid lane though, as he traded on pretty heavy. And this matchup, I know we talked a little bit about that top lane matchup, but what do you expect out of this Orianna versus Lux?
I mean, it's really big that Samykin kept the flash. I know that he's down right now, but again, that cooldown is so important. That's worth dropping a few CS for, because if you lose the flash, I expect to see Leona, Zinzal, and maybe even a Galio in that lane to try and really attack the Lux. In the 1v1, it's a bit of a skill matchup. I think it's Lux favored, just given that you are able to outrange the Orianna. But Orianna does pack quite the punch, and Toasty did go for a very lane-centric build with the biscuits. So definitely going to try and even up things again. Talked about Toasty, something he does really well as a player. Lanes well enough to open up timers for his team. I don't think that he necessarily lanes to win the lane itself, but he definitely lanes to make sure that his team can function around him, and then packs a punch in team fights. So I think the setup that Toasty went for, definitely lane-centric here, and we'll see if he's able to move around with Kisno or move his team to the mid lane to really attack this Lux.
We are going to see Kisno come down towards bot side just in case. Back is going to be initiated by Kryra. Dragon started by Dark Zero, and we actually get the delay of the base. Zyko's going to walk up. They had the vision in the bush here, but he might just give his life for it. As Kryra's coming over, the heal's going to be burnt. And try to chase him down. Rovex going for the flash play, trying to go Zyko, but he can't get him. Kryra doesn't commit the flash, doesn't go for the kill, and Kisno now might have an angle.
Toasty's here.
Slow down Toasty coming over. He's level 6 as well. Shockwave can be there, and the damage is going to be there from Samykin with that final spark, but that's not going to be enough for DZ to follow through.
I'm a little bit surprised that, I mean, look, overall, I think the back half of the play, Zyko, of course, he's playing with the base timers. I think that was a miss. I think if he doesn't go to cancel that base, you get a world where Zinzao can just solo out the dragon as Corki walks back to lane, and then that's your dragon timer. So I'd say a mistake from Zyko, but it's going to be a wee bit expensive. We do see Samykin actually stay bot, pick up that wave, while Array, who did need the base, will get back and catch mid, as Toasty's a little bit late there. So the wave pickup scenario in the back half, I think, is a little bit beneficial for Blue Otter. And yeah, because of that, it's going to prompt the TP for K to make sure that this bot wave is picked up. And this really does make for a potential grub play for Blue Otter.
Although we do see a redeploy from DZ up there too, so they are going to try to contest this one potentially with Sajed being up towards that fight.
Yeah.
We all know what Yunar can do in the team fights in AoE situations.
We do see Array shifting back. The only oopsie is that was a really good cancel from K. Because now Quacker is walking bot, he's no TP, and this means that Lux will be late to the mid wave. So I think in the back half, good play by K to make sure that that base got canceled, because if that doesn't happen, then good tempo play overall for Blue Otter.
It's going to be the cleanse burn.
Good take.
It's a really good call by Zyko to go for that. We see Rovex stutter step there. But yeah, I mean, Grub's coming up here soon. Dragon is still up because of that missed timer, because of that kind of execution we saw earlier on. That objective is going to go by the wayside now, but we are getting a reset from Kryra. Wonder what he's going to be able to come back out on the map with, and how importantly this grub fight can be for the conditions of both teams. Because we talked about Blue Otter really turning it on once they hit that level 6 right around that grub fight.
They made a bit of nipsy there with the trade.
Oh,
Quacker!
a little bit of an nipsy, and that's a little bit of a solo polo for Quacker!
First time we've seen K pilot the Galio and walking back into the overheated Rumble, allowing Quacker to get that extra damage down. That was the difference maker in the 1v1. Quacker, a player, I mean, you highlighted his Olaf earlier. We haven't seen that as much in the format, but what we have seen from Quacker since we did shift to Fearless is he has been able to add more champions to his pool. I think of the Udyr and also the Rumble has definitely proven he can play this champion at a high level. Good solo kill from him there.
Great solo kill, and I talked about giving Rumble some resources. It's going to be terrifying to enable that pick here in these fights, but here is Dark Zero with a bit of a rebuttal on the other side of the map. They're going to keep strong vision around the grubs, but not going to start it up just yet. And there's some ping from Blue Otter moving over.
Oh, Array's no cleanse. We'll see if Zyko wants to throw the solar flare.
He's got eggs, bro. He's fine.
It could have been an ult for a flash, but Array able to get out of there and keep things sunny side up. As
We're gonna keep coming with them.
I appreciate the chuckle.
Gotta
Yeah,
keep
that
the egg.
That was nice. It was a pity chuckle, but that's fine.
I mean, we've got ducks, we've got chickens. Honestly, we could just start a farm here for
Nice
Blue
ult.
Water as Dark
Kyra's
Zero
not
are going to
bottom.
take the one. They get the
Beauty.
play. Kryra with the vision play from the gods here as he takes down Kisno. They're going to try to take this
Ray
fight
can
now.
win this.
Ray is just taking down Sajed, but
Oh, no.
beautifully Psycho saves his life, and Sajed comes away with the kill anyways.
I think it's still going to be 2 grubs. It's a trade overall, but what a good play from Kryra as he was able to get around the entire fight. He cheated vision. I think he channeled one of his sweeper charges to make sure that he got in there unspotted. Great play and read from Kryra. This player does have really good game sense. I think this is a great example of it here is, okay, real quick, we're going to go back. Catch the solo kill from Quacker as, yeah, K, he was not able to buy enough space. Gets melted by the Rumble. And, yeah, I mean, looking at the goal, the big part is that Sajed was able to pick up a kill there, but outside of that, 2 grubs do go over the Blue Otter as they went out on that fight.
Really good play decision making from Blue Otter, and that's the kind of stuff that can lead them out to having momentum in this series. I think when you look at the way that Dark Zero like to play, they have really stock standard ways they approach the map itself. I think some of that breathing room comes in their mechanical execution as well. But if you could throw a wrench into the works, that's how Blue Otter can win this series.
It was definitely something that Sajed highlighted is, hey, like, we know that they play different champs. We're going to have to get used to that. And, man, to see Kryra pull that off on the Vi, again, I thought that was a really, really nice vision play. This guy, I mean, tell me anyone else that you've heard of who came up on the ladder as an Evelyn Zac 2-trick. Like, that's just the weirdest double combo of champions that I've heard of. I think that it really has allowed for him to see the game and a good way out of the jungle. And that was a great vision play here, but now
Next play on Rovex. Rovex is not nearly tanky enough to tank this down. He is going to get the dredge line out, but the solar flare follows. Sajed is trying to go for it, but does flash away from Samikind. He's going to go back to the track. Oh, Kisno! Kisno tries to go back in for the fight, gets the heroic entrance from K. He tried to go to the dragon with the wind becomes lightning. He's going to go over the wall now with the blast zone. It's getting low. Not going to go for the 50-50 is Kryra, and the dragon goes to DZ.
I really thought they could have fought that. A cease and assist is almost up. If Quacker channeled the TP, I think they could have fought Dark Zero on the way out, even if they couldn't secure the dragon. That said, Quacker's going to keep on getting resources on that Rumble. They didn't pop the TP. They left him up there, and that's going to be 2 plates going over and more resources on the Rumble, which you talked about earlier, Mizel.
This champion feels like it can be so good into this comp, just running at some of the carries. Once those carries are gone, DZ don't really have any gas in the tank. But we do have first items coming up here. I mean, obviously, a couple already complete for Blue Otter. The Kraken Slayer there for Sajed is going to be really big, though.
Of course, using that cold tech on the Unara too, of course, your Q applies on hit effects, so whenever it bounces, you get +3 health from everything you hit. That's really OP. If you're at home, definitely use that in solo queue. But yeah, I actually do want to credit Sajed in that fight. I know that he had a really early preemptive flash, but it got out of the light binding from Lux. And if you eat that, like that's your 3/4 of your health bar gone. Because you got the final spark following up and for E, which I don't know the name of, but I didn't have to out myself like that, but I guess that's just the day I'm signing up for here myself. The overly honest caster.
Hey, we can appreciate that, TBH. I'm here for it. If you want a little bit of follow-up, it's Lucid Singularity. I don't think you would have ever gotten that.
No, see, why would I ever say that instead of just the E-ball, At least he's not picking the Lux skin where that E sounds like the iPhone alarm and like gives me PTSD every time.
True. Yeah, that's a great call out. Actually,
it's not. It's terrible for all of us.
Let's stay away from that one. Let's just not. Hey, luckily this is the only time it'll get picked today, so we're in fine standings. Oh, another final spark goes fine. The good thing is about that is it comes up like literally every 30, 40 seconds, so it'll be fine. He's already a quarterback.
Did go Malignance, not quite level 11 yet, but yeah, I mean, once you get to level 16, that thing is literally up every wave. So we'll see if Samikind can make good use of that.
But that's where I want to open up that conversation about Samikind a little bit more. It's a guy that we've really appreciated following some of the kind of positive mindset that he's been. See, there's the chickens, Cubby. I told you. It's chicken on chicken combat.
You're getting
But
distracted
anyways,
on its standpoint.
Samikin has been really interesting to watch because I think he's been one of the ones that's more open to the process that we've seen through development in Tier 2. And I think going against Toasty, a lot of track record between the two in their same come up, you know, obviously coming up in the same amount of time itself. But it's been really fun to watch how committed Samikin is to kind of the community, to the outreach, but also some damn good gameplay in the mid lane to be able to carry Blue Otter.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because both Toasty and Samikin were actually in a tryout for Evil Geniuses. They were in the league in 2024. There were two options that the coach at the time, Kelsey Moser, was looking at. I think at the time she was like slightly Toasty favored, but it's been kind of fun because since then it's been a pretty similar trajectory for both of these players, just with Toasty, being on a few different teams and Samikin really sticking with the Blue Water guns, and both players have been able to show some good moments on the Rift. If Samikin were to get the best of Dark Zero though, and you know, Toasty and Blue Water finds the win, I feel like this would really be a coming out party for him, and just like, hey, like I am a good mid laner. It doesn't matter what champ pool I have, I can play this at a high level. And definitely, I think he's made a lot of fans just because of how, like, the high level he can play all of his artillery mages at. He is a very, very impressive player when it comes to that archetype of champion.
One day we'll get to see the Zoe back on stage. We're getting a lot of bodies up to this Rift Herald, Cubby, and I think that's where the next tussle's going to go. So who do we feel like has that positive impact in this fight? I mean, we have everything available for both sides, really.
I mean, I would say at the moment, it really depends on what kind of impact the Galio makes on the fight. We just haven't seen Kay get involved or find the setup yet. So for me, he's the big difference maker because I think the Wombo, the entrance that he can find with the rest of Dark Zero is big enough to overcome Blue Water, but if that's not done cleanly, Blue Water's ahead of the inventories right now. That Seraphs isn't evolved yet. I'll take the Trinity Force Corki at the moment as being really bursty and really strong at this point of the game. And we'll see if they can find the right execute onto one of these carries here for Dark Zero.
All right, Dark Zero going to move over, start up the Rift Herald here.
Both top laners are basing from bot, so I expect insta TPs in.
See where they want to go. A couple wards in
Zygo's
there.
off.
Look at the line play. They found the push play straight onto Zygo. He's going to have to flash. He is dashing. He's trying to get away. Quacker is TP. Toasty has a flank equalizer coming in onto Zygo. Zygo's burning. Zygo's dying. Feats of Warfare being completed by Blue Otter, and they're about to win this fight too. Heroic entrance coming in last second. Beautiful flash from Pisto, but Quacker follows it for a double kill. Toasty gets a big shockwave, but it's not going to be nearly enough as Quacker is just running at people, Cubby. I told you it's a problem, and he's going to make it Dark Zeros as Blue Otter find another fight, and they're going to go back to the Rift Herald. At least they should.
Dark Zero started that Rift Herald a little bit too early. They skipped a step. They didn't have control over that banana brush. As Zyko is going to connect and find it, he gets jumped on, and it's a very favorable start to the fight for Blue Otter. As you see, Zyko is so low early in the TPs that come in. Kay gets cut off. Toasty can't connect with the team either. So a bit of disconnect here from Dark Zero in both ways, and I thought Quacker had a fantastic fight. As this flash over gets him out of the Galio ult, makes sure that he takes down the jungler. The ult might have been dropped a little bit early, but the way that he played the rest of it, even zoning Toasty out here, was very good. Array might have been able to get K, but was worried about the Unara damage as Sajab was doing his best to pump behind his tanks there. And as we get back to the same scene of the crime, Array's on a slow reset. He's walking mid. He'd be behind if any fight bust out here.
4 out of 5 flashes burned by Dark Zero in that last fight here. We'll see if it really affects them moving forward and have their confidence at least moving into these fights as the Rift Herald just goes the way of Blue Otter. They are very strong in the moment. They have the Rift Herald play for some of that standing gold left on the map as well, and many options to go for. Let's see if Dark Zero can answer with the Dragon to continue that stacking for themselves.
They have control over the bot side. Looks like Kisno trading out some of Kryra's camps as the Rift Herald did go down. That will be nice for Kisno, but Kryra's doing the same on his side. They're kind of required from both teams as we have a little bit of an Australian setup, and looks like Blue Otter is going to be seeding that Dragon to try and dive the Galio here. So we'll see if K can read it. He's already retreating after the turret, but he might still get jumped on, yeah.
He's not going to be able to make it out. Maybe he does. He's pretty tanky already. His first turret ended up falling. We are not even going to watch K because it didn't matter in the end. And he lived. He is tanky enough to get away from that one. But it's going to be turrets traded across the map. A little bit of gold and a very dead even, almost 20-minute game as Dragon goes the way of DZ.
was important that the first brick was picked up by Dark Zero, because the feats are decided by the next neutral objective. As it's 2 dragons for Dark Zero, Grubs and Rift Herald for Blue Otter, as they were feeling the void this game. And we'll see what else they're able to bring out, as well, looks like Samikin's going to be going for a potential Horizon focus. I saw him talking with LS about this item. I do think that on Lux in particular, you do get some bonus value, just the fact that you keep the vision. Not to mention she can always abuse the range, especially if after you click the QE, if you take a step back, can always make sure that you proc that range requirement for Horizon focus.
Yeah, another little itemization thing I want to talk about that's going to have a massive impact in the next fight is this second item spike for Sajed. I think 3 items is kind of the perfect combination for Yunara, but the Kraken Slayer Runan spike feels so good in some of these earlier fights. There's nothing really to fight over here, so that's
Quacker.
a little bit of a question mark, as Quacker has an angle. He's burning him down, had popped the equalizer there in the end, but it's still going to be DZ moving out as a team. And I want to see how they utilize this power from Sajed, who has been such a star for Dark Zero this split.
Yeah, I know talking with Sajed before the match said that he feels like he's still the best team fighting AD in the league. I would have to agree, but also talked about how he's upped his laning. Definitely said that, you know, laning wasn't his strong suit coming in, but feels like he's gotten a lot better in that category this split. As he's someone that if the LTA and North GMs are doing their job, this guy should definitely be on their radar. Whether he makes it into the LTA with Dark Zero or finds another opportunity, I think Sajed has really made himself, turned himself into a top prospect that we have here in NACL. And this Yunara definitely going to be a Wazda abuser when that hits the rift, but
I can't
we'll
wait.
see if Sajed can do it here. I can wait. As more poke damage coming in. It's been interesting that
inside you.
Yeah, I was understanding that we can have Samikin just kind of ripping these final sparks. Yeah, that's already almost halfway off cooldown, but surprised to see Quacker do the same. I think it did create some okay conditions for Blue Water here, but they weren't able to turn it into anything. And I do think that slowing this game down is a wee bit dangerous for them, because Rumble, for me, is the only person that like truly outscales their counterpart. Lux can do a ton of damage, but she's very execution-based, and there are so many ways to play into Lux if you are Dark Zero.
Yeah.
So a little bit concerned at this game slowing down, and I do want to give Dark Zero credit for kind of keeping things even. I do expect an explosion at this next neutral fight, whether it's the Dragon or the Otacon or Kisno Fishing here, which doesn't come up with anything. But of course, next neutral does decide feats as well.
You can tell that Dark Zero are a bit hesitant on some of these engages and kind of these movements that we've seen from them. They do want to wait. They want to get these items going.
Like both teams really close to kind of having big spikes. I mean, Ray's going to pop the Miramana in probably this next wave. And we're going to have a Horizon Focus coming in soon. Kryra's ahead on the route to Black Cleaver. Yeah, there's that Horizon Focus for the Samikin.
Oh, Solar Flare onto Ray. Cleanse coming out. All the CC, but it's not enough. And now you're under turret. The Shockwave's not going to matter from DZ. They lose Zyko's entire health bar, and he's going to walk straight into Quacker. Your nightmare from the void. Quacker comes up with a big pick.
Good walk up from Quacker, who was on that bot wave. But again, the wave's really good here for Blue Water. They're going to quick reset before the Dragon. And, oh, I think they're going to go Otacon into the Dragon potential. Okay, no, that's just a Rovex TP. I was getting excited.
Spellbook OP, bro.
Yeah, I was like, oh boy. I mean, if that was a Quacker TP, then we're really looking at Otacon. And that still might be the play here. TP not committed, but we are a minute out from the Dragon. This is going to be a little bit risky for Blue Water. They waited too long, so it is Dark Zero. They have Zyko back on the map. He's making his way here, and while the items got in, they kind of missed out on their window to do anything. So I think it's just going to be Dragon Focus as they really try to deny the Soul. Ocean Soul would be a really tough one for Blue Water to lose.
Rift Herald play in mid lane. Final Spark can come out to pull everybody off the play. The charge is going to come in. As Rovex gets the damage down. The turret should fall as well, so there won't be a defensive structure for DZ to fall back on during this Dragon fight. But yeah, that Soul point would give DZ so much decision-making priority here. See if they can take that one. With the Atacon being on the other side of the map, though, it's risky, Cubby.
Toasty's walking up there. It looks like they're kind of seeding the Soul. Or, not the Soul, just the Dragon. I do think that this Dragon, it's a really bad draw for Blue Water. Because if Dark Zero do pick up that Ocean Dragon, like the power of Lux Corki goes down a lot. Think of the range between the Rockets, the Final Spark, and the Lux Poke. So I actually think it's important for Blue Water to pick these up. Ocean Soul for me is a very conditional soul. This game I think is very good is that Solar Flare doesn't connect and Blue Otter able to cruise on out.
Kisno just walking straight at Rovex here.
Quacker's on a flank. Quacker's in trouble.
Overextended now. That TP's coming in the back. They've got to focus him.
Way
But
too
K's
deep.
going to go down way first, and now they're going to turn on to Quacker, who's still kicking. He's still quacking, and that's a 3-man shockwave coming through from DZ. Quacker now going to try to get out of this one. He doesn't have an exit strategy, has no tools to get out, and now the follow through. Look at Sajid ripping through them and tearing them a new one. Is he going to survive? Cryer gets the kill in the end, but avenged by his teammates. DZ strike.
That TP from Quacker for me was way too deep. They don't want to play flank fights when you have a Lux. You love to play a front to back. And it created a scenario where Blue Otter had to overextend to try and save Quacker. He lost so much health instantly, was kind of forced to drop the equalizer, because if not, then he might die. And Toasty was able to find a huge team fight on the back half of it, because Blue Otter were forced to kind of keep pushing forward to connect with Quacker.
What a fight from DZ, and this is a little bit of recollection to what makes them so strong.
I mean, they should lose this fight.
From Blue Otter.
I think they should lose this fight. Like right here, this fight, like if Quacker does not TP to that ward, if he TPs to the wave, he TPs with the team, Galio is dead on my screen, and it's a lost fight instead. We're gonna have Sajed, like Toasty hit a big shockwave to kind of stop Blue Otter in their tracks, and then Sajed just being empowered. That flash was so good from Sajed. Yes, he goes down in the end, but he pretty much takes 3 there with him, as Cryro wasn't able to find the immediate execute. I think that's a really clever flash, actually, from Sajed to buy space from the buy. And again, talking with Sajed before, said, hey, sometimes I play fights too fast. But also, that's the kind of killer instinct you want to see out of your AD carry. As the carries for Dark Zero between Toasty stopping everyone in their tracks with a shockwave and Sajed flashing over to finish that fight and buy space. That was a great play from Sajed.
Yeah, it was. And he was already on 2 items. Now he's on 3 items. With the shield bow completed, he has so much safety here. And this Yunara is really starting to pop up. You can see why it's already picked a lot of time if it's left open. And we're just getting that signature performance from Sajed. But now 4-1-3. This DZ comp is starting to kick. And we do need to see how Blue Otter can get back into it. So their pick tools are not going to be as thorough moving forward with the lack of damage they have behind it.
That was an ambitious Solar Flare.
That was, it was.
That one back sooner than later, but
making sure they have their sunglasses on.
Posturing over the top side because of course Baron's up, but also I think more importantly Otacon up now too.
We are looking at this posturing over mid lane. The Baron up, the Atacon. That is where this pressure could lead to. And I love it. Both teams are just kind of trying to call each other's bluff, saying who's going to mess up first, who's going to overextend.
Look, I think that scenario actually favors Blue Otter. Like the poke from the Rumble Lux, Corki, and then Nautilus's ability to kind of cheat terrain with his dredge lines. Like that standoff is what Blue Otter wants, and why, part of why that last TP from Quacker was just way too deep, right? Because they want the front to back. They want to be grouped up like this. They want to really lean and rely on the poke and the slows that they have. And to be fair, they were able to hold control of the river and have gotten to the point where they're starting Otacon. There's a ward for Dark Zero that hasn't been spotted by Blue Otter, so they know what's going on. But we'll see what kind of response we have. I think Blue Otter, they can use Lux Shields to help out with some of the damage, but the Rovex is, yeah, that was
I think this is ambitious, though, because this is what DZ want. They want to come into these fights like this. They want to be the ones to kind of play call. As Quacker has not been spotted, they don't know he's behind them.
No flash. He's got to be the look.
Chance to run at them. He will have a lot of strength here. Gonna pop the Jets, but it's a 50-50 we're looking at now. Kisno waiting to come into the Atacon pit here. And Psycho is that forward aggression. Blue Otter are going to be pushed back. They're going to get separated. Quacker's trying to get over here. He's looking for an angle with the equalizer. He misses it completely now, and they're going to turn right back on him. He has a lot of the gold. He's got to be the one to carry forward as he's burning down K. K might just give his life, and the Atacon has spawned for Blue Otter and doing serious work for them as DZ lose some of that frontline potential. Do Blue Otter just go back to the Atacon? They do.
Oh, Quacker.
Oh, Quacker, 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 Quacker. He does get the one back to trade, and they take the pick two onto Kisno. You've been caught, and now DZ, they're going to try to get the outplay. Sajid, this is your moment. He's getting locked down. He's being dragged down, but he's trying to outplay it onto a Ray. The auto attacks are sinking deep in Sajid. He's earning all that respect, all that reputation, and the man is popping off here.
Samikin tried to sync up the final spark with the buy Q, but Sajad just got his flashback in that moment, gets out of the combo, and him and Toasty carry the fight.
What a fight to carry indeed. The dual carry combo of Toasty and Sajed, and the execution now on multiple fights in a row.
This is way too deep from Dark Zero. I know the equalizer looked a wee bit funky from Quacker, but honestly, it creates a great fight because it completely cut off the back line from everyone else. They were able to melt down the front line. The depth charge buys a lot of time against Sajed, but he gets out of those big cooldowns. So now it's about the cease and assist. They're waiting out Sajed's cooldown. And as we get through the rest of this, just look at Sajed's flash timer. It's not up yet on your screen. So this combo from Blue Otter, as Quacker trades out here, like, how close is this to Sajed getting up flash and being able to use it? Still doesn't have it. Still doesn't have it. Still doesn't have it. I can't even blame them for when they went. Literally the instant it came off cooldown, Sajed is able to flash out, makes the play. If Blue Otter pulled the trigger just a second faster, he would not have the flash up to make that play. Instead, he does. Rips through the back line with Toasty, and now Dark Zero looking at Ocean Soul.
And that's what makes the difference on the day. The execution, showing up when it matters most. In DZ, they pull the trigger on that one, and now they find themselves in an advantageous position. Kryra on the other side of the wall. We're looking at potential 50-50 here if Blue Otter just want to take it. DZ feeling really confident. Kisno losing a little bit of his health bar. Blue Otter trying to figure out how they want to enter this fight.
Front to back still good for them. They want to stall. Poor solar flare there from Zyko. Does get a raised W out, but they just would love to keep on poking. Keep in mind, Lux can really help burst down a dragon. So I think the flip is actually a little bit Blue Otter favored if Lux is able to find a combo, and Samikin's been holding on to the final spark.
All right, looks like Dark Zero are going to be willing to get this. Blue Otter were hesitant to let it go. Now it's easier to back at all 5 members. It's 50-50. It goes the way of Toasty. Ocean Soul complete for Dark Zero, and now they're going to try to get away from this one. Although Blue Otter, they want to go forward. They are going to end up getting Samikin's flash out. This is hesitant from Blue Otter. They are so chaotically aligned right now. They end up backing away after all of that, losing a ton of resources, but now pinging up towards the top side objective.
Look, I think they have to burst Otacon, they have to burst Baron, they have to do something desperate, because Ocean Soul is so bad for Blue Otter to face this game. Think of all the poke that we've seen, the standoffs. Like, even that standoff was okay for them. Great call by Dark Zero, by the way. They really did a good job of playing with that Dragon's Patience bar and then bursting it down. That is a Dark Zero that is in sync, what we want to see. And now we'll see if they can defend this Otacon take. Blue Otter have to be desperate here.
TP coming in. It is full strength from Dark Zero. They're going to move in. Otacon taken. They're going to still get engaged. Oh, the flash denied.
This is really bad.
At least the follow through. Solar Flare connects on the Samikin. Samikin locked out by the top. And here comes the machine that is Dark Zero. They are just tearing through them piece by little piece. That's a triple kill, a quadra kill. Is it gonna be a pentakill for Sajed?
He's been a beast all split. He's been a beast in this game as Sajed able to carry this one through for his team. Ocean Soul takes away, I think, any and all of the win cons here for Blue Otter. As Dark Zero, they're going to clean up the Baron and clean up this game one off the back of their stud AD carry.
A stud indeed, 10-1-4 on the Inara. We love to see this guy on hyper carry. His team fight mechanics are insane, and there is a reason why he has been top of the radar over these last couple years, and he's really showing out here for Dark Zero in this do or die series.
Again, Sajed, I mean, he's a jungle role swap, by the way, which I find crazy going back. FlyQuest, they picked him up. They really felt like they found a second Masu. Obviously, FlyQuest not in our league anymore, as they can't do anything if they promote into the LTA. Didn't view it as worth it, but Sajed was a great player that they started to develop. Dark Zero has continued to develop, and he cleans up this fight. I love the aggressive angle. Again, Blue Otter for me on my screen, they're cooked. Like, they're all going down here for the Otacon trade. I don't blame them for being desperate. The Ocean Soul, when they lose that, I really feel like they lose the game. Like, their win con is to have better conditions with Rumble, Lux, Corki, and make sure they're fighting with HP advantages. But, man, this was a close game one. I know that we're going to see this one quite cleaned up here by Dark Zero. If Blue Otter come back and win, I'd be shocked. But I do feel like Blue Otter were only a few plays away from actually finding a game one victory.
Now, that precipice, it goes deep as a huge gold advantage for Dark Zero. Compositional advantage now as well. And you see that confidence just raining through here for them. They're going to try to take down this outer tower remaining for Blue Otter. but it is a carry performance from DZ. It is a strong execution of the draft. And going to that conversation, I think this is exactly the draft that works for Dark Zero when you look back at the track record.
Yeah, I mean, it's early games. It's Jed on a team fighter. It does feel like they have a ways to play out, and I do think that Zyko hasn't been like 100% on point this game. I do feel like the team at Dark Zero has been very on point with the decisions they made. I still feel like we're only a few choices away, though, from Blue Otter from winning this. I mean, I think Quacker TPs to that third dragon differently. We really could be in a world where Blue Otter was up game 1, but it was really, I think, thanks to the heroics of the 2 carries at Dark Zero. Toasty and Sajed stepped up. They were not going to allow their team to lose this game. And they've got them in a very winning position now as Kryra's looking for a pretty desperate flank yet again. He can wait for that wave to pass and then see if he can find anyone from Dark Zero, but they're already transitioning to bot side.
He was looking to try to maybe cut the wave too, but
Yeah.
unfortunately Kizno's there to escort the little minions.
Good info for Dark Zero too. I mean, they can walk straight bot and just take this down. No way that we see Blue Otter even attempt to fight here. And if you're going to drop the turret, might as well drop the inhibitor. And that's bot inhib down when Elder spawns in a $145, so the most valuable inhibitor to take down, in my opinion, for Dark Zero.
And I just think we're seeing the power of letting this Yunara through in a lot of ways. I mean, wasn't really punished, and now, I mean, Sajed is just a rampaging bull in this one. And so
Dear
is
Lord.
Toasty. Just takes down Samikin in one fell swoop. The turret's gonna fall. Now Dark Zero looking to combat this a little bit. K's a bit extended. He's gonna go golden, but look at Sajed. He is ramping up here. He's got the
Oh my
AoE. They are
goodness.
all locked in here with him as he gets one auto off, just doing so much damage across 4 members of Blue Otter. But Dark Zero, they're gonna back away. They have Elder Dragon in a minute.
I just watched him auto like 5 times to take down probably 2k HP total. He doesn't even have pen. That's disgusting.
He's got a lot of lifesteal though.
He's got a lot of items overall. Okay, we're canceling.
Oh, no, Rovex! Oh, what is beautiful in this world is not for you, my friend, for this game. As Dark Zero pull the cheese play, they'll reset, get ready for the Elder Dragon, and that is just the signaling of the end.
At least Rovex has TP up, so we can instantly join this Elder fight. But yeah, I mean, this game comes down to the Elder fight. And I'm looking at Sajed's inventory, and I'm favoring the Yunara.
Yeah, I would say so. It's a little bit of results-based analysis, but, you know, that's something I really like.
It's not exactly results-based when I'm seeing 5 items versus 3.5.
Isn't that inherently results-based? The results are that he has more items?
No, the result is what happens next. It's just it's a state of fact.
This is the time where we get to have existential conversations.
Would you rather have more money or less money, Mazel?
Context is important, Cubby. All right, context. As we take a look at this play from DZ on bot side, they didn't even go for the Elder Dragon just yet. They are going to force out the play from Rovex and the flash from Quacker. They're going to turn back for it. They're going to burn this down.
Oh, that thing's... They can't even get in. I think it's already dead.
It's going down so fast.
That's at
The
half.
only play is Kryra flashing over the wall and potentially taking it.
Reg burns his cleanse. Lyco's actually a little bit separated. Kryra's in
Oh,
the
he
pit
went
for
over
Furky.
early.
Well, they haven't seen him yet. He had to get vision. He can
All
sneak
right.
back over. Yeah, it's okay. He can get a
Get
Q up
back.
again. He's got
He
flash
does have
too.
flash. Oh, equalizer going
big
in.
fight.
The rest of his team is getting engaged on. He doesn't even have a chance to try to flip over the Elder Dragon because his team is gone and he's about to join them. One last 1v1 going in, but it is not going to go Array's way. This game number 1 is going to be a sharpening of the edge of Dark Zero and a return to form, it feels like, over these last 2 series. And this is the Titan that we knew was waiting in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I do think that the Dark Zero played well. Sajed Toasty as individuals, I think, really stepped up this game. But if I'm Blue Otter, I had a real chance to win this game. I think that you change a couple of plays. Again, Sajed, that fight where he got the first triple, his flash literally came up off cooldown. He used it instantly. If you chain that's a clean Otacon there. That's better conditions for the next dragon. If Quacker's TP is better, that's better conditions for the third dragon. So this game felt close. I know that Dark Zero, I think they took over with a little bit better team play, a little bit better individual play, but if I'm Blue Otter, I'm going back like, hey, we could win this game. Like, we are competitive in this series, but we do have to clean up these things if we want to beat a team as good as Dark Zero, because it literally came down to seconds of Sajed's flash being up or not for that fight to be decided, and Sajed makes the play to carry it. even the flash before where he flashed in, made the play to carry it. I was so impressed with his Yunara that game, man.
Yeah.
And I mean, we haven't even talked about Toasty, who went deathless and went legendary.
Game too.
It's been all about Sajed, yeah.
But it's more so, I guess why we're harping on Sajed so much is it's the way he played it, right? As soon as he got a little lifesteal, as soon as he felt confident to move it, he was literally blinking into the fights. And usually, you're like, oh my god, what are you doing getting melee range? But when you do that as the Yunara and you're pumping that damage when you're transcended, it is actually insane how much you do. And you think, oh, but the Corki is there. Corki's going to be able to do something, and it's just not. It's not the same damage profile. That spike potential that Yunara has and the way that Dark Zero utilized it, I think it was picture perfect.
I think that flash, like, as good as the flash was to get away from the Vine Box combo topside, that flash at the third dragon to go over the wall, buy space from Vi, and he died, but he found the triple. That is a great 80 carry play. That's what I think that's a really high level flash and play to make sure that you're giving your team good conditions. Really impressed with Sajed and Dark Zero, who fought hard that game. But man, the individuals in Toasty and Sajed really stepped up and helped carry Dark Zero to victory.
They did indeed. That's it for our game number 1. It's a best of 5, so we have a long way to go. So get ready for game 2 after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Split 2 playoffs, where we're in the lower bracket. Dark Zero handled business in game number 1, and it looked personal. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and what a recollection it is to see DZ back in form.
Yeah, again, I know that we're starting with the Sajed pentakill, but I was so incredibly impressed with the fight where he flashed over that dragon wall, picked up 3. I know that was the only death that he had in the game, but that was so damn good from him. And a locked-in Sajed, That's a good sign for Dark Zero. Again, I think this guy has been a fantastic AD carry. He was my pick for first team All-Pro. I thought he had a great split, and to see him performing on a late game champion like Lunara, like this, was, man, really good game. And we already even talked about Toasty, who went Deathless and Legendary and also had a very big game here too.
That's the hardest thing about all this is the answers stopped coming from Blue Otter. And I think we can look at the composition and we talked about the strengths that they had. But once they start losing that pole position on the game, I think it's just so hard to execute on the things that they want to do. And I think trying to get back to a place of comfort for game number 2 is my biggest importance for this squad.
Look, I mean, again, I really feel like Blue Otter had winning positions in this game. Like, if you look at that fight before the 3rd Dragon where Quacker TP'd in too deep, that was, for me, a winning position for Blue Otter. And that could have been a really strong game for them. They were up, even when the Dragon Soul was taken by Dark Zero. On the scoreboard, the game was only 1k gold off. So, and you can see it in the gold graph. It was really the Ocean Soul that broke the backs of Blue Otter, as it was a really good soul for Dark Zero to draw, get the comp they were playing into. I do think that Blue Otter, like, if I'm behind the scenes, you know, putting the old coach's hat on, you got to balance out the fact, like I'd just be telling my team, guys, we are competitive in this. We played a good game for the first 20 minutes of this. We have to clean up X, Y, and Z. Like, keep your heads in it. I do feel like they can be competitive in this series, and they just got hands gapped a little bit by Dark Zero and the carries. I really felt like the game kind of came down to that, just 1 or 2 bad decisions. That was a pretty close game.
Yeah. Well, we ended up having a little bit of a swap up going into this game too. Blue Water are going to be on red side. So just trying to swap things up, trying to fix things, trying to figure out what they can do with the counter pick here.
Yeah, I will say, I'm wondering what they want to give up. Because if you're going to choose red side, you're opting to give something up. So are they going to give the Talia? Are they going to give the Azir? My mind just goes to mid because so many bans are eaten by Samadin, right? Also, I mean, we saw Maokai and Pantheon bans from Blue Otter on blue side. Do they drop any of those? Are they going to give up Pantheon? I think Pantheon still is a champion that if you can survive that pick early or find ways to win frontline, you can actually play into B1 Pantheon quite well. A lot of Global League teams aren't convinced by that. And they have a lot more scrim data than me, but Pantheon is a scrim god champion. So, you know, what we've seen on stage is I feel like that champion is still punishable. And I'm just curious to see what the game plan is. It's going to start with whatever they leave open.
Well, we're getting in draft number 2 and see exactly what picks are going to be led through. We are going to see a lot of the similar bans, I'm sure, from Dark Zero, banning away some of the comforts. I look at the Azir being banned at some point here as well, the Pantheon being banned unless it's let through. The Zoe is going to be the first ban from DZ, and the Pantheon banned from Blue Otter.
Talia taken away, so that's not going to be an option. I think you're kind of asking for an Azir ban here from Blue Water. If you are going to be taking away that Talia too. And then we'll see what happens with the Maokais. That is a really big pick here for, I'd say Kryra a little bit more, but both junglers, frankly, definitely expect this to play out as well.
Now, I do wonder, as we get the more comfort bans, Quackers are going to be taken off, is the mid lane matchup going to take prio in this first pick? I think B1, as I talked about in that game number 1, can be so powerful here. It's the Maokai as that final ban. What do we get here, Cubby? It's the Aurora that ends up coming through, something that was banned away last game.
Yeah, it was banned to help protect the Rumble top from Quacker, but this is also a big takeaway from Samakin, who is a very good Aurora player. So some flexibility here. I expect Kay to be able to play this as well. And we'll see if it ends up being in the hands of Toasty, where Samakin is going to be able to get a counter pick, or if they decide to use some of the flexibility. As the Udyr ban tells me that Aurora is more likely to go top. Maybe they know something that we don't. But on paper, that matchup for Aurora sounds pretty abysmal. You can never really move the Udyr.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest thing. It's about like what it does in the side lane. I like the Wukong here. I think the only sad part is that you typically, we've seen the Orianna paired with the Wukong a lot of times. It's very strong. We have seen this as a pairing as well, especially in the LPL and the Annie. So that point and click CC, at least stun blocking coming through from Blue Otter.
Okay, it's going to be the Aurora mid, so Toasty opposite of that matchup, and gives Kay a specialty pick for him. I think Jax has been the champion that in Kay's hands has looked like that is his most comfortable, his strongest champion that he's been able to bring to the table. So we'll see what the answer is for Quacker. That Udyr ban maybe setting up that Jax pick too. Not exactly sure about the Udyr top matchup. I'm sure Quacker is a lot more about this than me, but we'll see what ends up being the game plan here. If they want to give Quacker his champion, or if they go for something else. It is a Quacker and a Blue Otter specialty in the Shen.
They were one of the big teams to whip this out when it started coming into focus last time around with those big comps focused on the team fighting potential.
I want to give a few pros to the Shen. First off, Trundle steals resistances. As Shen, you get tanky, but you're probably going to be building like Titanic Hydra, Heartsteel. It's a lot of health stacking, right? So you're not giving away as many resistances. If he goes for early bombies, that can change, but I'm expecting, especially going into Trundle, go for a Tiamat start and a Titanic Hydra here on the Shen. So it does give you a way to actually still be able to play a tank in the Trundle in a way. Of course, the auto attack nullifier that Shen has too, good against the Chomp and the Jax, and you can play towards bot. So we talked earlier in the series, you know, I think Blue Otter at times are torn between letting Quacker carry or also giving more resources to Array. This is very much a game where if you pick a Shen, you're likely to be giving resources to Array. Also, I'd be amiss to not mention the fact that Shen could be played by Robex as support, so I very much expect an AD to be picked up 4 to preserve some of that flexibility, but I can see the logic and the theory behind the Shen.
So in the second phase, we see the Poppy and the Sivir ban actually from the side of Blue Otter, and the full supportal focus for DZ as they ban away the Rakan and the Alistar. This pick is going to be, but as you say, I think they need to fight fire with fire in some way, shape, or form, and giving Array the counter pick now as 5th pick in the draft is going to enable him.
Well, yeah, that's a Nico grab.
Yeah, I like it.
That's interesting. That's a lot of lockdown. Definitely a bit of a deny from Psycho, who I feel like Dark Zero has been using that decently well. And now we have options. If we are Dark Zero, what bot lane do they want to go to? I was going to mention Ezreal. I see a lot of things that make me hate my life as an AD carry, so that means it's a good game for Ezreal.
Oh, the last second switch to the Karma. So double poke bot lane, going for that kind of standoff style in the 2v2, but a lot of safety like you're talking about.
I like the Karma pick. Like Ray, I feel like it would be a decent setup for him to go Kaisa, but not into Ezreal Karma. I think you're asking to get blasted in that lane. And the Corki is already off the table, which is one of the Ezreal answers. So we'll see what Array wants to go for here. Jin's not enough damage. I do not think that there is enough damage on the Blue Otter comp. You can go Serpent's Fang on the Jin, which means it's somewhat valuable later on, but if I'm running a Shen comp, I do not want to pair this with Jin. I'm pretty surprised that this ends up being the pick for Blue Otter, because I think they really run out of damage later on.
Also, just gonna say there's only one tool that gets Jin away from a Jax, and unfortunately it's a flash, and that's a 5-minute cooldown. So in those later team fights, I do expect that to really be a big focus for K if he can find the angles, and I think Array's gonna have a tough time finding his foot in the door for this game. But I think it's important to focus on that they need him to focus. I mean, he had the counter pick, right? And I think there is a chance for Jin to carry, but it's a lot harder to get there than I feel like the execution is for Dark Zero's side coming into game 2.
Yeah, I don't see it for Blue Otter. I mean, I think that we really have to focus on the Annie Wukong early on, because if this pick doesn't get going, or this duo doesn't get going, they run out of damage. It's going to have to be a Serpent's Fang in the build for Jin. I can't imagine them being able to deal with the Trundle Karma, and Karma is a great pairing for Trundle and Jax this game. Outside of just the lane where the poke from the Ezreal Karma, as you highlighted, Mazel, is really frustrating to play against as an AD, and definitely is a counter to the bot lane that's showing for Blue Otter. So I'm concerned about this game. I don't see...
Does that mean that they're relying on this mid jungle more then? Like,
of course, yeah, no,
obviously
exactly.
like full focus on what they can do.
Oh yeah, no, that's what we were just talking about. I mean, you got to get Annie. Annie has to get the Wukong going, and then we're gonna have to see what Fryer can do.
That's a tough position to be in, though, especially when you're starting to watch those games slip away. At least in the first one, you still have a lot of time left, still have a lot of games to go in this best of 5, but it's still a dark door on the other side of this series for one of these teams. And I really want to see some of that Blue Water magic come into the mix here as we see in this lower bracket. But I mean, this Dark Zero team is just feeling like a beast now. They have continuously found drafts that feel so, I guess, synergistic with the style they like to bring, but also just the mechanics they bring to the table. And I'm looking to see if Blue Otter can upset that trend a little bit here. Get your vote in, DZ or Blue, to see who you think is going to win this game number 2.
Well, I'd vote DZ. I very much favor their composition here. I don't really
So why
see a
the red
world.
side then? Why did Blue Otter switch to red side? Help reason with me. Tell me.
You get to pick a counter on the top side. Maybe they were down, like, maybe they just really wanted the anti-Wukong and to play a composition from there. Do you think Samikin's a good anti-player? But yeah, I'm concerned about the damage profile. I don't think that anti-Wukong with a Shen, with a Jin, with a Nico is enough damage. You're gonna fall off later on very hard. So for me, all the focus has to be on that Blue Otter early game. And the only lanes they really win are, it really is just mid and hopefully mid jungle. And even then, going up against an Aurora, like your first 3 levels as Aurora, you are ridiculously strong. So I think it's going to be kind of a tricky one here. I can see ways that both comps could play out the last game. I think the way for Blue Otter to play this game, it kind of runs out for me after the 2nd or 3rd Stand United.
Okay.
And we're just going to have to see if there's enough gas in the tank for them, or if they can build up a big enough lead early on to make sure that they can overcome the lack of damage that they have in their comp later on. Because if this Jin's like not ahead by a full item, okay, we're gonna. I think this.
I'm just making the checklist
Okay.
for the amount of Shen ultis. So I have it listed 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
And then Cubby sad face after 3.
You must have some powerful nails over there, Mazel.
I do. We made a graph.
I do.
fight, you know.
Made a graph fight.
Yeah,
all
that would be
right,
nice.
Wolverine. All right.
Yeah. But I think it's important to factor that in. And we'll keep an eye on that going into the game itself, because I do think there is that little bit of a time stamp on their composition. But I think that's where we can look back to some of the decisions in the objectives and things in that game number 1 and hope that they can stay proactive. Game 2 is kicking off between these two teams. Dark Zero in the advantage here going into game 2 after a dominant game 1 victory. We'll see if Blue Otter's got some of that beautiful blue magic left in the tank here. Game number 2 kicking off now.
Hi, Mazel. Well, we'll see if they find anyone bot. Early ward dropped and an early sweeper picked up. Gonna secure that bot lane priority for the Ezreal Karma. I feel like how Dark Zero playing to guarantee that. As if you start up in this lane, you will win this lane very hard. And you can see with the tech that Array has gone, it is a boots pots game for him on the Jhin. And if there's any lane to pull that off in, you got to believe it's going to be going up against Ezreal Karma. But no D-Blade start. That's an expensive one in today's day of League of Legends, Mazel. That's kind of an essential item down there.
Just a little bit. I'm very curious. I think that the setup between these two teams is so interesting in terms of the narratives we've seen from them this year. And it sucks to say that we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams, obviously. But as we said earlier, I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. And I think through all the changes, through all the craziness for both squads, TBH, but especially for Dark Zero, it's so crazy to me to see them still at such a place of power. And I think Sajid talked about it earlier on in the split, as well as multiple other members like Toasty, where it's been a structure that's been established with Dark Zero from players that were there before that has kind of carried over. I think that is so powerful in a tier 2 setting, and I just have to highlight it for this squad,
I mean,
who is looking like themselves a little bit more.
Yeah, obviously, I think that what Maryville and what now Dark Zero have done, it's been very impressive. I'm going to rope Maryville into this. I don't think there's been a player that has come from Maryville that has done better at the next level than what they did on Maryville. And that's not to hate on the players they've been able to promote. That's to give a lot of credit and kudos over to what they've been able to build over there. Because they legitimately have a better team culture than, I would say, half the teams in LTA. I sincerely believe that. And the fact that these guys get to go to school together for the majority of them and compete together in the same room and just see other teams compete too. Like, you're in the same room as a national championship winning Overwatch and Valorant teams as well. Like, that's such a big motivator to have peers, even if it's not the same game and competing at that level. And yeah, I think it's really speaks to what they've been able to do.
Yeah.
And while you said they've been able to do it with a lot of rotating pieces, they've always had the same pieces behind those players. In Quirky,
Exactly,
Cat
and that's what I was
and
going to
now
talk about
Niles.
next.
Yeah.
I think that's the coolest thing is when we talked to Toasty, he was like, we asked him at the beginning, swapping in, being that main role, what does that mean to you? He's like, it doesn't feel different because I was always behind. I always knew the structure they wanted to go with, and when I slotted in, it was just another piece of the puzzle. And I think that's, again, that's something so unique and so rare in the Tier 2 system.
I mean, Spyrax was a top 3 mid for like a year and a half, and you gotta step in and step up to that. That is definitely a big ask. But hey, Toasty, we have this player being highly lauded for many reasons, and it's good to see what he's been able to do here. Now, we haven't talked a lot about the game, but there has been a lot to talk about. Bot lane is getting smashed by Blue Otter, and we just have a trade of crabs coming in. We'll see if we get any action mid. Samikin might lose his flash here.
They're playing with their health bars a little bit. Kryra is here on the other side. Kisno's going to show his face. The stun is there. Just going to pull it back on a Kit. He didn't actually
threw the
hit combo.
W
That's
out.
a little bit tough. It's okay. It's okay. Didn't matter anyways.
Threw the W out before the Q connected. Did have a nice sidestep, though, on Toasty's Q. So Samikin able to sneak out of that one okay. As Quacker, this is one of the few timers where Quacker, like the Shen, can win against the Jax. So good to see him taking advantage of this. Should be a crash, and then we'll see if he bases. Again, I think Tiamat has got to be the option here for the Shen. As definitely a Quacker special down there.
And that's what I love to see, continuing to go with the comforts. First game we got the Samikin Lux. Didn't pan out for them there, but seeing Quacker be able to take the Shen here. And now with some of the damage coming down on Rovex, it's going to be just fully forced out as Quacker does TP down as we get the lane swap come through for Blue Otter.
And this is dangerous, actually. Psycho's
Oh,
going to get
Psycho!
down.
Oh, no! Quacker gets the first blood for Blue Otter, and it feels like we're right back to game number 1's early game. Sajad's going to be forced to get over the wall with his flash. Didn't have the arcane shift up, and this lane swap has just kind of leaked out for Blue Otter.
Oh! Quacker going to actually... Okay, he only gets the cleanse, so it's not fully worth, but that was still kind of hype. Just curious, like, what's the answer to this? Are they able to... They buy Jhin a little bit of time on the top side, but they should give up the dragon here as Kisno's making his way down. But what a TP in play. I mean, Zyko was just not expecting this. And Flash's air there as the auto attack still goes through. And good first blood from Quacker and Blue Otter.
You see now the dragon being taken by Dark Zero as a bit of recompense. Coming through for the early stacking for themselves. That does mean that they should be in position potentially contest over this grub. And I think that's the next conversation we have to have is who is a bit favored in that situation. We've talked so much from the draft that it's Blue Otter on a timer. Is that their saving grace, kind of taking those early big objectives like the grub?
Well, if you're not going to get first dragon, then you definitely got to find a way to get something. I think that's very fair. I do like how they've swapped out of this lane. We didn't talk about this one in draft, but I think this was kind of a must. And yeah, we're going to see K actually TP down to try and play back into the Shen. They very much want this 2v2 matchup to stick. So, and now, I mean, you're in a bit of a jam as Blue Otter because if you want to play for the grubs, you got to keep your bot lane up here. Because Quacker can get involved with a Stand United, and K cannot. So, any grub fight, you got to keep the lanes. If you're going to stay in that 2v2 where you're still getting smashed.
Yeah, that's the the not fun part necessarily. We are getting that culmination of the path up towards these grubs in about a minute's time for both junglers. And I think the focus on the junglers hasn't necessarily been the biggest spotlight so far. We had some very bright spotlights on Toasty and Sajed in that game number 1. But it's still the undercurrent that makes this game tick, especially with the impact they have for their teams. And we've seen so far this split. Kryra did get a little bit jungle gap somewhat in game number 1. Kisno was finding the better of him here, but I think on the Wukong, it enables his playmaking in a lot of ways. And I think that's really important for a member that knows Dark Zero very well.
Yeah, of course, the big choice for Dark Zero this past offseason was if they were going to go for Clyro or Kisno in the jungle, and that was a tough decision to make over there in Korea. Definitely one where Sajed said that, you know, a little bit worried the fact that Cryro, I mean, he's like, hey, he's got the download on the team, right? He spent a month with us in Korea grinding and trying to figure out what the best scenario was for this next split, and ended up going with Kisno. Has been a solid split for Dark Zero, but Cryro up a level right now and making his way here. Keep in mind, Stand United gave it a 5v4 for Blue Otter, so I think this is a very risky take for Dark Zero. The fact they got one grub, I think, is a big win.
Did end up grabbing. Samikin doesn't have Tibbers, and Rovex loses a chunk of his health. There goes Kryra into the back line, into this setup of Sajed and Toasty, and he just takes him down right in the middle of the team. Curtain call is going to be pulled open, and Blue Otter are looking to make the show of a lifetime here in game number 2. They're going to get a pick there as well, and Piece of Warfare completed for Blue Otter.
Yeah, I don't agree with Dark Zero fighting that. I mean, they're going to get a lot of resources into the Jax for that play, but you were always signing up to fight a 4v5 as Dark Zero. So, again, I thought taking away one grub was a big win. If you can get out after that, that would have been nice, but they opted to try and stick around, and now they're going to opt for a play on Samikin. He's no flash.
Samikin! One last hit from Toasty, gets it, but Kryra comes in and gets his second kill of the game. Kisno does have really good fighting strength in this moment. Kryra's just going to try to clear the wave as best as possible, but you got to think, Kryra's got 2 kills now on the Wukong.
That's a positive. I think that trade is still okay. I mean, you just trade in mids. It's all good. But hey, at least we did mention in draft that the option for Blue Otter, it has to be to get this Wukong ahead. They're a comp that lacks damage for sure, right? So Wukong, an early Trinity Force can fix a lot of those problems, Mizel. And we'll see if Blue Otter can continue to push the pace of the game, because they need to.
They need to, indeed. That timer is still ticking there, even with some of the kills going over. And the fact that we had first item now completed for Toasty with the Malignance, the Aurora is going to start punching pretty strongly. We do see a little bit of movement on the map. I think that next connection I want to consistently see is between Kryra, Samikin, and Rovex, roaming around the map and trying to find advantages. We have another dragon coming up here soon. Could be Dark Zero's favor to try to get some more of these stacking objectives going, buy themselves more time as well, but I could see a world where Blue Otter try to contest.
I do want to see how long it takes for Quacker to hit level 9 here, just to see what the experience difference is between him and the Jax, because again, the trade-off there was that K gets a lot of free time, and that Jax scaling is very dire. And look, where the game is right now for Blue Otter, this is not a big enough lead. Like they need to be up for me 4K gold by the 20-minute mark, or more.
We're already down 1 Shen ulti. I've got it marked on my paper.
That's true. At least that one cashed in. That was a good one.
It was. It was.
So, that said, where do we go from here if we're Blue Otter? Because every dragon matters. Any dragon picked up here by Dark Zero buys them 5 minutes, and I will say Blue Otter has odds of rolling a decent soul here between the dragons that are left. So I think there's going to be a straight-up give by Dark Zero, and yeah, they're looking at the Shen. But I think Quacker could play defense. He is not diveable up there.
Yeah,
so
no, not at all.
It's going to be a straight win for Blue Otter. I feel like this is just, given the drafts where the game's at right now, no surprise. Kryra does have that early Trinity Force, so good news for Blue Otter is the fact that they can continue to keep that Shen alive top lane while they find wins on the bot side.
Kisno and K need to be a little bit careful because you have the collapse coming out from Blue Otter back onto this side of the map as Kryra is coming over. Does have the improved blast cone to get a lot of distance there. Samikin also has his CC chain ready to go. And will be DZ moving out after proxying that wave topside and stealing a little bit of the jungle away from Kryra. We get Ships in the Night backing and the reset coming fully through for DZ. As I do believe TP may be going to be used. As K is actually going to save it. Going to walk out just in case for these next fights to join that Stand United if he needs to.
That's a good shout, Lennon, as you will need that TP up to match the plays of Quacker, who has a little bit more opportunity to impact.
He has 2 choices. Not fair. He has 2 ways to get there.
It is the 2v1. All he needed was the 1v0 in the last one with the Stand United versus no TPs. But he is able to be a menace on the map. Again, importance on Blue Water to continue to play this game quickly. We do not think they have enough damage in their comp later on. Going into a Karma and Jax Trundle, I don't think that's too hot of a take. I don't have to sit here and explain that one I think if you're watching Tier 2 League of Legends, you probably know. You know?
Hey, what's worse is, like, I'm the biggest Jin stan out there. And even I know that.
Yeah.
That's like the
Yeah,
worst
you were
part
not
about
signing
it
up
all.
for this one either, Mazel, and I agree with you. Yeah.
It is a tough world out there for Jins all around. It is going to be the Yumu start, though. We have been seeing this a little bit more on the Jins, but it is going to be that little bit of an item spike over just because Sajed does have to buy the Trinity Force. Samikin, he's going to use the improved blast cone to get away. If he didn't have that, that was going to be a little bit scary. But DZ trying to move out on the map and relieve some of the pressure that Blue Otter have been playing with.
It is good safety for him as Kisno.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the fight. Kisno didn't expect Kryra to be there, but they didn't expect Toasty to be there too. A little bit of that mid lane scuffle going. Zyko is the buffer right now as Toasty gets a chunk of health back from Kryra as that engage came through. It is a play for Blue Otter trying to push the mantle of DZ down here.
Do they want to continue this? They did. Stand
They
United.
stopped
Here we go.
Kisno, the flash play, the lockdown with the Stand United, and that's number 2 coming. It's looking so damn good. They need to be
Gotta go
careful
now,
though.
though.
TP's coming in. That's K joining, and K's massive here. He can fight them
Cannon
through
tank.
the counter strike on the 2, but they
cannon.
can't get him. Zyko's going down now too. Kryra flashes beautifully away from DZ. K's losing his health bar, but he gets a shutdown before he goes down. Now Array with the 4th shot has his eyes on Sajed. Can't find it. Not gonna flash, but he's gonna open up those curtains and look for him anyways. 1 shot, 2 shot, gonna be Arcane shifted out of.
Well, shout out to Rovex using one of the most OP mechanics that exists in League of Legends, and that is Nico transforming into a cannon minion, because that is what opened up this die for Blue Otter, one that they needed, as we keep on talking about how they have to use these Stand Uniteds to push the game forward. And shout out to Quacker, his first 2 ults have been great team plays for Blue Otter. And that was off the back of Rovex taking a play. It looked a little bit overly aggressive until keep your eyes on this Nico, because Rovex is going to take aggro and swap over to a cannon minion. And you know what happens when that's the case? Well, it's kind of...
Does no damage.
It's a mechanic that exists in the game, but the cannon minion, like, the damage doesn't ramp. You just get the same damage every single time, get to use that health bar. Rovex used that beautifully. It meant that Blue Otter could play that undeterred under the tower, because Rovex is just taking care of business, being the tankiest Nico you've ever seen.
The fact that Nico has 2 extremely busted abilities, and the fact that he could do that and the
fact that
Flash
exists.
Pop Blossom,
I get very
is just
angry when I see
disgusting.
that. You know, I was
It is-
excited there. It's afterwards now. This clip won't make it on the Twitter. I can be angry.
It's
I don't like
disgusting.
that mechanic.
It is
I do that
absolutely
mechanic.
disgusting.
We're not a
The
fan,
fact that it's
but
taken so long for this to become a normal play as well is hilarious to me. They're going to try to make a normal play on bot side, and there it is again. Lockdown onto Toasty, and Rovex picks up the kill this time.
Man, Rovex having a great game here. Rovex, old mid laner. I used to play against him when I was in college, when he was the mid laner for Columbia College. He was a melee specialist. Abused a lot of Pike mid in Season 7. Another specialty champion he has down there. But on the Nico, the mage, he's looked really good this game. And it's been, I think Rovex, for me, at this time last year, Mazel, was having the best split we've ever seen out of him. And we just didn't really see him put together the same 2 splits for Blue Water between spring and summer. But to have him step up now, that is a big part of why they were able to take down Supernova. And now Blue Water, I mean, this is a 2K gold lead, so we're like decently on pace. Again, we need to continue to push this game forward. But this is a decent game state for Blue Water. I think the next Dragon and the Rift Herald is still very important. They can continue to execute because they got to preserve this lead before they get out of scale.
All right, I'll ask you right now. I'll give you 1 chance. Just as Raz gets a chance to flip-flop every time he's on LTA,
no.
do you add any Stand Uniteds to the quota here? We said 3 at the beginning.
He's at 4.
He's at 4?
or 5.
Okay,
yeah.
we added
I mean,
1. Chat, we added 1.
Hitting, if they keep on hitting, man, these are
just
hitting
keep
big.
adding, you know.
I'm standing united with Quacker and his Stand Uniteds, all right?
Okay, I'm here
12th
for
man.
that.
And I'm a lot more normal than the Texas A&M 12th man.
True.
Yeah.
Or Seattle, you could do either. It is the Dragon, though, started by DZ. This would be second if they get it. They're also going to get a turret in bot side. They did just give over that top lane pressure a little bit, though, and the fight could still come their way. Blue Water moving in. They got the Rift Herald play in mid lane. They're going to take this turret in trade for the Dragon, and they're going to keep DZ from moving over. You wonder if they go for a second one. The charge coming through, and that's going to be the charge into the tier 2 turret by Cryro.
Last cone hit, another turret picked up. Quacker should be able to stand United of this. K's not here, so we have a fight brewing.
Samikin's in trouble. Samikin's by himself. Stand United coming in onto a Ray, but it's already Samikin gone. You lose a lot of your CC chaining there as True Shot Barrage comes in onto Quacker. Kryra getting engaged by Toasty. Blue Water looking for an exit. Array's not on the right path here, but he luckily had a trap in play, and does mean K can't really chase him down. And that's the exit from Blue Water. A slow one, but still a good one.
All right, well, if you are Blue Water, I don't know if that was exactly worth for you. Because the Chem Dragon going over, keep in mind that buffs up.
No. K just back. Finish your pick.
No,
K!
not.
Stop it!
Look top.
K, go away!
Look top.
K, go away! K, stop it! I don't want to see this! Oh, man!
All right.
K's just a Jin hater. That's what we've decided.
Well, that was a marksman's worst nightmare. Array did not check that brush with a trap. He gets jumped on by the Jax, and he goes down. Good trade by Kryra, who continues to be very big and very fed in this game as well. So, I mean, that Wukong at 2 items right now, that is, that's pretty scary, I think, if you are the Dark Zero team. But
I told you, the only thing he has to get away from it is the flash, and he saved it. And then in the end used it to try to get away. But he does get the trade back for Kryra.
It was a good attempt on the trade by Kryra. He kind of preemptively cast a DR. You can try and get the cancel against K, but not the case. Still, that Chem Dragon. Oh, hold on.
Oh my God, Psycho. Instantly flashing and healing and redemptioning everything he had right there. But they're still fighting. They're going for Samikin now, and he's just running at them now too. Kizdo, in the midst of everything, is going to get the curtain call. Psycho, need to be careful. Sajed is trying to dodge through and is going to end up tanking the one that he needed to. Blue Water going to move down to this bot side. Atacon is spawning.
Yeah.
Easy.
That's the big thing for me. Samikin, he has TP. He should TP back. I think they can rip the Otacon right now, which they will hit it. So I do like this call from Blue Water again. I think it's important to continue to push the pace of the game. They have the lead now. They kind of force bad conditions out of Dark Zero there, and this might just be a seed, but they're not being very aggressive in hitting this.
They're not confident. K is going to take the top side, and he can TP still.
If they rip it, it's so good, but they're kind of split on the wave.
Oh, it's going to reset now. They got to get back over to the pit.
They're
oh,
okay,
no.
So it's not going to fully reset.
Okay.
Quacker's going to hold the door. They're just going to keep Trundle out. But this is taking too long. The resistance is going to be
way
shredded.
too
It's
long.
bad.
Oh, the TP coming in now. Atacon, it goes the way of Blue Water, but they're going to try to get out. K gets stopped on his way, but he's going for the counter-strike. Kizdo's flashing, tries to get the pillar onto Kryra. He's just running at it with the Tundra. The speed of the ice letting him forward as Kryra has to pop the Cyclone to get away. The flash burned as well. Blue Water get out with their lives and the Atacon.
Kryra actually played that really well. He canceled the leap strike from K and then used the move speed from the plant to also get out, but the health bars are still low. Mid-outer is going to fall.
You do lose a lot of that pressure in mid lane as they do end up finding a little bit of reprieve. They lose their turret. DZ going for a second one here too, potentially.
I think this is a little ambitious. Samikin has ult, so
Kryra's so
if he
mad.
got in range.
He could literally one-shot Sajed right now.
Look at
if
Rovex.
he was able to connect.
Rovex is really low. I know it doesn't show on the clone, but okay, we're going to retreat. That's going to be it. I mean, at least Blue Water get the Otacon, but the gold gap's closing. And we haven't seen them run out of damage yet, but it's starting to feel like the fights are, I'd say, a little bit harder. Like, we're seeing the Jax and Trundle be pretty big. And I mean, honestly, that fight, Blue Otter is kind of lucky to walk out the way they did. I think losing one and getting Otacon is well worth it on paper. And with how that fight looked or started off, it looks like it could have been a lot worse for Blue Water.
It definitely could have been, as we are getting to that second item potential, and that's where I do want to do a check-in of the map states. We've gotten to that point here. I mean, we're 3 Stand Uniteds in. We have the one more ready to go before that precipice of reach. Are we still okay with Blue Water's position in this game?
No, I favor Dark Zero at this point, honestly.
Okay.
Like, I think this is
Kryra's
the last...
not enough?
No, I think 2 items is kind of the last break point they have to actually give this one a go. I do want to credit Blue Otter. I think the Swifties are quite good this game. There's the getting through the slows of the Trundle and the Karma. Actually, a decent choice. Swifties a Slotan boot. But yeah, I think the execute at this point, that they have to find a way to either interrupt Toasty or find Sajed, but Sajed's so damn fed. I think it's gonna be tough.
And you might have a little bit of a difference in item breakpoints between the two junglers, but a set has been completed by Dark Zero. They have the triple Trinity Force. As I don't know what buffs you get when you complete that, but it's still a very strong breakpoint for Dark Zero. You can see they're trying to play around with it.
I think that's a great TFT idea there, Marcel. They give 3 Trinity Forces on the same person. Gotta lead
Kind of cool.
something.
Like an Easter egg.
Yeah. Well, it's more than an Easter egg. I want more damage, all right?
I want something out of this.
Tons of damage.
We're going to take a look at the setup now. It looks like Quacker's going to actually walk over. He still has that Stand United, and we're looking for that big combination play call from Blue Otter.
Blue Otter don't have any river control now, though. And Quacker, like the way that he's playing the Shen, it's not... He's up in CS against the Jax, but he hasn't been like that raw, dedicated Sidemanner where you're able to kind of put the Dark Zero like on a timer, right? Where, okay, if we don't do anything, we're going to lose to a Shen split push. Because he can play away when everyone else is grouped. But
okay, missing the
low,
counter-strike.
Fine,
Robeck
Toasty.
snuck in there with a 3-man, as now they're going on to Array. Array is losing his health bar. Array is the target right now, and now Kryra is away from the fight too. Dark Zero, they have just found the crack in the armor. They found the shutdown on a Kryra too, and the last one standing is just poor Quacker, as Robex ran far, far away from this fight. Dark Zero start to take control of map 2.
Blue Otter, they find engage on the Toasty, but the carries were able to get enough damage off before they went down. Sajed played this fight so aggressively too, as Kryra gets so low from Toasty. Again, Wukong, you get the armor, not the MR, and Sajed flashes over, ends up finishing off Array, and was able to get enough damage down where Kryra goes down soon after. So, again, I think Sajed trading his life there was the right call. You spanked the fight. You were able to take down, trade ADs, and then make sure that the jungler fell too. He didn't need to be up after that one. They have enough DPS between the Jax Trundle to make sure they rip through that dragon, exactly what Dark Zero did. And giving away those couple of Chemtech dragons, kind of scary, Mazel, because again, the healing, the shielding, more powerful for Dark Zero, not to mention the tenacity too. And think about those stats given, you know, Trundle, Karma. That really buffs them up for having extra tenacity to deal with the Annie, the Nico, the Shen. I do think that giving up the, like, Dark Zero for me, both games have gotten really good dragon rolls, and they've used it really well.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's about taking advantage of those moments, right? And knowing when you're strong. I think that 2-item spike really coming online for them now and being utilized. The question is, can Blue Water still pull it together? I will say we've reached our quota of Stand United. Are we giving him another one, or is that the break point that you talked about?
No, this game's over.
Okay.
Yeah, this game's over.
Well,
I'd be very surprised from this game state if Dark Zero doesn't pull this one off. Again, I think for Blue Otter, Game 2, I'd put this one a little bit more on the draft. I know that they had a lead, but I think this draft is really hard to win as you play this one out. Game 1, I thought was a really close game, just execution. A couple things went sideways for Blue Water, but hey, Blue Water, they look competitive. I feel like Game 1 was much more competitive than this one, even if the scoreboard might be closer.
Very true.
But yeah, I just don't know, like, you run out of damage so fast, and we're going to have to see if Array is able to get that Serpent's Fang, and if that actually changes anything, because it is very high value against Karma, but I'm looking at Samikin's Annie. He's been pulled around and forced to group so much. Like, can he do anything this game? Like, I don't know. He's kind of run out of damage, I mean,
they have so much CC, but what does that CC do if you don't have damage to follow it up? And that's the question mark we're having for Blue Water in game number 2. And unfortunately, they're not going to be getting damage anytime soon. The rapid fire is second for Array. And we are on 3 items now for Sajed.
Yeah, and that Shojin is always a big one for Ezreal. And Sajed's done such a great job of making sure that he has good economy, as per usual. If you want to be a good AD carry, you want to be a good carry player, you got to be able to make sure you're maximizing your resources. That at times is step 1 to playing at the highest level. Sajed definitely has the capability to do that. And, man, again, I just love the aggression that we've seen from Sajed. It really feels like he's been on point today.
Yeah, he has. And I mean, we have 40 CS differential in mid and in bot. I think if we're giving out early MVPs for this series so far, Toasty and Sajed are right there next to each other. They've had incredible influence already across both early games here. Blue Otter going to be pushed out of their jungle. They are losing some of their turrets here in top side especially, but mid lane is hanging on by a thread.
It's like all Blue Otter kind of hanging on by a thread here. Is their ability to make plays has been snuffed out by the map control of Dark Zero, and scaling of Dark Zero just continuing to kick in. As Cannon Minion, that one was almost as OP as Rovek's Cannon Minion, but I feel like he still gets the win. As that cleans up the outer turret, and then Quacker, he's a little bit too far up here. They don't have control over that bot side, so he can't really push any more waves up. Gonna have to see that decay, and we'll see if I mean, any play that Blue Otter makes gets answered by double TPs. They really don't have any good conditions that they can play off of right now, which credit to Dark Zero for stabilizing this game, slowing it down, and making sure that they're just taking away a lot of the windows that Blue Otter can use to make plays and win.
Yeah, and it's been a signature of DZ to take some of this team fighting potential, obviously try to set up Sajed in a lot of ways, and we have seen them opt into earlier games as well, but I really think that the 2 drafts we've gotten from them have been so strong. And you can back up the mechanical execution there, but they're just solid drafts.
Just solid. Again, I think that Ezreal Karma and Amiga was really sound. Good.
Oh, they're going to go on to
opportunity.
He's got the arcane shift. He doesn't get out. Shutdown goes over. They actually found the big pick. Psycho's going to fall immediately after. Kills going over to Blue Otter as K goes on to Sammy. Kid tries to get him in the end, but he can't. And now Array is able to help with the frontline play. They get the lockdown. DZ just fed themselves to the meat grinder here as K tries to go back in and get one more. Another shutdown goes over. That's 4 dead bodies on the side of DZ and only 1 for Blue Otter. They're going to push down mid lane. No, they're going to ping over to the Baron.
You got to take objectives. You cannot push for the end. You have a Jhin, but that's a huge mistake from Sajed. We've been praising him a lot. He said at times, I play too aggressively. I have to make sure that I kind of get those bad moments out if I'm going to play at the highest level. That was a bad moment there from Sajed. No reason for him to be up on that wave, and Blue Otter, props to them, fully punished the mistake from Sajed. This should be Baron. We'll see if they're able to deny the Chemtech Soul as well.
Rovek's trying to dodge away from Kizno. We'll have the improved blast cone there, and Baron secured. Blue Otter buy themselves a little bit more time and a 2,000 gold lead.
Is it Chem Soul? Again, this is a very, very good
They're
soul
coming down.
for Dark
They're
Zero.
TPing.
The permanent buff for Dark Zero, I would favor versus the Baron. I think they have to deny this dragon. TP's being used to try and get in position. Sajid's doing his best to poke. He has no summoner spells. Has to be a little bit more careful. Flash up on Kryra.
3 items there for Kryra. He also has the GA now, so you can play a little bit more flippantly with his health bar. Dragon had been started up, and now they're going to go for the play on the Quacker. The CC chain, the Tibbers, the pop loss, about a 2-3, and then they get more. Rovex goes golden. Kryra is using this health bar beautifully. It will be Rovex going down. Will he follow soon after? It will be the case. Kryra just getting bursted down. He tries to get away. Can't do it. The flash is forfeit, and that should be the soul to DZ.
Soul, and while Blue Otter continue to show grit, show fight, it's just not enough to take down Dark Zero. As these later games, I mean, the constant run out of steam, and it just feels like you kind of enter the black hole where no matter what happens, no matter what you can do, you just can't really find the win. And man, that was a good play by Blue Otter to get the pick on Sajed. That was a massive mistake from him. I mean, a potential game loser. But I got a question taking the Baron over the Chem Soul. Like, I don't think you can allow the Chemtech Soul to go over, and also, I mean, you are forced to make risky plays at this point. I think you, like, Baron plus Chem Soul, like, maybe that's your only way out of the game, like, if you actually want to find a winner, at least denying Chem Soul, but now, you lost the fight, you can't do anything with the Baron, the other team has Chem Soul, and we're right back where we were as Blue Otter.
And the hardest thing about that is the fact that now you're staring down the barrel of an Elder Dragon timer. You have the Chemtech Soul to fight against with this composition, all the tenacity and everything along those lines as well. And it's DZ that have utilized this strength very well. And Blue Otter were able to get a little bit of pick, but it hasn't been just enough. You did finally get the IE completed for Array, though. That might feel good enough.
Yeah, we'll see if that can be enough. Oh, Samikin, hold on.
Samikin's getting locked down now. True shot barrage with a snipe from Sajed.
Well, folks, Sajed, he's not a pro yet, but that Azrael play there might have just been the pro diff from Sajed. So While we wrap up our Baron, shout out to our sponsor, ProDiff.gg. Scan the QR code to head over to the website and check out the coaches available. Hint, all the coaches are pros. So learn from the best, the ones that do it themselves, over at ProDiff.gg, featuring a lot of our NACL players as well.
Yeah, some one-on-one coaching from players and coaches from the LTA, NACL, and ERL. Go scan that QR code.
Some LTA South players in there now as well.
Yeah.
So good to see them growing, more coaches signing up. Especially when you lose coaches like Doko and Darklings who are doing bigger and better things. So.
Who are maybe a little busy, like we said earlier.
They're still in the bracket. Shout out to this guys.
Right.
My boy Ido may or may not be watching, maybe in scrims, but we'll see what happens. I already said I'm popping over to the Disguise camp before they compete in the promotion relegation tournament. I'm not going to turn tail on the NACL teams, but I do need to scout out all the teams that will be in there. So we'll see what Disguise says cooking, and it has been fun to see them play better at the next level. Of course, we're focused on this level right now, as Darkseer looking to put the finishing touches on the game, and while the scoreboard doesn't look super in their favor, the draft, the champions they have at this point of the game, it does feel very in their favor.
So let's talk from the Blue Otter perspective. How do you find a little bit of ground to stand on here in this second game?
That should ask that question 15 minutes ago. Which I think you did. There's no more ground to stand on.
I did. There's nothing. It's like the Wile E. Coyote in Looney Tunes.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good reference, actually. I think you have to hope that, kind of like Wile E. Coyote, you get the terrain pulled out from under him, is what we saw from Sajed in the mid lane as he looked at
How long can they stay in the air like he does, you know?
How long until we flash the help sign? Yeah, the ACME, like, help, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to get that here in at least this game number 2 setup, as we did finally get third item for Kizno. He's going to be Omega tanky now with the Randuin's completed and that Spirit Visage behind it. And right now it just feels like DZ have to handle business and finish this one off. It's still dead even in the gold, but if you think about the way the compositions can work, if Blue Otter find one good pick like they did the last time on Sajed, I think that's where things boil down. But DZ have the easier execution.
I think you got to pray for Elder. Also, maybe if Array gets a Serpent's Fang, that could be a difference maker, but at this point, not sure. While we don't have action, did you know that there was actually a full Wile E. Coyote movie that was made and then ended up being shelved for tax write-off purposes by Warner Bros?
Nice. I have heard that they do that.
It got really, really, really good scores in their early screenings, and I was very
mad. Tax
mad.
are more important.
Because tax write-offs are important, but not like that. I want the art. It's important for you as an individual, not as a corporation, and they don't pay enough taxes to begin with. So you know.
Exactly.
Maybe I should stop talking. I might get in trouble.
We're just going to keep talking about Looney Tunes. Speaking of, who's your favorite Looney Tune?
Oh, it's oh god, why am I blanking on the name? It's the cat.
Sylvester?
Yeah, Sylvester. Sylvester's hands down. It's him or Elmer Fudd. Those are hands down the two funniest characters.
Okay. Elmer Fudd's pretty funny. I think Marvin Martian had some funny moments.
Great. He's up there. He is. That's a good
Daffy
pick.
Duck is always a good one.
I have a Marvin the Martian Christmas sweater. All right? Real one.
All right. Well, also OG Bugs Bunny can go a long way. All right. Well, let's see if Blue Otter can pull a rabbit out of the hat with this one. DZ and try to get their best setup here as they look to posture around the Baron. We're going to go in onto Quacker with K, who's getting Omega Strong now with 4 items completed. Blue Otter going to push in mid lane. They still have the GA available for Kryra. And looking at this next fight, it's all about the angles that Blue Otter take.
Oh, looks like Quacker might get slowed up. Kryra on the approach. They're looking for the carry. Sajed, get out.
Yeah, Sajed is going to use the flash preemptively just to make sure he can get away. The biggest problem is Quacker still has Stand United, so it's not like it's a 4v5. He's going to back, and he's going to come right back into the fight with a big shield as Kizno tanking a brunt of damage, but Blue Otter, they're on the wrong side of the fight here. They're on the wrong side of the tables as DZ are turning it. Kryra goes into the backline. Kryra tries to go in. They got the Stand United. Beautiful play from Blue Otter. They are able to find one, but look at K. He's going to get the double counter strike. Sajed able to tank up so much, but he can't tank up enough. He goes down, and the GA is popped by Kryra. K's going down to it. Blue Otter coming. They're doing it.
What happened in that fight? I saw Toasty blow everyone up, but no one went down. Sajed ends up falling, And Blue Otter, they pulled the rabbit out of the hat, Mazel.
They
There was a
did.
massive fight from Kryra.
Apparently, they are Bugs Bunny incarnated, as Elder Dragon is on the table, and DZ are nowhere to be found.
Honestly, I need to replay that one. Because I saw the ult go down from Aurora. I saw the pillar go down from Kisno. I thought that was the fight. I thought that was it. But Quacker was able to hop on top of Kryra, who just had a massive fight on the Wukong. And they actually get out with the Elder.
They got the Elder after all. 38 minutes in, and now with 2 minutes plus on the buff. I don't know if DZ can fight anymore.
I mean, you're going up against an Elder. You got to wait out the Elder. We're going to see how much Blue Otter can get. They should use this to play bully ball and take the Baron. Should not be in contest here by Dark Zero. You just give this one away. And again, I mean, when we get a chance, I need to see that last fight. I did not actually see how Kryra was able to pull that one out. I was focused on the wrong side. I thought for sure we're going to see the Blue Otter carries fall. But no, they stand tall,
Kryra's
they win the fight.
Damn strong, man.
They get Elder, they get Baron. Serpent's Fang might be coming in here soon for Array. And it doesn't matter how far behind the Sandy is. She still brings the utility, brings the stuns, and a lot of damage with the bear build.
Ooh.
It seems like it's enough. At least for now. You gotta wait out Elder now if you're Dark Zero. I still really favor Dark Zero's comp later on, even with the gold deficit they have. But we gotta give a lot of props to Blue Otter for standing tall in some of these fights.
I talked so much about it before that last fight. The execution really matters for Blue Otter. If they can find the right angles, and my God, they found it. And now they're looking for the permanent damage in the base. DZ going to be here in full strength, though. They still have so many tools available to them as well. Got to think that it will be a little bit of a hesitancy for Blue Otter to move in, but they are taking a tier 2 in the top side while this is going on.
Again, I think Dark Zero, they just have to give everything. I'm looking to see the Elder when it expires, because I don't think
About
they can
40
fight
seconds.
until then. Yeah, so one more wave. Okay, I can kind of see it on the Shen there. But it's a full sack from Dark Zero until we get to the Elder dropping, and then we'll see what happens.
DZ just got to hold on. They're losing multiple inhibs now. Maybe Blue Otter want to go for the push, the final nail in the coffin.
Should.
The moment that they needed in this setup, in this series, to get even keel with DZ. Toasty's
whips.
getting low. He's going to get a big shield coming through. The last Nexus turret is there. Blue Otter, they are on the cusp, but they want to try to finish it here. Finish strong, as a couple shots on the side jet are going to get tanked now as the Nexus is bare. Kryra's just going for the end. Kryra knows what he needs, and it's an evening of this series. Blue Otter even it up 1-1.
That was crazy from Blue Otter. The fight before the Elder, I counted them out for the whole game based on the scaling, but they stand together, and off the back of Kryra, the jungler that didn't make it on Dark Zero, they take down Dark Zero, even up the series, and things just got pretty interesting.
They did indeed, and that is insane. Some great fight decision making from Blue Otter, and that brings me back to that first version of them that we saw coming into the playoffs, and I know that's going to feel really good for the momentum-based team that Blue Otter is.
I mean, that's huge. Also, Dark Zero, keep in mind, they dropped. They had a bad day. That's why they're in the lower bracket in the first place. That was a game that I felt like was won for Dark Zero. It was a mistake by Sejed to get caught out mid that led to the first Baron. And then, honestly, a great fight from Blue Otter in the back half. That Wukong was so big. It was a very split fight. Not enough people were focused on the Kryra, and he made Dark Zero feel the pain. As Blue Otter, I did not see them winning that game. I thought the game was done and dusted after 25 minutes and things were even. But they stood tall, and they found these big fights to actually win things on the back half. Good calls from them in the end. Very big surprise. For me, they were able to win that one, and now have an even series, and things just got pretty interesting.
Yeah, they did indeed. That's going to be it for game number 2. We're going to step away for a little break before we get to game number 3. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Split 2 playoffs, where DZ falter to Blue Water in game number 2, in a game that we had expected DZ to whole-handedly take with their draft. It is Blue Water that gets the better of them, pulling out the Looney Tunes magic here, apparently. I'm Michelle, I'm joined by Cubby, and a great game 2 from Blue Water.
Yeah, and I mean, in the words of our producer Jetski in our ears, some Blue Water magic, it's never hurt us. And I mean, this is the fight that I really need a second look at. We didn't get to replay this. I thought this fight was so in the can by here. I look at the health bar advantage that's on Dark Zero.
It's the Stand United guy.
It's just Kryra. They deleted Zyko the shields. Kizno overextended to try and wrap up kills. And this Wukong just went Super Saiyan. Like even here, I know he goes in the GA, but Sajed, I think, played that fight a little bit too aggressively. Can't do that against the GA Wukong. You have to preserve your life as the Ezreal. And they kind of just ran out of damage. Toasty burned his R to get everyone low, and Blue Otter kind of healed back up from there.
Yeah.
Just a crazy turn of events. Like, you take a screenshot of where they're at after Sajed's Ezreal ult hits, and you say they win that fight, and they take the Elder, take the Baron, win the game. That is like a 5% win rate right there. That's just crazy that they were able to pull that out of the hat.
And I gotta say, maybe it's a little bit of lack of information, maybe forgetfulness. I don't know what it is. DZ took a fight into a Shen, took his health bar. They knew he was backing off, right? And still had the ultimate up and still took the fight afterwards. I think that's tough, right? Because that's playing into what Blue Water want to do, because that combination of Quacker and Kryra was so lethal to the backline that Dark Zero just kept leaving alone. And I think that some decision making there for Dark Zero definitely faltering, but a great pickup by Blue Water and great decisions in terms of who to focus on in those fights. And that's the kind of Blue Water that can take down a Titan like Dark Zero.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think Blue Water's played really well in these first 2 games. Like, I can even look back to game 1. We wrapped that game up one in talking about how if Quacker had a better TP, if they played one fight better with Sajed, like literally flashing the instant he got his flash up to have a huge outplay, they might have been able to win that game. They end up coming back and having a crazy game too, where they were able to win that in a game where he felt like they didn't have enough damage, they were behind. It's a 1-1, and Blue Water has been playing like decently well. I mean, they used their comp there to get leads. They didn't snowball it fast enough, but we have seen some good things out of Blue Water. And for me, like, this looks like a pretty competitive series right now. So we're gonna see if Dark Zero can kick it into that extra gear we really expect for them to have, or if Blue Water can continue to play decent league. They have a lot of things to clean up, but we can't take away from what they've done so far with some decent early games and some really good team fighting in that last game to pull out a miracle.
And for the second game in a row, the losing team will choose red side. So maybe changing that prio on blue side in this one as we get further into Fearless.
We've had a lot of discussion, I think, about blue side versus red side. I have an overarching theory that the lower elo you go, the stronger red side gets. And a lot of my experience, keep in mind, like, I was working with players that were starting off as Plat 2, and then we'd get into Master in a split, and then try and take games off Maryville, which that's pretty proud. We did that 2 years in a row at Miami, Ohio. So I have a little bit more experience with low elo, right? Red side's better because you get to choose your matchup. It's harder for players that aren't, the pros that are as good to play as many blinds. I think that that's something that a lot of us at home take for granted when watching the best teams in the world. I think that's part of why we see a little bit more red side prio here. Also, though, like, if you're Dark Zero, curious how we're going to use this, because you have to opt to give away a champion, and you want to respond from there. So what are they going to give away, and do they like their response into it? The Annie Wukong was a strong start for Blue Water that really paid off for Kryra in the end. Do they want to give away a Pantheon or a Maokai and go from there? We're going to have to see.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of decisions to be made. We're starting to wonder where that comfort really comes into play, some of those deep pocket picks, because I got to say, in a series like this, don't hold anything back. I mean, I know you still got a run to go with, but it could be the last series for you here in this year, which is a lot to say for both organizations that have so much going for them here in Tier 2 at least. Blue Water on that red side. I think it's going to be swapped back over. Yeah, I think the logos are just wrong. So just make sure you keep that in mind, that DZ are going to be using that counter pick R5 at some point.
Yeah, I'm, again, curious to see what the game plan is. Because, again, I mean, you play on red side, it's, hey, what openers do you want to give away, and then what responses are up? I think there are a lot of contested and OP champions that are still up on the board. We mentioned the Pantheon Maokai. Also choices between Talia and Azir if you want to leave that combo up and just play out that game like that. I will say a lot of the good pairings for Talia are gone or being focused and banned out throughout this. So, I don't know. That said, I do see a Poppy ban, so I'm expecting a Kryra Xin opener with both with Trundle off the board. So that could be a pick now that Dark Zero has to really be concerned about. And I think that some of the junglers that are decent in the Xin when they get removed, Xin can find himself in really OP games. We're seeing after the nerfs, him find his way into more games 3, 4, and 5 instead of just being early pick like the very strong champion he is.
Yeah. Well, we do see a couple key picks that need to be banned away here. Azir and Pantheon are the two big ones for me that are still sitting up on the table. We'll see which ones get picked from either side or if they get banned away here in the third ban for each.
Yeah, and again, yeah, okay, so there's the Azir ban.
So they're going to force the Pantheon ban.
But it's that or Xin, or you leave both up, which frankly, if I'm Dark Zero, I would leave both up. I think that you just, you take a Pantheon. Okay, never mind. They want to give away Xin. I'm expecting Xin's out first pick here for Blue Water. Other options would be, I think Varus still a decent opener. Again, he provides a lot of flexibility, even if that poke build has been nerfed. So, yeah. Oh, Xin was picked first game. I'm struggling, man.
It's okay. It's okay.
I forgot about Xin Zhao in the first game. It's that new splash art. It's really throwing me off.
That's what it is. It's first pick Renekton now for Blue Otter. So going back to a tried and true for Quacker there.
That's interesting. I don't think we've seen Quacker play this all split.
B1 Renekton. Let's go.
Are we Gen G or what? All right.
You look scared, Cubby.
I'm going to do some homework here.
All right.
This is the first Renekton game from Quacker.
Locked in.
Look, it's the first Renekton game from Quacker all split, and this is a really winning matchup for Renekton early on. You can crush Gwen if you get some help up top. So I'm curious to see if Kryra goes for help. Also, looking at Kryra's pool, there are a few champions that he plays that I think pair really well with Renekton. One in particular would actually be the Zyra. So with Gwen plus Sejuani, I mean, Sej can make plays in the Zyra. You got to be really careful of those glacial prisons, but I can see this maybe being a Zyra angle for Kryra. Or, okay, the Nidalee angle too. Again,
classic
it's
combo.
playable. It's
Renekton,
playable.
Nidalee.
You can
It
blow
was
up
the
that Gwen
mid
early.
lane combo for a long time too.
Yeah, it's playable. So we'll see what kind of choice Kryra wants to make.
Ooh,
That
the
said,
Ivern.
Ooh, so they're kind of daring Zyko to pick Rel here. If not, like if you don't take Rel or Braum, you're definitely going to lose out on some supports. Interesting draft. I mean, things are going to start to get funkier as we go. We're guaranteed at least a game 4 here, Michelle.
I really appreciate Blue Otter's approach in this game 3.
The blind Renekton is a bold one.
That's bold, but the Ivern and Alistar to follow it up, I really like. It is going to be the Rakan for Zyko, so something he knows very well. A lot of comfort there, but also a lot of roam potential for him.
Okay. High level theory here.
Okay.
I think that Rakan wants to be really bursty. It's hard to be bursty into Ivern plus Alistar, but also there's not a lot of damage showing for Blue Otter, and that's a game where a Gwen could be very happy if you're able to scale and snip. So for me, it's really important that you set Gwen behind early. Well, something I really feel like Quacker and this Renekton would do. Quacker, he hasn't played Renekton all split. Honestly, I find that to be a crime. I think Renekton has really emerged as a powerful pick in later games in Fearless. We've seen him do really well in LPL.
Yeah.
And he's a champion that scales off of how many melees are in the game for me. It's a pretty short-range composition here for Darkstar. I think Quacker's ability to be impactful on the Renekton's good. And I cannot emphasize enough how good is Renekton. He's a very, very good Renekton player.
Yeah. No, he really is.
This setup is interesting to me. Vex Kai'Sa removed. I like the Kai'Sa ban a lot. Curious if we have a Xayah setup or a Xayah ban coming in here.
See how much focus on the carries we get in this second phase.
Xayah.
You want to see that Xayah ban take away the lovers duo there?
Yeah, I think the Xayah feels really good in the Alistar Renekton. Can take things to outrange Xayah, but if that's up, I know Sejed plays this pick very well. And I think being a self-sufficient AD carry is good.
There you go.
Blue Otter makes the call, they take it away. And now things get a little bit more interesting, as some of those safe AD carry options are gone. But a melee-heavy game, I mean, what are you banning Kai'Sa for?
It's a great question.
It's a sneaky good Tristana game. Okay, you ban it for Sivir. That's the right call. We've seen Kai'Sa deleting Sivers in LPL. So I like this pick actually a lot from Sejed. I think can really help them navigate their way into Renekton, who can get stuck in the middle of fights at the move speed disadvantage. So I actually like this pick a lot. See if Array takes something you can punish
Toasty, which I appreciate. I think we want to see a little bit more impact from this mid lane. Mel is going to be locked in there for Sammykin.
That's a lot of early game. It's, yeah, I think you got to take something like Jinx in the back half, truly.
Like hyper carry.
Yeah, I mean, the only, like, really effective thing I can see the Mel W being used for right now is Glacial Prison, too. Like, you can get a boomerang blade out, or, like, ricochets, you can fire back, but it's really not that good. It's really not that great. The third Needlework's big, but I don't know about this one. Like, Mel has had... I know it's a pick that Sammykin really likes. It has a lot of priority. It's really strong, like, until you get to 2 items, but this thing falls off incredibly hard. So I see a lot of early game showing for Blue Otter. Can they get the Jinx resets? We're going to have to see.
And I got to see the counter pick now for Toasty. He's been saving this entire time. Game number 1 went holistically Toasty's way in that matchup on that Orianna. It's going to be the Tristana, so the double marksman picks coming through for PZ.
I like this draft a lot for Dark Zero. The only question is, do you have enough utility to support this? But I'm looking at Tristana in a game versus Renekton, Ivern, Alistar. Your R is going to be so powerful. It's pretty easy to buffer the rocket jumps with what's showing this game. Like, the only tricky one is kind of Alistar, but not really. I really like the Triss pick here for Toasty. You have AP already in the Gwen. The scaling is going to be very real here for Dark Zero. And we're just going to have to see if they have enough utility with Kisno on the Sejuani. He has to be the solo frontliner that's, you know, tanking stuff, baiting stuff, and picking the right times to go in and support his double marksman, which is not the easiest task. There is a little bit of a wacky utility on this Dark Zero team. So we'll see if Blue Otter can punish that.
I do really like that we've given both of our 80 carries a lot of hyper carry potential, though. I think you looked at that game number 1, Sajed had an incredible performance there as well. Array having a bit of a better performance in game number 2, but was on the utility pick of the Jhin and was against the Jax, unfortunately, but still finding the better of the matchup itself in the end. And now both of them just pulling out the guns for game number 3 for somebody to step up to match point.
Yeah, I really favor Blue Otter early in this one. I think it's going to take time for this Dark Zero comp to get going. I think, like, if you set this Gwen behind, which matchup-wise Renekton can do, you can create a scenario where you can kind of build straight armor and be pretty happy in this game for a while, right? If you focus the Gwen. Also, I mean, Mel W, like, the only thing that she can block is that Glacial Prison, but we talked about the lack of utility. Like, what other engage tools are you worried about? And if you're able to deny that into, like, you have an Ivern, Alistar can deny that too. What is the play here for Dark Zero in terms of, like, finding their own fights and going in? Because the Rakan...
relying on Psycho a lot.
Yeah, look, I mean, like, Rakan wants to be bursty in how Rakan works as a champion, but you can't burst through a Renekton, an Alistar, and Ivern comp. So I am a little bit worried for Dark Zero this game. I think that they really have to be on the back foot and have to let Blue Otter make a lot of plays into them before they can be strong enough where the Gwen, Tristana, Sivir damage can carry later on. But I actually like what Blue Otter has here. I really do. I think they can get out of the bot lane okay. They should win mid. They should have priority top. And then Ivern can get Goofy. So we're going to have to see.
Goofy is not part of the Looney Tunes, unfortunately. But anyways, we're going to talk a little bit about these drafts. Make sure you get your votes in for who you think's going to win. Is it going to be Blue for Blue Otter or DZ for Dark Zero? I think with the way that Game 2 went, this series is in anybody's hands at this point. It's just about the execution of these drafts. I want to keep seeing these consistent drafts from both sides, but I think both teams are giving themselves tools to make it happen.
They are. It's just, again, it's another game for me where a lot of the tools for Blue Otter they just have earlier. And I know I was pretty critical of the last draft from Blue Otter. I didn't think they had enough damage. I really didn't. I think it did require some heroics from Kryra and the team and a couple oopsies from Dark Zero to win that game. I don't feel the same way this game. I actually really like the early game draft they have. I think if they have Prio, they can set Gwen behind. Mel gets going in the Trist. You have a lot of priority to play with the Ivern, try and get up in the face of Sejuani. And then the ability to engage for Dark Zero, I find pretty difficult this game. If Sammykin can really do his job and block those Glacial Prisons, send them back, that could be really dire for Dark Zero because, I mean, if that happens, like, you're off of a Rakan engage, and then is that going to be enough? Can you play a long fight off that? I don't know. So I like where Blue Otter's at.
Yeah. Well, we'll be getting into game here very shortly. I think the ADCs will be something we have to focus on later, but for now, I'm really honing in on what this mid-jungle duo can do. The difference we've seen between these two junglers, especially kind of the differentiation between game 1 and game 2 between Kizno and Kryra, both of them finding impact, and that's going to be even more important here in this third game. You got to remember this series is everything on the line for both teams. DZ maybe didn't expect to find themselves in this lower bracket, but they were happy to be here after they did. They want that momentum, but that momentum has been stopped in this series by Blue Otter. That Blue Otter magic might just come through, as we'll see who takes that step forward in this best of 5. Game 3 starting off now.
All right. Gonna have to see what ends up happening in this one. Again, Dark Zero, a lot of scaling in their pockets. But I do like the early game here for Blue Otter. And early on, my eyes go up towards that top side. Quacker on this Renekton. It's his first Renekton game of the split. He is a very, very good Renekton player, a very strong laner. And this is a very winning matchup into Gwen early on. Kay has taken the Ignite. That helps a lot against Renekton. You can take away... Dominus, I think, gives you base health, so you can't impact that. But, of course, the Cold of Meeks, the healing, you can take that down. We'll see if Kay can play it well enough to maybe score an advantage. But this should be very Renekton favored early on. And we'll see how much of a lead Quacker can get. Because if Gwen gets set behind, I think you can build armor early as Blue Otter, and you have all the tools to make plays.
And, I mean, not only talking about, like, the logical side of things, but the aura of Quacker first picking Renekton here in this split and just being willing to take it and finding advantages there. Like, that kind of stuff just sets the tempo for Blue Otter. And maybe a little bit of that confidence we love to see them play with here. But that'll be something we check in as the game goes on. Both junglers are going to be on these opposite side paths. I know it looks like Ivern is starting on bot side, but I promise you will end on bot side towards the end.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's gonna end on top side with Zell, but that's fine. We're gonna see what Quacker can do, because I think that if you are the Ivern, I would support this top lane matchup early. Anything that you can do.
But the camps,
this.
Covey. But the camps.
Yeah, he's gonna get all the camps, and if he's
gonna
good,
go back through. I think the most important thing is how early that impact is gonna come through.
I mean, if he's good, he wraps up his clear by 3:05 or sub 3.
But is it gonna be possible to punish the Gwen that early?
Yeah, because Quacker is gonna get this one to bounce back. So if it, on the bounce, I think that you look Gwen, and the Renekton plus Ivern should be very winning into what's showing here for Dark Zero. So Quacker's gotten his 3-wave crash and playing the old skin that the Sha used to use for Renekton as Quacker. I know from talking with him, he feels like the Sha is the best Renekton in the world. I actually agree. I've been kind of sad that the Sha has not been playing more Renekton than split. But he has been loving the tanks, which has also been kind of fun to watch in its own right.
Oh no, he missed the cool combo. It's fine. It only took.
Hey,
like
I said 305. I said 305.
No, but you know the cool combo.
It should be sub 3. Yeah, the blast cone.
Yeah, the blast cone with the chain. But it's fine. It's fine. He is gonna make his way towards top though, and try to see if he can influence with the lane gank. There could be an answer from Kizno here. He's going out to the lane.
He's gonna lane gank too. It looks like both of our top laners. Oh, we're gonna bait this. Oh, he's spotted.
Oh.
That means double crab. It should be a double crab.
That's tough. That is tough. Kizno's gonna come around the corner, get a little bit of that bad news. Look at that ring gate from Kryra here, willing to take this fight early against the Sejuani. I like it.
So what I like about the Renekton too, of course Quacker used some of his strength to control the wave and make sure that the wave setup was good. He should be able to survive this. What you can do now in this matchup is that you want to delay your TP back. Because if you're Renekton, you want to get a pretty big item advantage into the Gwen here, and then at 6 you can look to all in and win. I say that. You have options as Renekton to delay your base. I think that Flippo does a really good job on this on his Renekton. As he is a fantastic Renekton player, of course, in his own right too. Quacker not going to opt to do that. Actually goes for the Null Magic Mantle early, but the Longsword should be enough to power through the Gwen. Kind of surprised it's not straight damage though. Tells me that Kryra wants to play more on the spot side.
Yeah, it looks like little bit of that setup could go towards the spot side, but unfortunately, Cryo didn't actually end up getting the
he
double
based
scuttle
instead.
here.
Yeah.
But
It's
you know
okay.
what you can get, maybe get that double scuttle, is some ProDiff.gg coaching. You can go get some one-on-one coaching, see what you can do better, see how you can optimize into a double scuttle as you get one-on-one coaching from coaches and players from the LTA and ACL and the ERLs if you scan that QR code.
Shout out to, we got a lot of junglers on there. I know specifically Tomio. One that is, I wouldn't say he's probably the person I take Ivern coaching from, but, you know, you can find Sejuani coaching from Kizno on that website. Know that he's on there. So, shout out to Kizno. As this top lane matchup, I will say, Quacker, like, he has a lead, but he hasn't been able to break the Gwen yet. I do think that K has to reset on this wave. And this will be, like, the first wave that the Gwen loses, as Quacker's going to see if... Good to see that Gwen finishes the base, and yeah, now that wave's in a bad state, so he pulled it. That's very good from Quacker. This will shove out now in favor of the Gwen. That said, Sejuani back up towards the top side, along with Kryra's Ivern, who is going to be up here on time too. So, again, a bit of a different game. I know that we kind of talked one in about, hey, if you are Blue Otter, you know, are you going to put resources into Quacker in the top side, who historically has been a bit of a carry player? Or do you want to really focus on Array in this bot side, who is a good team fighting AD, has found big wins in the past, like in his career, was at one point allotted as a next up AD with his time with Golden Guardians. That's, I think, a real choice to make here if you are Blue Otter. And it feels like this game so far, they've been, Kryra with the Ivern, like the clear that you have, it's kind of unique, has been trying to really support both side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a little bit all over the place, which I really can appreciate from that point of view.
He's reading Kizno really well
is going to go in mid lane. Nice rebuttal there from Samikin, as he's still going to have the explosive charge on him. The charge goes through, but not enough damage. Getting some good chunks in from Toasty, though, as the lethal tempo had gotten procced. Kizno not level 6, and that is going to be nothing else of it. Just a little bit of trades in the mid lane. The 2v2 kicks off on the bot side, nothing else going to come of it either.
Now, I will say later on, too, for Array, you at least have some range into the Sivir. I know a lot of times when we see Sivir, we talk about Sivir's ability to auto-attack, because you are low range, and you got to play within that range if you want to, you know, be able to auto. Renekton, Alistar, Ivern are good targets for you to auto-attack, but that's a pretty beefy front line, and if you can't get through that, Jinx does have big range advantage.
Whoa, Kizno.
So we'll see. We
locked
there
down
it is.
and executed by Samikin. Now Toasty goes in for the reset. He gets killed. A double kill to Samikin for Blue Otter.
If we get a replay, you're going to see the Mel W the Glacial Prison. Kizno is the one that gets locked down by his own ability, and Samikin on the Mel opens up a double kill. Mel hasn't been able to be played all split, or there's been a couple weeks where she's been disabled due to bugs, but it's always been a big pick for Samikin. And man, to see him get a good angle.
Whoa, Quacker. He's about to get his life snipped from him. Does end up flashing over. Gives the thumbs up that he is A-OK. But a massive early game win for Blue Otter.
He actually rushed the Hex Drinker in that matchup. And see him going down there. It did get K's Ignite. Not able to TP back, though. Should be able to contest most of the wave. It has given a gap, though, for Kizno to get this. And yeah, replay. Watch the W from Samikin. Glacial Prison comes out. Boom! Good reaction from him. As Kizno eats it, also takes the flash and still goes down. Toasty going to clean up Kryra, but Samikin...
Basic ability, by the way.
Yeah, very well played. Yeah, I know, basic. It's like Tom Kench Devour.
Basic ability, by the way.
That's how I feel about it.
No big
Old
deal.
Tom Kench Devour.
No big deal. Fine.
No big
Everything's
deal.
fine. It's so funny because there was literally the one thing that we talked about in draft that you can reflect ends up coming up in the biggest play in the early game.
And I think that's a really powerful part of this game. The fact that, you know, you don't have to question what ability you're going to send back with the W. It is
just the one.
It is Glacial Prison. I know that from talking with FlyQuest, because Quad has played this in a couple comp games, mostly last year, but they were playing it in the Maokai for the same theory, because you can send back the Nature's Grass Tendril and really protect your backline. It's pretty similar theory here with the Glacial Prison, and again, it's like the only tool that Dark Zero has to send their way. Of course, sending Needlework back, the third one is not bad, but I'd rather send back the CC, especially with the squishier team that Dark Zero's rocking with those big damage carries. Good start for Blue Otter there, and it's going to be a grub trade for a Dragon.
It's not like he's not going to have it up every time the Glacial Prison is up, because it is a basic ability.
Hey,
So,
you
they're gonna
should
use
be
that
saving it to
Yeah,
react
you
like
should
that.
save it. You should save it. Now, Dragon going over to Blue Water, though, gives them a little bit of that objective control earlier on into this game. We do have the grubs already taken by DZ, so that's going to be a really nice standing thing for them to work around later on. I think giving Tristana that siege potential is so strong, but now they're going to play a little bit invasive into the Blue Water jungle as Kizno tries to steal away the blue buff.
You can see Samikin being really careful checking the brushes here, and it will save the blue buff for Kryra, so that's good. Because that was the response, right, with the Dragon take to get into the top side. Good on Kryra to bounce back, contest this for himself. And now with Sejuani basing, I think Gwen's dead.
Yeah, I mean, they're bringing so many people over here. Though
Yeah.
Toasty is hovering. He's trying to walk over this way, trying to see if what they spot out ahead of time. Needlework has already been popped, so all the healing is already gotten from K. Dominus had also been taken by Quacker. The play doesn't unfold how Blue Water necessarily wanted it to in topside, but they stick around.
Yeah, that was quite well played. K's smart to TP back here, and I think they're just going to play this to give Quacker a TP advantage and then maybe chunk out K. But how much can they actually get? Quacker burned all of his abilities, and even getting that a wee bit scary.
Kryra and Rovex are fully committed to this as the call comes through, and K, he's just TP'd back and he's getting domed.
It's huge.
He's going
That's so
down,
huge.
and Rovex and Co, they perfectly execute a tower dive.
I mean, what better way to execute a tower dive than to have them burn TP and still go down? Tankiness of Ivern, Alistar with the Renekton is real. That is a great play from Quacker. And part of my concern about taking that Gwen into the Renekton matchup, we have seen K do a decent job of neutralizing it individually, but you don't take a flash. Man, that's a great play to go down. Now Ray's got to be careful. It's a preemptive flash from him.
He does end up harping all of his summoner spells,
Got
but he
back.
can turn around. Sajad is going to have to flash. Here comes Samikin with the haymaker over top of it all. There's the Mega Death Rocket, but it doesn't get the kill. The resets start coming through, though, and you've got an excited Array steamrolling these fights here as DZ immediately back away, and that's a 2,000 gold lead.
Blue Otter.
Minutes in for Blue Otter.
Dude, Blue Otter, they're playing good league today. I know game one, we talked about how they were close to winning. I don't know how they won game two, but I love how Kryra is playing the Ivern. He is supporting all these lanes in such a unique way. It set up both side lane plays in terms of making the play onto Gwen for one, denying the play against Dark Zero for the second. And now Blue Otter in a pretty decent game state. Samikin does have his flash up.
Oh, no.
And we'll find Kizno. Still gonna be hard. You can chain it now.
The entire time, and the rest of Dark Zero are moving over as Samikin unfortunately only has his flash left. Will not use it as he goes down. Unfortunately, I think they're going to give this kill to Toasty. Unfortunately for Samikin, and very much happy for the side of DZ. Shutdown goes over.
That's a great find, but he bought a lot of time. That's going to open up a plan. This is Sajad. Keep in mind, it's Alistar into the Sivir.
He doesn't have flash. He only has the spell
He's
shield,
zoned.
and Daisy's there too. It's a 4v1 with Daisy included, and they give the kill to Kryra in the end. Think you wanted to give that one to Array, but still going to take what you get.
And while that happened, K had to reset on the top side. You can see ults are down from the Renekton Gwen matchup. Quacker has now picked up 4 plates up there. As like just the force out, Renekton can stick around. He had more resources top side. So yeah, the double Yuntals, it's in for Dark Zero, but we said they had the scale, and Blue Honor continues to push their finger on the scale while they're stronger themselves to continue to build up a lead versus Dark Zero. I really like what they're doing. Again, I thought this entire game was about attacking Gwen's economy early, and then hopefully being able to rush armor and making sure that Dark Zero doesn't have enough. Now, Quacker didn't exactly rush armor. He played very hard for his matchup here, but I'm curious to see where he goes. I think that Maw Rush, it's good for the 1v1. It's going to set you behind overall in general Renekton items.
Yeah.
But it's still that start that Blue Otter was looking for. We said they could do in draft, and now can you continue to push this forward? Because we did see Blue Otter slow down in the last mid-game, and that got them into trouble. It got them into a pretty poor game state. So can Blue Otter, they have way more tools to make plays at this point of the game. Can they keep putting their foot on the gas?
Yeah, and the biggest thing to keep in mind is it is still a double marksman comp with a Gwen and topside for Dark Zero. Always a recipe for success as time goes forward, as items start coming online. But speaking of, we are on first items for majority members on the map, besides just one in Psycho. And we're going to get the all-in on topside K. He just got back as well, and he's going to get everything used out of him. The flash play from Quacker, and yet another combination kill for the top lane of Blue Otter.
All right, I don't have a lot of credibility to talk about champs that I play well in League of Legends. One champ that I do play well, Mazel will back up. I'm a good Renekton player. I love this matchup. I'm a good... this is a great matchup for Renekton. I was really surprised that K took this one. And Quacker, he got one gank from his team. Look at what he's done from there, even just forcing him out to miss plays. I was really surprised to see the Gwen pick into the Renekton. And now Quacker has cashed in on a B1 pick, by the way.
Yep.
And Blue Otter have a very big lead. This Renekton can continue to push in the top side, and when he collapses down, it's going to take 3 items for Sivir Tristana to really start to get through him, even with the Maw Rush. So I think this Renekton being as big and accelerated as he is, it's really good news for Blue Otter.
It really is, as they move over with this lead to take the Rift Herald. It will be traded for the Dragon, so Dark Zero will put a hamper on the early Dragon stacking from Blue Otter, but this is more turrets that will go down because of the Rift Herald and the siege that they have. Here comes the steal. No, it was close, but Kizna will smite that one away.
Blue Otter continuing their priority, though, on the Herald, as they've demonstrated for the entirety of this series, and we'll see if they can knock down a turret with it. Again, we're getting close to that Mel 2 item spike. I'm used to seeing the Blackfire Torch on the Mel, but it has been the Seraphs for this game. I'm going to trust Samakin, whatever he builds. I don't know if there are many players in the server that have more Mel games than Samakin does. So we'll see what he's able to do, because I really think that when you finish this Leandries, that is your big spike as the Mel. You are filthy strong at 2 items, and after that, you kind of start to fall off. Tristana Sivir will catch up, so still think it's important that Blue Otter continue to push the pace of the game forward, but man, have they been doing such a good job in this game as Zell. Really like the approach they had, and their execution's been sound, and it's been off the back of Quacker, man. The player that gave an interview last year, or last split, I should say, saying, hey, I think this is it for me. I think I'm done. We were all so happy that Quacker was never done, because again, this guy, as a top laner, he always lanes well. He knows his picks really well. And to see him add champions with Fearless, I think he's quietly continued to improve as a player to round himself out. And man, he's even big in this game.
And he always just finds impact. I think that's the biggest thing about a top lane. It can be a role that gets so quiet at times, but I think Quacker just always finds a way to get his voice in the mix here. And we're seeing that so far. We do have that evolution coming through for Samakin as well with the Seraphs. Charge in the mid lane to get this outer turret, and more gold being dumped into the coffers of the Blue Otter. Zyko.
Double crash is big. Zyko does have the flash engaged, and he has hidden in Bog, so he could prep that. But not going to pull the trigger. Again, I think it's very dangerous for Rakan at this point. He wants to be really bursty in these fights. You just can't do that into an Ivern, Alistar, Renekton. It's so tough for Zyko.
It is a tough entrance indeed. And we're going to be circling around those second items. We already got the Moonstone completed for Kryra. Obviously, cheaper items are going to help, but the Ivern, I mean, it's sneaky what these item completions can do for this champion.
That Moonstone is filthy OP, man. I've been trying to sell, like, Enchantress supports, just given the strength of Moonstone. Well, you get the best of both worlds with the Ivern here. As Kryra, again, looking to use this Ivern. He didn't get the spot with Dark Zero. Both him and Kizno traveled with this team over to Korea to fight for that jungle spot. Dark Zero went with Kizno. I think both these players are very strong in their own right. You are not making a bad decision when you're going with Kizno or Kryra. But man, what a story it would be for Kryra to... I know that even like going into Blue Otter, when they got Low Jazz, they wanted Kryra originally. He wasn't sold yet. He's like, I don't think I can hop in. I'm going to see what my options are. He waited for Dark Zero. Man, if he were to hop in with this team, they were to pull off an upset like this, again, I think it would be a huge coming out party for Blue Otter and a lot of the members on this team. And man, I think they played good league so far today.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just 2 junglers who are kind of pushing the envelope of Tier 2 jungle. And again, that kind of next generation of potential stars here as DZ, they see their sights set on a big old croc in the top lane. As it's going to be all 5 members of Dark Zero coming, but he's buying so much damn time. Is it going to be enough? They do end up getting K caught there. He's going to sacrifice his life. It will be the 1-for-1.
I think the Blue Water actually kind of overcommitted this. I didn't see where Samakin was TPing from, but I would have liked it if they actually played 2 lanes on that play, because that was a really big... Oh, if that R would have hit, it could have been big. Robek's trying to continue the play. Not going to be an option, though. So just a 1-for-1 to get the shutdown on Quacker, who... continues to build a full damage Renekton here. Spirit Shojin is a very OP item on this champion. Again, I like to say he scales off of the range in the game, because if you're able to use your abilities to interact with more members, those abilities are really strong. Shojin gives you more of them, which gives you more fury, which gives you more stronger abilities. It's exactly what Renekton wants, but that's going to be a pretty squishy Croc given the somewhat unique build that we've seen, and there's no option for Quacker to go for that Sterix gauge, because that passive interferes with the Maw of Mortis passive. So that's going to be interesting to see later on, like where he gets some of that tankiness from, because from here, you got to imagine he's going to go for the tankier items.
We are getting second items for both the marksmen, at least on DZ's side, very close for Sajed. Biggest importance, though, on the other side for Array, he is on that Phantom Dancer. He does have his second item on the Jinx. Third item is going to be really nice for that as well. But we're getting posturing around the Atacon on top side, and Blue Water are here in force.
Do have K stuck in the bot side. And Rovax, I don't know if he's spotted yet. There's a really nice word from Darkseer over the wall. They spotted Quacker. Quacker did save his flash, though, from the last play, so we can actually play this.
Oh, he's getting played on now. He needs to be careful. Don't get the resets over to Toasty. Half health on the Atacon. Kizno's going to walk over. We've seen 50-50s before in this series already, and we're getting to the nitty-gritty now. They're going to go on to Rovex. The Atacon is the focus. They're trying to burn it before the fight kicks off on a Rovex, but he's in the pin. No! It goes the way of Kryra. Permanent buff secured for Blue Water, but now they lose a double to Toasty as Rovex and Quacker are down.
Yeah, I do think that Quacker somewhat had to hold that angle for them to get the Otacon, but Rovax was in too deep. They both go down. Of course, objective secured. Otacon has a lot of strength to it, but that that could be expensive, because now this gives away another Ocean Dragon. I will say that Ocean Dragon kind of is going to help Darkseer keep up with the sustain of the Ivern that he can give to the rest of his team, so I actually think it's a pretty good draw. As, again, I think the last thing that Darkseer wanted to see here was a soul that they could be snowballed on by. Ocean's not really that, but at least they got some gold back. Otacon, of course, as you said, permanent pickup should be XP, but that's a lot of gold on Toasty, and that Tristana has to be feared later on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You have to keep watching these resets for him as well, and the angles he's willing to take. And they're putting a lot of eggs in the Toasty basket here. I mean, there was a reason why they gave him counter pick. He was very willing to go for this pick into the Mel that he saw the entire time, and just having confidence in himself. And I think that's been a true piece to the story for Toasty, even in, having to take a backseat, being kind of in that second fiddle position for Maryville University across the board when they were Darkseer Dragonsteel, to still have that confidence and still be able to pull out these game-breaking wins.
Let's be honest, there's very few better spots to be than at Maryville if you're competing to go pro. And if you're a player like Toasty, and it's okay being in the backseat if you're getting pro tryouts still, you know? I think it really speaks to the double play that Toasty has. And yeah, this Tristana, I mean, I like this as a 5 pick. It interacts really well in a game with Renekton and Alistar. You have a lot of rocket jumps. You can easily buffer. So we'll see if he can continue to crush this game, because Flicker Blades on the Tristana can be scary. And the Quacker is going to continue to build damage here. I think that he's going for a Death's Dance or a GA next.
Okay, I like it.
That's a very aggressive Renekton build. I think it really sets up for him just being a dedicated side laner. Which is why I don't love the fact that he's mid, because I think that if he finds Gwen in the lane, he's going to crush the Gwen. But if he's not in that scenario, then he's not as useful, or just not, the standard Renekton that we're used to seeing.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm just going to say right now, if he's caught out a little bit, Toasty's 3 items at 22, 23 minutes in. I mean, that's actually insane. And that's going to be difficult to deal with from Quacker.
He's gotten like 3
target
shutdowns
for the resets on the rocket jumps. And he has to keep in mind for that. Zyko's going to get away. Kizno playing with his life here. Isn't able to get in, and that's just going to be the turret going. And once they get the turret low, I mean, you can't approach, because once Array gets excited, he will just run you down. That'll be a lot of standing gold given, but Toasty will answer with his own in the side lane for Darkseer.
That is a ginormous Tristana. And there are very few carries late game that are as safe as Tristana, so we'll see what Toasty can do. A little bit of a reset war versus the Jinx, of course, but Toasty at level 15, very accelerated in this game. Keep in mind, every level gives you range if you are the Tristana, so he's a very happy camper. as he's going to work to take down that turret and get a
my
couple
God,
of nice
those
pot
three
shots off on the
autos.
Salmon. That's TP from Quacker.
Oh, they get the back line here. They get the lockdown on Zyko. He is the focus of the quickness. Comes out. Quacker trying desperately to get something going. He's got his dominance popped in array. He unfortunately didn't get involved in that, so he's not excited. But Blue Otter, they're getting excited. They're throwing pebbles, but they might be sharp rocks at this time. Blue Otter find another couple picks, and now they're looking for more. They try to find Kizdo off the back.
K had no TP. That TP's about to come off cooldown, so that's a great timer from Blue Otter to make sure they could fight with a numbers advantage.
They could
And that
snowball
made...
this.
Yeah, no, they snowballed it great. I mean, they took bot inner turret and turned it into so much more just off the TP diff. That's so good from Blue Otter. And with Quacker being full damage, well, it makes the shields and the extra oomph from Ivern pack quite the punch, as Quacker kind of threw himself in that fight with no remorse for his life and didn't need any. That Croc walked out with full HP with the help of Ivern.
And the biggest bane of any ADC's existence is any top laner. Name them, it doesn't even matter if they're meta or not, but especially when it's a type of lockdown that Renekton, that the rest of Blue Water brings,
It's a
it
TP.
really forces
They're
Toasty
going
to
for
be on
this.
edge, and DZ are going to force the Baron play.
This is wild. I mean, conditions are decent for them. A lot of ults are down, but what ults are they fighting off of outside of Needlework? I don't like this from them. I think Ivern really benefits from this stymied position. And yeah, the Mal's just going to outrange everyone, so that's a free reset for Blue Water. Now, that tempo that Darkseer would have had on the map, it's pretty much just even or null.
They're going to make a bush play here, potentially. Samikin just making sure that nothing's going on, but he may be overextended now. A root comes through beautifully from Kryra. DZ, they don't get what they came for in the top side. They do end
Kill
up
their
getting
tempo.
redeploys from Blue Otter, though.
The Dragon's up in a minute. They really killed their tempo for that Dragon sub. It's going to be Blue Otter now that can be there first, given that bot wave. So I don't think that Baron start was good. Again, you have Vamp from the ADs. You can really burst the Baron. I'm down to play around with it, but the Blue Otter were too close. And even with the poor conditions, again, that's a scenario where Ivern Mel really thrives. Just use your range, use the Moonstone, use the Sustain and the shields to win out on the health bar war. Exactly what they did. Now Blue Water gets to respond first to the map. And it should be control on the bot side going over to them.
And we have 3 items now already for Kryra as well. We're getting closer to that for Samikin. I know you were talking about the Mel kind of falling off in ways, but that's where Array can pick up the slack getting close to his. And the Dragon play will be extremely important, especially for Dark Zero. If they can get that right, they get a lot of decision-making prio around that next spawn. But there is also a very likely world where they don't want to fight over this and keep scaling.
It's a Phantom Dancer for Array. They've changed this item a bit. Hold on, Sam can actually... Okay. Yeah, I sent it back.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do that, kid.
Skill
No,
check
you
lost.
know it's coming. 10 times out of 10, and now Toasty falls to the bane of every
GG.
ADC with the flash stun. Blue Water, that magic is starting to fill the air, and they're starting to take down DZ in this game number 3. Quacker's going to chase down K one last time, and it gets the CC chain again. Blue
Baron.
Water just make DZ look like mincemeat here as they're going to move to the Baron and take this one down.
Again, that's just not the right take for Dark Zero. They need to continue to scale. Sejed's doing the right thing here, which is not contesting the Baron and getting as many resources as he can on himself, but I don't agree with that play from Dark Zero, pushing so hard for that play onto Samikin. You're pretty much just gut-checking the reaction speed check, which Samikin wins and continues to push the game forward for Blue Otter. And, I mean, this was a series that was looking like it could easily be 2-0 for Dark Zero. It's going to be
Absolutely.
a 2-1 for Blue Otter here. I really don't know. I think that's game. There were a lot of summoner spells burned there. I don't know how Dark Zero can get themselves back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, we were on a precipice. Both mid laners were at 4-1 in kills. And you can always talk about KDAs, whatever. There have been 2 different stories told here. Samikin is 7-1 now on the Mel, where we have seen Toasty die 2 times in a row.
Toasty, his tools were down, but I think he was just put in a really tough spot by the team. There's not the right call by Dark Zero as a team. And, I mean, we saw them falter against Dorado. For them to falter like this against Blue Otter, too. Keep in mind, this was a favorite. Oh, we're back, Quacker.
Whoa, DZ! Hold your horses a little bit there, a little bit of damage
Play a long
back,
fight.
though. Toasty makes it out alive, but now
Play
they've
the Ivern
split
fight.
a bit. Samikin looking for the split on the other side of the wall here. Daisy should fall soon. Kizno gets slowed down. He's going to have to use the Arctic Assault out. The re-escape from DZ is successful. They do get back onto the map, but the Dragon is still up, and it's all pressure towards topside by Blue
Screw the
Otter.
Dragon. Yeah, you have Baron, screw the Dragon. Go hit towers, go hit inhibitors, then you can take the Dragon on your out. It's an Ocean Drake anyway, so I mean, not the most powerful Drake that we have in the game. Blue Otter's making the right call. It's a huge zap by Array.
And that's a massive rocket, too.
Look at Array!
Forces Toasty out using the range, using this hyper carry potential here. The IE, it slaps. And Blue Otter are doing permanent damage to DZ's base.
Phantom Dancer 2, it's been given more and more stats. He went for the single target focus as Array going to continue to push forward.
In the game?
We credited his late game team fight historically. Array being late to the split to join Blue Otter has been so good this game.
They're trying to get the resets. They're trying to get Array excited. They do get him. Glacial Prison's going to go in now as well. They're going to try to follow through with it. Look at Array. He is feeling so damn confident in this moment. TP of desperation. Point blank there by K. Didn't want to walk out, and unfortunately, by the time he gets there, Sajid is already down. Dark Zero, they're going to be pushed to the brink by some little cute otters. But the thing about otters is they're carnivores, and they're here to chop down on DC. 2-1 setup and match point for the Otters.
I love that draft from Blue Otter, and I loved even more how they played it out. I thought the attacking of the Gwen, again, you can rush armor early on, and the Mel took away the big opportunity for Kisno to throw out those Glacial Prisons and get an advantage. I know from talking with Sajed before, he was worried about some of the pocket picks that Blue Otter could throw out. That Mel was so damn valuable that game, as Samikin did so much work just denying the Glacial Prisons and pumping out all the early game damage that Mel can pack. That E is so good against a comp like that too. Caught Sajed at the end, who died with Flash Up. He got Chain CC'd. Between that and Cryro just bouncing from lane to lane, making sure everyone was okay, that was a wonderful game from Blue Otter. We felt like they were close to finding wins in Game 1. Game 2, they pulled off the upset win. And now, it's a 2-1 in Blue Otter's favor. And things are very interesting now for Dark Zero.
That's the biggest thing moving forward. Is I didn't want to talk about it too much in that game number 3 because you still have another game. You still have that game to play. But the disappointment that would happen if DZ fall out here to Blue Otter, the elation, the miracle run really could be a thing for Blue Otter. And there's only one game left potentially for DZ to get it back in track and try to get us to 5. We're going to see what happens on the other side of this break and break down that game number 3.
Welcome back, one and all, to NACL Split 2 playoffs, where we have Blue Otter pushing Dark Zero to the brink on match point after a devastating game number 3. I'm Marcel, I'm joined by Cubby, and if you look back to the beginning of the year, if you look back to all those stories we had coming into 2025, I don't know if we would say we find ourselves in this position.
No, absolutely not. I think that, like, Blue Otter, again, they had tumultuous regular season. By 1 week, they had Chrome. The next week, they have Array. 2 weeks, they have Low Jazz. 3rd week, they have Cryro. Thin Uncle Phil not being able to help out with the team as well, or dropping off there. The fact that Blue Otter are playing like this, again, I really like their strat and draft in that game. They pulled off a game from the brink thanks to some heroics from Cryro. I think we really have to start talking about, who is our player of the series so far for Blue Otter? Because I think Cryro has been fantastic in all 3 games.
Yeah, aggressive to the point, but also being willing to play through. It's like this game was incredible. He was everywhere on this Ivern to make sure nothing was falling through the cracks for Blue Otter.
Yeah, it was a really impressive win from him. And again, I know we spent a lot of time focused on Quacker that game. That B1 Renekton, I don't think Gwen was the right answer. That's a matchup where if you're any good Renekton player, I think you should be licking your chops over seeing a Gwen on the other side of your map. And I know the damage between them, it looks the same, but I don't think it speaks to the story of what was the top lane, because that Gwen got behind, and Renekton was really the bridge to get Jinx to the rest of the game, where Array, that range advantage that he had against the Tristana, the Sivir, I mean, I think that probably 10k of that damage came on the final push, but still, we set that up, right? You have the beefiness of Renekton, Ivern, Alistar to sit behind this range, and they just didn't have the engage options on Dark Zero. I feel like they really struggled to find ways to make their own plays, and for a team that we really pitched as being so focused on playing those early games, it's been interesting to see them kind of change their approach, and now they're going to have to find 2 wins in a row, which is not easy with their backs up against the wall. I mean, we could have a very surprising finish here if Blue Otter take the win against Dark Zero.
And I think the biggest thing as well is the momentum that Blue Otter used in that game, right? The fact that they finished the game when they did, knowing that they could use those resets on the Excited from Array to really burst down those turrets, the multi-lane pressure they had, and I think that willingness to know when you have the end, the kind of killer instinct, I guess, as a team, is really nice to see from Blue Otter. And Dark Zero will be choosing that red side yet again. That's 3 games in a row we've had the losing team choose red side. They've got to have a better payoff with that counter pick. It did not work out for Toasty and for Tristana, so that's where we got to ask the question to you, Cubby, and work out how do DZ get back into this series.
I thought the Trist was good, actually, but I thought the rest of the draft kind of put them in the hole. I'm curious to see where they go. I mean, I think that of all the players, we just gave a lot of praise over to Blue Otter. We didn't mention Samakin on the Mel. Yeah. That was a game-warping pick, man. I thought Samakin, his ability to react to the Glacial Prisons, he was like 3 for 3 from what we saw. And the power of Mel, again, you are so strong in those early stages, just given the range and the guaranteed harass of the Q, the root, the ult. He really cashed in on the pick that he's known for. And I'm curious, like, they've spent a lot of bans denying Samakin some of those picks that are more standard for him. Are you willing to give him the Azir? Like, I think that should be a very real option here for Dark Zero. Look for that Talia Azir trade. I really trust Toasty on Azir. So I think leaving both those champs up. Samakin's proven that he's a decent to okay Azir. I don't think he's an elite Azir. Toasty, for me, is an elite Azir player. Absolutely. So I would love to see if they look for an angle for that, or a Yone. I think Yone ban from Blue Water would be really smart here, actually, to maybe set up for like an Azir opener if they expect that. So just kind of curious to see where we go.
I don't care what we get as long as it makes sense for Dark Zero, because I do not see this team falling out here in this game. I expect this series to go to 5. This is a team that, through all the changes, we talked about it earlier in the series, it has still been a lethal weapon in ACL. And to go out with this kind of setup, I just don't feel like it's gonna end that way. So let's see what they get here. Again, just cohesion as a comp. That's what I'm looking for. As the
Talia
ban. Banned away, Talia is that final ban.
Okay, so what's the opener now? As Pantheon and Maokai both taken off the board. I mean, you could be one Rel. I'm gonna be honest. You could take that over. Like, the Rel Braum trade is still up, but I think Rel is one of Psycho's best picks. And I would not be surprised to see very early cryo on the Rel. So yeah, we'll see what goes from there. But we've been pitching Varus for 3 games, so we see him in the 4th. We'll see. He has a choice between on hit or not. So I think on hit is definitely. I mean, it did get better on this match. Poke. Yeah. I've seen a lot of Poke run out of gas. And I think that with how this series has gone, I would look to go on hit. But man, playing into Yone Zyra, that's a very hard game to play on hit Varus into.
Yeah,
so
I think
Dark Zero. Yeah, I think Dark Zero kind of drafting to deny that early, and that is a deny pick from Kryra too. Kizno, of course, can play the Zyra well, but I think Kryra plays that pick really well. Yeah. So we'll see where Samikin goes from here, because he's not exactly an Akali or Silas player, which is some of the counters you think of when you think of Yone.
But I gotta say, just immediately off the bat, give Toasty the tools to find his success, and he will have the Yone. So there's always the potential to 1v9 fights on this pick. We've seen Toasty do it before. The way is a classic. It's a comfort for Samikin, and in this Dueling Fates setup, it's going to be an important one, nonetheless, in game number 4.
Okay, again, Hui, Samikin is really on point with those fears. The big interaction that you have is the Q3 from Yone. You have to take angles with it, or else you're just going to get feared if you go straight at the Hui. And even then, it's pretty telegraphed. It's pretty easy fear for Hui to hit. So we didn't mention the Rovex and Braum trade, Rovex and Braum, Rel and Braum trade. Rovex is also a very good Rel player, and this Braum, I like the fact they went Rel here, because Zyra would love to be paired with like an engaged support. This is a very, very receptive comp for Dark Zero between Zyra and Braum. Where is that initiation, that engage going to come from? Because that's what they lacked in the last game when Mel denied that Glacial Prison. And also Rakan just had a bad game to function. Playing Rakan to Ivern and Alistar, I think sounds horrible to me. So now, like, it's got to be on K or Sajed to find something, actually, you know, find and engage. And I'm really curious to see what they're going to go with that. I mean, this could be a sneaky Ashe game, if we're being honest. Like,
okay. I could see it. I do like some of the jungle focus in second phase, though, by Dark Zero. They're taking away the Zax and the Fury, things along those lines. It is the AD focus, though, from Blue Otter, as they ban away the Senna and the Smolder. They're taking away the carry late game scaling picks from Sajid.
All right, Sajed, what do you want?
We brought this out before.
Could blind Cassante.
It looks real good.
But, I mean, even if you're blinding Cassante, I'm not thrilled about that. Vayne's conditions are not that bad this game, by the way. What's showing?
And I think it's a confidence booster, too.
You get out some Varus damage.
Oh, okay. It's the Kai'Sa. Another good one. Another good one.
I mean, Kai'Sa Braum, not the best lane. You're still lacking engage. I really feel like this is like a sneaky Ashe angle. I know Ashe has been really deprioritized by these teams, but I feel like Ashe Braum, like in the Rel Varus, is still a decent matchup. We would have at least found engage somewhere. That said, we'll see if they find any engage topside. I think that it has to be like an Ornn angle for K. And if I'm Quacker, I'm drafting like we're going to see Ornn Malphite Scion.
We got the Quacker Olaf.
Very good conditions for Olaf.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
you
very
just
good
get to run
conditions
through
for Olaf.
everybody. You're just... And it's right what Quacker wants to do. That's the biggest thing I love about Quacker's persona as a top lane carry.
Is it a Kryra Olaf?
His theme is just running at people. It could be different. It could
Probably
be different,
not.
We will see.
I think you get destroyed by Zyra in the first few levels. So, yeah. In Italy, again, there's not a lot of engage for Dark Zero. With Italy, you can be very flexible, malleable. If it does end up being on hit Varus, that attack speed steroid is very real.
I'm not sold, Cubby. I'm not sold. Like, I know Kryra has deserved the respect.
By the way,
maybe we give him that one.
I think it should be on hit Varus this game, just given that we have Kai'Sa Braum showing, and I expect this to be an Mbessa. So there's no
easy decision.
There's very minimal engage on Dark Zero. It's got to be Braum main engage. Zyra can kind of set some things up, but that E is pretty easy to dodge.
K?
Toasty, it's got to be Toasty and K. I like the Blue Otter comp better. I think they have a real identity with Poke if they want it. Varus can be flexible. I would actually prefer on-hit Varus. I know it's really tough for him to auto-attack this game, but I have seen too many Poke Varuses just fall off and not be useful later on. And we have seen every game in this series go late. And if we go late as Blue Otter with an Olaf, with a Hui, with an on-hit Varus, like when and where can Sajed jump in as Kai'Sa? Like that's another concern for me is where's the setup for Kai'Sa to like find these backline assassinations and play a clean game? I think it's tough. I like the approach the Blue Otter have. Like, they're the ones that should have more control over the fights with the Rel in terms of dictating when and where they want to go in. And for Dark Zero, where are their winning lanes? It kind of has to come from top lane early, but even that in the Olaf can be tricky. So I have some concerns for Dark Zero.
Okay, well, hey, they're leaving it up to the mechanical execution. They're going to leave it up on the Rift. And we just have to set the table a little bit for Dark Zero. I mean, there is no way that they expected themselves to be in this kind of position, but you're in that position, and your lives are on the line. This could possibly be the last game we see from Dark Zero if they don't out-execute Blue Otter. And for a team that we expected to be in the top 4, to be in contention for that LTA promotion slot, they need to show up now.
Yeah, again, like you look at any and all tier lists that were made for NACL. It was Luminosity Gaming first, then it was Dark Zero, Supernova next, in whatever order you had them. We're one game away from them being knocked out, not being able to compete for that LTA slot. Obviously, this roster was picked apart a little bit. They had a very different look, a different top side for this split, but I think it has really been, I think, credit and kudos to Dark Zero that we haven't really been able to tell the difference between a couple of rosters. Like Kay, Kizno stepping in, Toasty stepping in. I think these guys did a really good job, but man, I'm worried about this one. I think we could get another game where they're on the back foot with a lack of engage, and we saw how that went last game for Blue Water, where they were able to dictate the pace of the game. They did it well, so I'm really curious to see what happens. I think it's very important that Zyra is able to get a good first clear and make something happen early in that window, get up in the face in Italy or anything. And then for Toasty, I think his conditions need to be very good this game, because Yone could be the backbreaker.
First item spike is going to be crazy. Make sure you get your item spikes in with your vote for who you think is going to take the win here. Will we see the Blue Otter Magic come to a head and push this run down that lower bracket and deny DZ from ever having the opportunity to compete for that LTA slot? Or can Dark Zero bring us to our first silver scrapes in the NACL? I know it's what I'm voting for as a caster. I might be a little bit biased, but make sure you get your votes in.
Blue Water have been great so far today. This has been a really fun series between both teams. Dark Zero just don't.
The roller coaster they've been on, man. Like the high highs of like one of the biggest upsets, and then it's domination in the next series gets conviction, and then now finding themselves potentially taking down Dark Zero. What a world.
Man, this is crazy. I do like Blue Water's draft. I really feel like they could put this one out. I want to see if it's Poke Ferris or On-Hit Ferris. Obviously, what the game presents, I would go Poke Ferris, but I've seen since the patch, Poke Ferris just runs out of gas so fast. These games have gone very late, and you gotta believe that, like with Rel, Way, and maybe there's a way to auto-attack and attack speed buff from Italy. I'm curious to see what Array ends up going for, because I think that dictates whether or not Blue Otter can win late, which is part of why I'm arguing for the on-hit, because I think that actually gives you decent ways to win late if you are able to keep your conditions good. But we've also seen a lot of games where, especially in the LPL, on-hit Varus has had trouble auto-attacking. And there are definitely a lot of tools that Dark Zero can use to make it hard for Varus to auto-attack. So we're going to start there and go from there, Mazel.
We are indeed. It's fully blue-sided here, at least for the votes, but we'll see what happens on the Rift, because that's where it really matters. It's all down to this for Dark Zero. Can they prolong their life in the lower bracket? The momentum they so craved now being used against them by Blue Otter. It's game number 4 of this lower bracket shindig. It's Blue Otter versus Dark Zero.
Glad you brought the heat for this one, Mazel. We're going to have to see if both of our teams can bring the heat. Okay, Array, it's a TP, and it's a Comet. So we got some Poke Ferris. That changes things a bit. Zyko really wants to catch some of those arrows, prevent the poke. And to be fair, I mean, the poke identity for Blue Water is very strong. I think whether or not they have Poke Ferris or not, you got the heals from Italy, you got Way Poke, you got Varus Poke, and then hopefully Olaf can be enough DPS to get through this. So I think this puts more importance for me on Olaf and Quacker just having better conditions top, because if he gets behind, that's a champion that completely scales off the economy that he has. So any Olaf getting behind, I think is very, very bad for Blue Water, and especially with him taking Ghost and Flash. He needs to have good conditions. So I like the fact that I see Kryra pathing up top first, And we'll see. It looks like Kisno's going to be pathing his way down, so it should help Quacker have better conditions up top.
It should indeed. And I know this is maybe looking to the future a little bit, but it's such an interesting style of comp for Blue Water where around any objective, what they want to do is just kind of stand there and wait till Dark Zero either forced into fight or walk away in a lot of ways, because the poke is going to be insane. It's literally coming from 3 directions and multiple of that with Samyukin on the way. So I'm very much looking forward to that for Blue Otter, but still a lot of pain points in between now and there.
Like, we're talking about poke. Like, where is the main engage from Dark Zero? That's the other concern. It's going to have to be K and Toasty throwing themselves in there.
Literally throwing themselves.
So, are they going to be equipped to do that? It's going to be tough. I really like the setup for Blue Water. I think that your ability to outrange and out-interact with Dark Zero has it. It's very real. I thought the Rel pick was really clutch on 2-3. I mean, it guarantees out of the priority supports left. I know Braum and Rel is a good matchup, but Rel gets to dictate, have control over fights. And that's going to be, I think, really important this game when, if it's neutral conditions, Blue Otter is going to be so heavily favored just given the champs they have the poke setup.
And I also think, you know, the biggest takeaway from this is that Blue Water have done it their way, right? Like, we've seen comfort picks after comfort picks throughout all the games so far. We've seen them bend the draft to their will a little bit. And here, I mean, obviously a little bit low on the Nidalee for me, but still something that feels like a Blue Otter vibe for a draft. Now we are getting the culmination of the paths coming through. Kryra doing a really good job of getting that clear going, but Zyra will be right behind him, all pathing towards top.
I mean, Zyra should be a little bit quicker, but Kryra's done a really good job in this clear. And yeah, well, I will say Kisno's a little bit behind because he did start with the Raptors and then reverse cleared. So this does mean that he's going to play for Raptor respawn when that comes back up. But with Kryra being at this crab so early, I'm wondering if he's able to play this and then also play for the Raptor respawn. Because that could be kind of tricky here because Kisno's in a bind. Like, does he walk to bot crab and potentially seed his Raptors, which Blue Otter have warded? And if you start the game with Zyra behind, I mean, that's already not the best start that you want.
Yeah, definitely not. You want to be at the
He started Raptors. I love what Kryra's doing here. This is so smart from him. And he's going to walk over and harass Toasty, just wait for these things to respawn and take him.
It's been really a series of level up from Kryra. Kisno's going to walk back across.
Kisno does have this warded too.
Yeah,
he has this warded too. And again, this is kind of the fight and the start. You can see Kryra has decent setup here. He should be able to skirmish A-okay. Just has to avoid the root. If you get hit by the root, it's bad. But yeah, we're just going to duel over the Raps.
Well, Zyko's redeploying out this way, but I think some of the little chickens are going down.
Kovacs is here. He got it!
Oh, he missed it, and then Kryra ended up taking it away. So really heads-up play right there. Does get a little bit back for Kisno. He will initiate his back now. Probably going to get stopped by Rovex in the end, actually.
It's a win. I mean, Kryra is so accelerated now because he's going to go Krug's, Raptors, base, and then whatever he wants to do on the map, he's going to be up pretty big. So I really like what we've seen so far. As
Dude,
Quacker,
the hyper-clear junglers, no backs. Let's just build gold.
Quacker's going to see that cannon to make sure that he matches the base of K. So this is the punishment of not having that TP. He will fall a little bit behind here in XP and going to have to survive the early level 6 from Anbessa. But overall, I think if you look at the map, Blue Otter very happy about where the Nidalee's at. And that's the biggest one they have so far.
Does that ever fall off, though? I want to open up that conversation about the junglers and what their goals are to do here in this game, especially with that kind of inspection of the carry potential from both sides. A lot of the team-wide damage available for the side of the Zyra, and a lot of that kind of execution damage from the Nidalee. I've lost to Cubby, unfortunately. We're having tech pause, we're having Cubby die on stream. It's a crazy world out here, and once again, I find myself stuck monologuing to you all, so I apologize for that. But I do believe maybe they can hear Cubby if I can get confirmation on that. We'll see. Maybe I'll get confirmation of that, Chris. Okay, I'm going to be filling for now, so unfortunately, he is not available. He's taking a call maybe, or a little bit more important. But in the middle of an important game between the two, and I do believe Cubby is back, as we're going to welcome him back here. So a tech pause into a caster tech pause too.
I got to put myself in the shoes of the players here myself. as cover caster, I
Like,
gotta
just like them,
accurately,
for real.
accurately represent the mental stress of trying to fix my camera while, we're in a pause. I like to pause on these sometimes. It's too powerful. I think that's it.
I see.
Yeah.
It's a common problem. Too powerful.
No, the real problem is that the cord's not long enough to put it in the better USB port, so sometimes it does.
Why don't you just buy a new USB cable?
It's a little, I need the cable from them, because it's in a converter, because it's a real cam. If you want to get in the nitty gritty.
We're opening all the doors here.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully we get back in the game.
If you want to open the real door, we did have, I think, our greatest fill ever the first day of the season in LPL, where we filled an hour in 15 or 20 minutes, and that was lost to time because the channel was not set up to save the VODs, which I'm pretty salty about because we got weird.
Okay, we can stop talking about all this
craziness,
craziness, all the fill that we asked for. We're back in the game now. Thankfully, we didn't have to wait for an hour and 15 minutes, but you never know. We'll hold that over your all's head. As we get back into it, I want to reopen that conversation of the jungle and really pick your brain about what the goal is for both of them in different ways.
Look, I think now Kryra, I mean, he's going for a Super Saiyan clear. He is Yatza base.
Yeah.
There's the level 6. Quacker is still walking forward.
Oh, he's got a flash for it. Going all the way in, but he gets locked down. Didn't have Ragnarok. Just gives first blood to DZ.
Yeah, I mean, again, he has no TP. I'm going to trust Quacker on the Olaf. He knows the champion really well, that if there's no Zyra, he saw something that we didn't. But yeah, that looked like a bummer, because when Zyra shows up, well, that's pretty doomed, and I'm actually a little bit surprised that Kryra didn't pick up that top wave, because Quacker's late to it. It probably would have given away the dragon, but that's like a wave and a half. You could have picked up as Nidalee, would have been okay. See the flash in, beautiful chain from Kisno, and yeah, I mean, Olaf likes to be on low health. We did see the W popped, which he wasn't able to auto. I think that K did time that ult very well. Buy some time with the W, not to mention syncing up with Kisno, the most important part. So that's important. We did say Olaf gets completely scales off of... Whoa, hold on, pause.
Whoa, a little bit of splash play going with Aspiring Despair. Can't collect the combo with Rovex. And now he's in trouble. When the fight does go through, there will end up being a bit of a scuffle. Sammykin, he's completely out the middle of the fight. Blue Otter have just lost this early game completely.
Yeah, again, Sammykin, he flashed to start the play, and that play just ended up not being there. I do want to credit Toasty. He had a nice Q3 to cancel Rovex's engage. But also, man, that was just a little bit too much too early. Everything fired at the Braum, and nothing comes up Blue Otter's way, so Dark Zero up 1k gold, up a Dragon. Stacking that early is very good, but oh, we're going to try and get the steal.
They do end up finding it. Okay, Dragon goes over to Dark Zero. Kryra barely escaping with his life there, as Toasty did have to go back to the Soul Unbound. That'll be an early Infernal Dragon for Dark Zero, and that's going to feel really good.
Okay, good pick up there for Dark Zero. They play that sequence much better. Again, I think once Sammykin flashes over and that kill doesn't connect, that play is kind of over for Blue Otter. And between that, Olaf being behind, again, good conditions, good start for Dark Zero. This grub fight might be tricky coming up here.
A little bit.
We're going to have to see if Blue Otter wants to fight this one, because the Olaf is behind. But also, if Olaf gets a good fight, I mean, he can slingshot his way back if you don't execute him. So we'll see if there's enough damage.
And if you want to know just how much damage you need to do to be successful in League of Legends, go get some one-on-one coaching from prodiff.gg. You can get coaching from Current. Oh, a little bit of coaching from Quacker.
Wow.
In the top lane. But scan that QR code, get some one-on-one coaching from prodiff.gg.
Quacker kind of 1v9 there. I got to say, like, he just completely zoned them off the grubs. He's going to have Rovex help him get this wave shoved out. I don't know if he can get it all the way in, which is a little bit of a danger. But, hey, that's 3 grubs over to Blue Otter. So I'd say that's A-okay. As Quacker, I will say the one big advantage here for Blue Otter, the fact that you can see Array has a TP, so they still have 2 TPs. It looks like they're going to send Quacker bot to catch that wave. I think he kind of has to base to get better conditions, but this is still a world where that Olaf is set behind. And we'll see if Quacker... So I like Stridebreaker opening on Olaf, because the active is so good for keeping your autos going in the Ragnarok. He likes the Ravenous Hydra a lot, which is just an absurd amount of lifesteal that you're able to stack up. I'm curious what he goes for, because it was a Vamp Scepter, then he went over the Tiamat.
True.
So we'll see. Again, preference for the Hydra. It makes you a stronger side laner, a little bit weaker in the team fights compared to the Stridebreaker.
And at this point, when you have this early depth save, I think maybe opting into that side lane could be a benefit for Blue Otter. We are seeing a bit of weird lane setups here. Sajed is in bot side against Quacker. And we will see top lane as a point of pressure as they're trying to dive, but Zyko was here the entire time and it immediately pulls Blue Otter off the play.
Good sidestep there by K. Just as we got the camera up there, we did see Chains of Corruption go wide off of an Ambessa hop. So, and with all those members showing top, Quacker does have Ragnarok available, but between Kizdo and Sajed, I think it's too much damage, which, again, is why it's so important to make sure the stats are good. Severus TP, and that's going to be enough. So he picks up that wave, but the top wave is down, and K continues to get ahead in this matchup.
So they are going to leave this top lane a little bit, which I don't know how we feel about the Ambessa, but I know Ambessa's been pretty strong. And I don't know if you want to give resources over that way.
I mean, so far, Quacker not having TP, I think it's been pretty expensive for Blue Otter, for being honest. So definitely been a point of power for Dark Zero, just given the good start in the top lane. Again, did say coming into the draft with Quacker going with the Ghost and the Flash, important that he gets good conditions, but him being set behind's big. So we'll see if that can change as time goes on, but so far, no dice for the Olaf and for Blue Otter.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have another tech pause. I'm going to guess it's connection issues. We saw Rovex left the game. And as I say that, we do get the confirmation it is network issues. That's never the way you want to lose your momentum in a best of, especially if we're seeing it right coming from the Blue Otter side. That's going to feel pretty bad.
Yeah, that's, man, feels bad for us too.
Yeah,
someone up here as well. But hey, it's been a great series. You guys are still sticking with us and have been here for the day. I think you guys have been in for a treat when it comes to League of Legends. Blue Otter being up 2-1 and being a little bit behind in this game might be pushing us to 5, and we'll see if we can get there sooner than later as we're back in the action.
Yeah, we're finally back to a place where Dark Zero are getting one of those early advantages that we know they love to play with, that they love to play with control from. And they do have little advantages for Toasty and Kizno. Big wonder combo here for them moving forward. But we did get the dragon, ended up taken there by Dark Zero, so the stacking is going to be there. They have the permanent buff of the grubs too on the side of Blue Otter. So some trades on the neutral objectives as K got a little bit of love from the solo laners of Blue Otter.
We'll see where the love goes in terms of the next dragon. For me, that's where my focus is when it comes to both these teams. We do have an item advantage right now on K, but he was just forced out. He should be able to TP back in. And wondering if they take some of that top pressure that Blue Otter were just able to have. Yeah, you can see them collapsing bot. They're going to have to fix bot lane. But they might be able to use the fact that Ambessa just TP'd bot to collapse their way into this dragon.
I mean, being able to stop Dark Zero from stacking these earlier dragons going to feel really nice for Blue Otter. Try to get to these first item spikes. I will say, though, the closer and closer we get to Toasty getting his Blade of the Rune King, the more scared at least I get of what Toasty wants to do in this game. I mean, it is terrifying how much of a grip he can have if he continues to find advantages, if he hits that item spike that we know Yone can 1v9 with.
Cleanse burn there by Zyko will have the heal back up with the spellbook. But again, you can see, like, Braum, with the shield, you can stop some of the poke, but you don't have that snap engage to really force into the poke, which is what I really felt like was missing from Dark Zero in this game. Again, having to deal with Nidalee, Hui, Varus poke when your engage has to be a Tempered Fate, a Glacial Fissure, or a Public Execution.
Yeah.
That's tough. Like, that's not the guarantee that you get with, like, a Vi, a Nautilus, a Xin Zhao, or other options in the bot lane, even stuff like Rel, which Blue Otter secured early and I thought was a big part of their draft. So even with Blue Otter being behind, they still play their comp out right there and are able to get the neutral.
And I know I'm maybe just looking potentially into the future, but also potentially into the hope or cope. How insane would it be for the story of Blue Otter in split number 2 of 2025 to have taken down Supernova, knocked them into the lower bracket, and then eliminate Dark Zero? They are one game away from that, and I think that's just riding high on their minds here as a team that's really feeding into this story.
again, like, when I think of Blue Otter, Mazel, I think back to last year, where they took this Maryville, the Dragonsteel squad they had then, they challenged them the most in the regular season. There was a point in time where this same team was like, hey, we think the other best team in the league is Blue Otter. Blue Otter still rocking 3 out of 5 of that core that has stuck together. And to see them challenging Dark Zero the way now, I mean, I know both teams have gone through changes. Of course, Kryra was actually on this Dark Zero squad before, right? Subbing in the finals himself. But I think it's just really, really telling, you know, what this core can do, whether it's the staff behind them, whether it's these guys. And I think the brains behind this, like, for this time around, I mean, summer playoffs did not go the way they wanted them to go last year when they were such a strong team that kind of bombed out early. It's a real opportunity. Again, I've said a couple times, a coming out party for this team. Like, this isn't just a fun team to have in NACL. These guys are looking to be real competitors if they're able to take this best of 5 against the competitors that we know are Dark Zero, the team that has been in the last 3 finals that we have in NACL. If they go out now, it would be a huge surprise.
Disappointing, really, as we are getting to the point of another objective. You have the Rift Herald potentially start. Okay, Zyko's going to get out of that one. Thought maybe he dies. But it will be the Rift Herald started up at least by the plant. We'll see if Kryra wants to pick it up afterwards, as Blue Otter are in full force over here. They do have Samikin on the bot side, who just burned his flash, actually, from the ult of Toasty. So that's really important to think about, but both TPs are available. It looks like Dark Zero are going to give this side of the map.
Again, I just don't know how Dark Zero pulls the trigger into the poke. Like, we haven't seen them be able to, like, really close the gap and find a real engage. The kills they've gotten have just kind of been like Blue Otter playing too fast topside and then Quacker playing too fast as well. So I think the only option for them is just to continue to farm and scale. You said if you can get Yone as big as possible, that's good. They're doing just that with Toasty looking to take down first brick. I think with no grubs, though. Yeah, okay, he's got it.
He got it.
Let's place her down. Okay.
Blade of the Rune King plus boots buff.
Yeah, but I mean, on the flip side, that pressure, again, you have to be creative with the lanes that you play. If you're Blue Otter, you don't have a TP on one of your side laners in Quacker. They aren't able to pull off the dive, and Mbessa gets the wave. So, okay, just max win for Dark Zero across the map. Blue Otter fall a little bit behind from that. Good play by Dark Zero. That holds strong.
Next play that we will see will be the Rift Herald from Blue Otter. I do expect them to try to use that in mid lane at some point. Can use it ahead of this dragon, potentially, to take that first step forward into the pit and into the river, but it will be second dragon for either side that wants to claim it.
Man, kind of a slow one, Zell.
A little bit of slow burn.
Well, different.
Those 2 kills early, and you know.
A little different. That's okay. We'll see. I think that Rift Herald, we have seen Blue Otter. I want to give them credit, like, of all the trends that we've seen in this series. I think they've used the Rift Herald really well. They've really put a focus on this objective. Like, we've seen every game pretty much the Rift be traded for the Dragon here.
Yeah.
And this is they've gotten 2 crashes. Like, they've really pushed the pace mid with this objective. So for me, I think that's the next step.
We'll see now with items really being completed, but especially that Evolve coming soon for Samikin. It's gonna feel pretty nice from the Blue Otter perspective, but I'm really looking at that second, third item for Toasty. Even Sajid on the Kaisa, who's had a bit of a quiet earlier game, but I still think they're going to, at least him and Array, have a lot of the conversation leaning their way as we move further and further.
Do have Zyko going McHale's versus the Redemption. I actually really favor what Robex has, because I think that McHale's, I mean, it's very conditional. Like, you can't, it's not a lock-it, it's not a redemption. And again, you're going to eat the poke. Like, you're pretty much taking that to get out of Chain of Corruption or the Fear from Samikin, which will be valuable. Force Sajad could be valuable, you know, for Toasty in the front line, but that redemption, we saw the guaranteed power, now strong that item is in the last game when it was on the Ivern and on the Alistar. We'll see if it can have the same impact here, because I think that's a big team fight advantage for Blue Otter, who again can continue to be behind in gold, but it feels like with the poke they have, like Darksiders don't have a way to break this with their comp.
Yeah, I love the space that they're creating here, just easily moving in early and then just using this poke. They're going to charge in the mid lane, try to get this turret down. They have the 3 grubs, so it's easy work. and that just means there's no defensive structures for Dark Zero to fall back on. Toasty is moving over as well in front of the Dragon Pit. Maybe this is the fight we've been waiting for. It doesn't feel like a fight that either team really needs to toss away the early advantages for, but we look like we're setting up for it anyways.
If you're Blue Otter, just continue to play like this. I just continue to
This is what I was talking about for
use
draft.
the
This is just what you do. Just
Yeah,
stand here and wait for them to do something.
Yeah, this is why I wanted Ashe. Like, for real. I know that Ashe has been played a lot, but you needed to find engage somewhere. There is no real engage on Darkseer. Like, the tools are very tough to find. Zyra is not real engage, it's follow-up. Braum should be secondary engage, ideally. Yone should be secondary engage, ideally. Having an Enchanted Crystal Arrow here to be man engage, or like to break the poke and the play pattern we're seeing from Blue Otter, I think would be really big. And the fact that we have not seen that play pattern get broken yet, yes, Darkseer are acquiring resources. This Yone is big. The Kai'Sa's ahead. The Ambessa is ahead. But have they been able to like really play this game or find a lead? No.
And that conversation is going to continue rearing its ugly head.
I think it's going to be Rywise. I think Rywise has to be the break point by the Zyra, which, I mean, that makes the Olaf pick, I think, really high value again in that top side. Like,
True.
This is a very, very happy game if you are Olaf.
He is down a little bit in CS, but I mean, he's still going to have the damage
fine.
profile to
Yeah, you're
run
Olaf.
at
You're
people
chill.
this
Yeah.
entire fight. As we do see Atacon on the top side, maybe bringing a little bit more vision game from both sides up this way, but Dragon is still floating on the bot side. Neither team really confident to start that one up. First of all, DZ don't feel confident because they don't have engage to pull off of it, and they also don't want to put themselves in a position where they're just getting constantly poked by Blue Otter.
I mean, I think an Otacon standoff would be dangerous for Blue Otter. If I'm them, I'd probably stick with the Mountain Drakes. Oh, Samakin.
Oh,
Get the fear. He should be okay.
gets a lot of damage done to him, but he is just fine. That is the Flash and the Fate Seal burned by Toasty, where Samakin saved his Flash.
I mean, again, like, Samakin has TP. Just reset back. Kryra cannot be stopped in this Nidalee. They're too slippery. There's not enough
finding
engage.
an angle. Okay.
He doesn't have ult, though. Like, he can't do anything from here. Just get Samakin back and then play out from
Change
here.
corruption. Hits on the Sajed. He is going to cleanse away at least the Mikhails from Zyko. And that is going to be a flash coming through as well. We will end up seeing Kisno trying to get away with a smidgen of health ahead of this Dragon. He's going to have to reset, and Blue Otter can just take it.
Michelle, I opened the day saying Blue Otter would get 3-1'd.
Yeah.
I'm now in the camp where I think it's a Blue Otter 3-1. How does Dark Zero break this? I think it has to be Rywise on Zyra, because like you're hoping the slows can maybe be enough to set up that big engage, but there's no way to find a fight. They cannot engage. And this is what's happening. It doesn't matter if there's a goal deficit. It's just better conditions for Blue Otter, and they're being so disciplined in playing around this comp. I cannot tell you, in my 5 years of casting Tier 2, in my 3 years of coaching before that, how many times I've watched people just botch poke comps because they play too fast.
Yep.
And one of the fights that Samakin went down, he flashed in for no reason to play too fast. Blue Otter since then have been so disciplined in playing this out, and I don't see where Dark Zero are going to be able to break this. I think it's a really, really tough game for them to be able to find and engage and break this. And if Blue Otter continue to stack up the dragons like this, I mean, that's really going to help something like Olaf be even more of a terror later on, just having a Mountain Soul or more resistance behind him.
Yeah, and I think the hardest thing about this is you can't go back and change it. Like, you can't just be, yo, can we go back and, like, can we switch this up? Like, we just need to engage. You are set in stone in a potential final game of your entire year without being able to even reach the potential to fight for one of those promotion slots. And that is why I called it a disappointment if Dark Zero lose here. Their goal is to be one of the top programs, one of the top organizations here in the NACL. And from the get-go of this year, we set that up for them. But here they are, potentially faltering before they even get the chance.
I mean, they've had chances. They just don't have a chance to like play for that big tournament. We said this league was going to be more competitive this year, this split. And props to Blue Otter. I mean, they've taken steps to be more competitive in the split, mid-split. That's so hard to do. How many times have we seen roster changes get botched, whether it's in the middle of the season or later on? I mean, we've had the Blue Otter. I mean, I'm not going to freely sign Big Pass, actually. We're going to pass on that.
Yeah.
There was something there.
Everybody gets one.
I got one look in. I got one look in. It's fine. But I am so impressed by Blue Otter, the way they're playing this. And I think it's going to be so difficult, again, for them to break this. Now, they have to remain disciplined. I think Crier's been playing a great game. He cannot get caught. Has to continue to spot out those engaged tools and play disciplined. But again, you can see, like, where's the angle for Dark Zero? They need to get more resources. Maybe if they get enough resources, they can just break whatever Blue Otter wants to do. But I think it's really tough to do against a champion like Olaf, or like just the sound counter-engage or engage that Rel can give you. I mean, if Ambessa Yone goes in too early and Rel stymies that could be a really positive fight again for Blue Otter. I just don't see the angles.
But I will say, time is DZ's friend. The more items that come through for Toasty and K, I do feel like gives them the potential to just throw their bodies and still have positive outcomes. We're already on second items coming through for everybody, it feels like, on the Rift, and a lot more safety for Toasty as he went with the shield bow second as well. So he knows that is the potential in his future.
Look, the scaling of Kaisa, Yone, Ambessa, Zyra, it's all very real. But if you can never fight the fight that you want, is it, like, how real is it, you know? As Rolex losing Flash is big, that's a big condition. It takes away a big Rel power play. It's a good trap there by Dark Zero. Playing around with the vision and the top lane pressure they had to get something out. And yeah, again, like, you're right. Kaisa, Yone, Ambessa DPS will be good. But what if you never have a good angle to DPS, Mazel?
That's true.
That's the game the Blue Otter's going to try and play, and so far they've been playing it damn well.
They have been. They're keeping advantages where they need to. Some of the CS is faltering for them, but they're holding strong, about 3,000 gold down from Dark Zero. And Quacker will have his way with some of these fights as time goes on, too. So it's not like they don't have their options as we look at the map setup.
Something I really like. Sajad got early Vamp. Just get a Vamp Scepter. You're getting poked out by everything. That's good. That's going to start to remove, like, some of the conditions or power that Blue Otter can have. My concern later on is just the Olaf. I think Olaf can 1v9 this game if you want Quacker.
I agree.
And this Olaf is really big. He's got Hexblade. That Ragnarok to be even more powerful.
And it's Quacker's Olaf.
It is Quacker's Olaf. That is very much worth noting. He's a damn good Olaf. We have a history of very good Olaf players in NACL. Thinking of Philip, thinking of Faisal. Quacker is the last one standing. Gonna have to see if he can Ragnarok his way to victory here. But yeah, I see a lot of concern. I think you're right, Mazel. It has to be like the Yone Kaisa out DPSing, but can Blue Otter prevent those scenarios? Like that is kind of the game of cat and mouse we're seeing. And so far, the gold deficit has not mattered. It has been Blue Otter playing to their conditions better, and Dark Zero having a really difficult time breaking this.
And I love that, you know, from the Dark Zero camp of things, Kizno is trying to set up for these picks of the objective, right? Because the one thing that we give the Zyra is that you can very speedily help take these neutral objectives, but they have to be able to do it so fast that they want to try to sneak that out from under Blue Otter as we get another tech pause coming through. That's 3 of them already.
I want to keep count of that myself. I like counting Stand United.
I have a notepad already. I mean, I can't help but keep track of things.
I liked counting Stand United's better, personally.
What's worse is my notepad is an envelope. I just want to just a look behind the scenes. We don't. It's fine.
It's all right. I used to actually write down all my notes. And
then, I have a giant thing of notebooks that I use for casting.
I look this way because on top of my PC, I have 2 mini notebooks, you know?
Yeah.
Yay big. I used to write everything down. I liked it better. I could look down from the camera. You can never tell that I was actually
now it's all
notes.
digital, you know. We just
now it's on 8 GOL tabs right now. All my notes are on 8 GOL tabs right here.
If you don't use OneNote, like OneNote is OP for casting.
OneNote's nice. Yeah, we've used that before.
Nice. It's very nice.
I like my GOL tabs.
I don't have to have all my crazy papers anymore.
Still a system that I know Elk uses really religiously. Elk Battery, a teammate over on LPL.
Do you go back and look at your old casting notes? Because that's what I was thinking just now. Like a while back, I went through the old casting notes that I have from like years ago. It's so funny. It's just so funny.
I do. One of the coolest traditions I had. I stole this one from Papa Smithy. I've had the winners of the in-person finals sign the notebook and the page I did. So I have all of TLA's signatures from when they won. Awesome. So I got like Jan saying like thank you for like the split and stuff. And I've never talked about that. So that's it's kind of a cool tradition that I stole. Pop Smithy told one of the coolest stories of when he was I got it from him because when he was casting Score 1 in 2018. And if you guys don't know Score, then you should go back and do some League of Legends research because he's one of the greatest players of all time. But he said Score after he won, like one of the coolest memories he had, as he thanked every single caster, even the international, because like keep in mind he's an English broadcaster, right? And he was able to pull enough weight where they did a hell of a tribute video for him, like going back and stuff like that. But he said score thanked everyone and like stayed afterwards, like after the ceremony to do that. That's that's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
That's a pretty cool story. So yeah, I definitely stole it. I stole a couple things from people that I have respected a lot throughout the years. That was a good one.
That was a good one. That's cool.
That was a
Little
good
story. I still, it's a very small shirt. I'm a very big guy, but like one of my prized possessions is DSG's first season winning, and I got the last signed or like the last those little stick figures they had that they made for the team. I got the last one of those and got them all to sign it. It's just sitting in the. I want to get it framed to some extent. I think it'd be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's cool. It's funny because I was going back. I think Dark Zero was the team, or no, not Dark. Blue Otter was the team that took Disguise to 5 and knocked him out last year. No, wasn't that the series? So I remember Game 5 Yasuo from Blue Water, I believe. That was a fun one. There was Elise sitting there.
It's crazy the changes we've seen in NACL and still see all that passion from a lot of players. It's cool to see some of the old ones, like not old rather, but like just from last year, some of the carryovers and stories we started seeing developing. But more so for me, it's like the impact and the influence we've seen from a lot of the newer faces in Tier 3 and now Tier 2 as well. That's why like coming into this series, we're talking about like potentially that a lot of these players being that kind of next generation of come up players, and we are seeing that here in Tier 2, which I think is so important. It makes me sad to say that one of these teams would leave because I think the stories are so impactful across the NACL, and I mean that's the problem about the competitive nature of this setup is hopefully we'll be getting back in a game soon.
Yeah, we are on a pause here. I will say, got word from our wonderful production jet ski. Oh, he said solving the issue. I thought that was I thought that was in process. That's solved.
Back, baby.
Let's
All
go.
right,
Even
easy.
better.
Important moments, though, coming through. Dragon is up. Could be a soul point for Blue Otter. But again, they're trying to play as reserved as possible. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to get caught by Dark Zero.
Yeah, and again, Dark Zero, they can amass economy. Sajed has done a great job of farming up in this game. But I gotta say, like, they still don't have control. Blue Otter are doing a good job of making sure they're in the area they need to be in first to use their poke. And Dark Zero, they don't have the engage to break this. I think their engage is pretty telegraphed and should be, Blue Otter should be able to sort their way around this. The concern is that there's too much DPS in the Dark Zero squad, but at the moment, they're really controlling mid. They see Kisno. They're going to burst this before Kisno gets here.
They are. I mean, Quacker helps take it so quickly. Now Quacker needs to get out. He's going to pop the Ragnarok, pop the Coast. He is speeding, my dude. As he gets the Toasty, Sealed Fate, he does get fully comboed down. But nobody's there. The Soul Unbound came through. Sajed, he's desperate. Sajed wants to finish him, but he's finishing the Look at this. Quacker, you monster. Oh my god! It will end up being the feats of warfare completed for Dark Zero, and they will take the feats of strength too, but that was insane.
That was hilarious. He just asked Keen and started hitting the Krugs to win. He was out healing the DPS of Kaisa. That's going to change later on. Sajed should be able to get more items to pump through, but Blue Otter, I think, very happy with that. It was feats secured by Dark Zero. I do think that's worth noting, but I'll take the second Mountain Dragon. And that's some bonus defenses that is going to help you, not take as much damage. Guess what? Nidalee heals get to be a little bit more effective. Olaf, a little bit tankier. And again, Dark Zero, yes, they have a lot of DPS, but if they can't find these engages, can't get these objectives, well, Blue Otter, Soul Point, that's big for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's so big, and being able to have that kind of tankiness behind it with really the Rel being that full-on frontline tank with Quacker obviously a bit of that bruiser setup here for them. But we're on third items now, Cubby. How does that change the setup going through as we get the exhaust from Zyko onto Rovex? They're trying to catch him down, but they don't get him in the end. That's going to be a little bit of help setup from Samikin. But is this break point really the moment? I mean, we're getting so close to that third item.
I still really favor where Blue Otter's at. I mean, we haven't seen Dark Zero be able to make any plays. Like, again, that was a 1-for-1. The objective goes over. They're happy with that. If they get Samikin's flash, that would be quite big. But again, if Toasty throws his R out there, it's a one-way trip, and he's at risk. So we did not have the Soul Unbound to try and fish for that one. And even if that happens, Samikin has tools to play, use as defense, given the fear, given all the choices that you get as Hwei. A champion that Samikin has played very well for a long time. Zyko might be stuck.
Zyko. He's stepping up. We still have all flashes available from Dark Zero, so if they want to pull the trigger, they have the options to do so. The only one missing it from Blue Otter is Quacker. Starting to see the impact
again
of the Primal Surge, by the way.
These standoffs, it's always coming
exactly
up
what Blue Otter wants.
Yeah, you can't break the comp. Dark Zero had not thrown themselves in there, which, to be fair, like, their conditions are not great, and they're waiting to get items. I can understand that, but seeing Blue Otter play the draft out the way they have has been so cool. I cannot, again, emphasize how many times I've seen teams fail to play poke comps like this. It helps that there's no engaging on the other side, but it's been a beautiful game of League from Blue Water.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid the DPS of the Ambessa, the Yone, the Kaisa, and doing so damn well.
There's nobody here. The only person that's about to get vision on it is K, and that's going to make a mad dash from Dark Zero, but it's way too little, way too late. They're going to get a T2 in the bot side, but is that going to be enough of a payoff when now Blue Water are about to have double permanent buff from this one?
Rovex might get caught, but if he goes down, you can live with that. That's a
stopped.
nice cancel by Zyko.
K goes in. He tries to get the public execution, but he's into a Ragnarok Olaf. Toasty over the top, the haymaker. He immediately goes back to the Soul Unbound and takes damage with that spiraling despair.
Can they rip
DZ
Baron?
Moving over to Baron. They have quick damage here. They have the Zyra. It should burn.
You have to bring the fight to you. Now, Blue Otter, I don't know if they're in the way to actually give this. TP coming back. Blue Otter, Quacker has no TP, so it's a 4v5.
Toasty looking for his angle. He wanted to steal it here, but it's not enough. Now Sammykin is TP back as well. They are giving position. Sammykin loses half his health. K is on the other side. It's reset. Dark Zero. They have been rebuffed.
Array's doing the right thing. The team should have ran at K, but no, they have someone caught in the war. They can get Sujed. He has flash. He has ult. But they delay the base. The TP was actually cast by Dark Zero to make sure that their AD carry got out safely. And now, with that Baron hit, 55 seconds away from the Dragon, the conditions are so much better for Blue Otter. They get tempo if they get rushed to the bot side of the map. Dark Zero are late to reset because they hit that Baron.
That is tough. The biggest payoff now, though. Toasty has hit IE. A massive spike. He's even got the Elixir of Wrath. DZ, no. They need to put the pedal to the metal now, and it's do or die with this Mountain Soul.
IE on Toasty. He has an Elixir. Many items on Sujed. He has everything up. Sujed, I think you are the best team fighting AD carry that we have in NACL. You got to pull a rabbit out of the hat for this one. And, well, I mean, to be fair, Dark Zero's done a good job of taking control over this bot side. Blue Otter are just giving that. They don't have to take the Dragon if they want to. They've started to hit the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they burn it so fast. Cryra and Quacker are such a good combo into the neutrals. Dark Zero realized the information that's given to them here. Toasty getting poked down. K going on to Array, gets away from the Chains of Corruption. Array trying to clear this wave. K is in some trouble now. He's got some decent damage on him, but Array's going to try to chase him down. Should have the hail of arrows coming up now too. And that's going to be a lot of pressure seeded from Dark Zero. He doesn't have TP, so K is going to back and try to walk back.
The Nidalee heals everything. So this is Toasty is hitting this. He's already got it at half. I don't know if Cryra can actually get in on time. Oh, he can for sure. Has he spotted this, though? There's a control ward in that line brush. That's a little bit dangerous to see. Everyone from Dark Zero, they're going to see that info now, though. And K's not here. They're trying to look for the Ambessa. I really think that's where they're at, but there's no public execution on the Ambessa. Again, Blue Otter, the pressure is not on them. They can keep things neutral. If they keep it neutral, they win out on this. The pressure's on Dark Zero to start this, hit this, burn this, and do it before the poke connects.
They're letting K get on the back end of them. They can't go too far into this one. Quacker goes into the pit here. Dragon is going to go the way of Dark Zero, so they stop the scaling. Quacker's going to flash out. A bit of miscoordination there by Blue Otter.
Now, honestly, I think it's okay. Keep Dark Zero on that side of the map. Go to the Baron. They're going to get some really good poke off. Kizno going to get super chunked from this. Might have to pop Seekers, which he does. That's going to get rid of the damage that would have went through, keep his conditions better for the Baron. But it still is Blue Water. As long as they keep Dark Zero on the map, they will always win.
I mean, they just do it so fast. Dark Zero, they know that something's up. They know that everybody's disappearing. They need to go over here into the pit, but they have no vision, and it's just burning. Now they know that the Scryer's down. Dark Zero, this is a huge precipice for you to fall off of if you can't execute it. The Baron's going to be pulled off of. K goes for the engage. Glacial Fissure. It's Blue Water have been caught a little bit here. Sammykin goes down. Now Rovex quick to join him. Toasty is cutting through everyone with the dual swords. And now Dark Zero take this lead. They move it
That's
into the
huge.
Baron, and that could be a potential setup for Dark Zero to turn this series around.
Samikin had no flash. That is a beautiful public execution from K. Found the exact target he needed to. Now Sajad's going to rip through Varus. Blue Otter should not have checked that Baron. Their conditions were not theirs. They lose 2 more. Baron the Dark Zero, and that's a huge gold lead now.
Oh yeah, I think it's far surpassed any of that setup we were talking about for Blue Otter. And this Dark Zero, they knew that the light was getting dim, and here they're trying to push us to Silver Scrapes for the first time in these best of 5s.
Yeah, again, as Blue Otter, like, we've given them so much credit for how they played out their comp, played out the draft. Oh, we missed the public execution on the Samikin. It was a beautiful start. He was flashless. That was the exact target that Dark Zero wanted. But on the flip side, as Blue Otter, you just got to get out. You got to give this. Like, that Baron isn't going to be the end of the game. We've seen, I don't think the gold lead matters too much when they get their conditions they want on the map. They're fighting into Dark Zero's conditions with this. And credit to Dark Zero, K has really stepped up this game. I feel like Quacker really got the best of him in the last one. That is a massive public execution. And Sajed finding a Ray, taking away that poke. Now it's Baron, and it's going to be so much gold on Dark Zero. A 10k gold lead can really help overcome, again, Blue Otter, the team that is going to have really good conditions if they just keep Dark Zero on the map and continue to poke.
That's the biggest thing we said from the get-go. If Dark Zero get to a point where they do have the stats to overcome not having engages, they get these item spikes to where it doesn't matter how they take the fight, they just need to take it. I mean, it's working out so far. They are almost on 4 items now for both K and Toasty, and you already have that for Sajed.
Yeah, and we're getting to the world where you can out DPS, right? And Sajed with the BT, he's able to sustain, so you can't poke him. Yone has sustain now, you can't poke him. You're really looking to get through the Braum, through the Zyra. And Blue Otter, I mean, these Baron up creeps, it's tough for them to deal with. Array's doing his best, he's throwing out some nice Qs, but they really just have to do their best to eat these waves and keep as much alive as they can. We'll say that Baron's going to expire before that Dragon spawns, so it won't be a free setup for Dark Zero. And I think that Dragon's going to be really big, because at this point, it feels like if more Mountain Dragons go over to Dark Zero, that's less poke damage you're taking versus a Mountain Soul potential for Blue Otter. I think it's very important that they try to secure this, and very important that Dark Zero gets as much as they can on the map to have good conditions so that Blue Otter cannot be to that Dragon first. If they get in the river first, we've seen what this comp can do. It's really tough for Dark Zero to play into.
Unfortunately, a poke comp doesn't really work if you're just being ran through. And that is the goal right now for Dark Zero.
Again, it was so big that K found the 1 member without flash. It'd be very important for this next fight. Kryra is flashless. Quacker should have his sums up in time. But Kryra has to be the focus. He does have that Zanya's if he's going to survive. So we'll see. Seeker's picked up for Sajed. I think that's a really big pickup. A lot of good defensive option there that Kai'Sa can kind of uniquely abuse with her AP ratios. And man, it feels like Blue Otter, again, like now they're pretty far behind in this game. They can't create the same conditions where it looked like Dark Zero just couldn't break them. And Dark Zero, they have gotten enough economy now where it looks like they're starting to break them. So we're going to have to see in these couple of upcoming fights if we you know, Dark Zero can take this dragon. I think it's very expensive if Blue Otter gives this one away. I would be down to fight this even in kind of poor conditions. I think the 2 Mountain Dragons really takes away some of that poke option, especially with now the Vamp that you have on the Dark Zero side.
They're bringing Quacker out. They have the TP available for Samikin in the side lane. Kryra trying to get some vision control, but going to lose all of it in the bot side as the red buff is going to go the way of Dark Zero as well. All that priority going towards this dragon and an evening of the dragon stacking for both sides.
That's really bad now for Blue Otter. Because now your poke's just less effective every single time it hits. Not to mention the Vamp. Dark Zero, they've really scaled up in these side lanes. Again, early on in the game, it felt like they were really trading out some of these neutrals. I think looking back, like giving Otacon is tough to make the right choice. I think that was an expensive one to give, but a couple of those early dragons, I mean, getting to that 3-to-1 dragon count, Blue Otter not being able to execute there, I think that's the series of events they're going to look out for or look back at or think about if we do end up going to a Game 5, which sure seems much more likely now.
Now we see the strategy coming in from Dark Zero is just to siege out this base. What a comeback from this team in a setup that we said was so hard for them to find the execution. They say we are just better in game number 4. They will take the inhib in mid lane. They won't get much more in bot side, but the turrets are worse for wear. And the reset coming through from Dark Zero with an over 10,000 gold lead.
Aaron in a minute, and so far we have not seen the ability for Blue Otter to leave their base. It is only mid inhibitor that has fallen. That's okay. They can live with that. But man, Sajed looks like he's getting closer to that Zanya's, and well, max item Kaisa. If he picks the right spot, yeah, if he picks the right spot, could be big. We're
seeing that fall off with the Varus.
Yeah, we're at the point where Varus has fallen off, but I'm not sure if Olaf has enough DPS to get through this Kaisa. And also, the Zanyas against Olaf, really good for waiting out the Ragnarok, which is a very real option here. If you are Dark Zero, K is looking.
I mentioned it earlier. Oh, he tries to go for the public execution. Now Toasty's going to try to follow through with it. I mentioned earlier, though, we would come back to the conversations of what the ADCs do in these setups. Sajed is now full build on the Kaisa. He has reached his hyper carry potential, and he is something we have to continuously look at in these next fights.
Poke onto Rovex now from the Kaisa W is a little bit more real. As it looks like Sajed might have gotten the evolve for that, so can actually kind of match some of that poke himself. Also has the Baptiste and Rovex drop lower and lower, thanks to the Zyra scaling as well at 3 items. Found some heal cut as well. So yeah, it feels like some of this Blue Water comp, it's running out of a little bit of gas. Again, those poke comps to get behind can be so hard if you don't have the terrain to play off of and don't have that vision advantage. Starting to see that as Dark Zero. I think that public execution from K on the Samikin was still the game-changing play for me. And Blue Otter, we'll see what kind of creativity they're going to be able to find, as they might need something. They might need to pull something out of the hat here.
Definitely so, as they're going to try to move Quacker over. That's Baron started, and they do it so quickly with the Yone, with Kisno on the Zyra as well. Blue Otter know that. They're moving over. Flash is available on multiple sides. Blue Otter need to get a man mark on K. This is the engage, the dual-prong pincer maneuver that DZ wanted to set up the entire time. Though Toasty's a little bit far off of it. K's waiting for the public execution, goes in by himself. He needs to be careful, he has the GA. Here comes Sajed, looking at the side. Sajed getting jumped on. Sajed going with the flashy plays, going to make this game into a Game 5 Silver Scrapes as he runs down Kryra. Dark Zero completely dust Blue Otter in this fight, and we're going to Silver Scrapes, baby!
Both comp, they ran out of gas, ran out of control, and the DPS spike connects for Dark Zero. As that game, it was tenuous. I really felt like Blue Otter had angles to win that one. I think that if they played the 4th Dragon and the Baron sequence better, they could have really put Dark Zero to bind. But Dark Zero, they hold strong, and Game 5 it is.
They hold strong indeed, and it comes off of giving so many resources to this dual-prong carry. Toasty and Sajed ended up finding a lot of promise in that game number 4. And I think it came off a lot of the execution, just trying to stop these dragon stackings, trying to find every in that they can with a comp that is struggling to find those engages. And you could see how hard it was for so much of that game. But from the beginning, we said the scaling, the item completions will matter. And Dark Zero knew exactly when to strike after that.
I mean, that was a really good pincer by Dark Zero. Man, like some of the decisions they made, I think looking back, to drop those objectives, not play into the poke comp, get resources, that really paid off at the end. Because once they found that DPS fight, once they got a gold lead, removed the real win condition of the poke comp, which is get in this area, hold it, and make sure that we're able to have better conditions. Yeah, once that broke, very Dark Zero favored. The lack of engage didn't matter in the last couple of fights. They're doing that much damage, and we're able to connect with the few tools that they had. So well played by Dark Zero, and this has been a really fun series. This series has been really, really, really competitive. So excited to see who wins in this Game 5.
Yeah, I'm so happy we get this showing. One of these teams is going to be bowing out of 2025 with no hope of contesting for that LTA North promotion slot. One of these teams is going to walk away with this one disappointed, the other side elation. We will see which side that is after this break, and get ready for those Silver Scrapes.
Welcome back, everyone, in NACL Split 2 playoffs. We finally get sweet, sweet silver scrapes in our Split 2 playoffs, the most important playoffs of NACL history. And it's Blue Otter and Dark Zero who go the distance. Dark Zero take a comp that didn't have any engage and just said, we are better. And they find that to be true after game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, that game for me was really teetering on a knife's edge. I love when there are different styles of composition that go head to head. And that was one that was, man, I mean, Dark Zero eventually, the Ambessa, the Yone, the Kaisa damage, it was too much for Blue Otter to deal with. And man, I thought this was really the game-changing play here. When K, I really felt like that game 3, taking the Gwen Sejuani into the Renekton was an oopsie. Quacker definitely punished Dark Zero for that one, but K really stepped up on the Ambessa this game. With his, that use of counterpick, I will add, cashed in pretty big. So that's definitely props to him. And that was the game-winning engage for me. From here, Dark Zero out deepst, found the win, and man, game 5 it is. I did not expect a game 5 today, Mizel, but has been a fun one for sure. I really feel like Blue Otter showed up today. And Dark Zero, to be fair, while that game at times looked like, you know, I know they had the gold lead, looks like Blue Otter was in control. They stuck to their own win cons of scaling up their side laners and that Kaisa, and that managed to pay off in the end. So we're going to have to see what we get in the chaos of Fearless Draft for Game 5.
And that's one of the biggest importances is one game left. Nothing else matters. All 4 games ahead of this, it does not matter. It matters who wins this next game. I think we can take a lot of what we've learned from both squads coming into this last one, but more importantly, just zooming out a little bit, I'm just happy we get a continuation of both their stories, at least one more outing for both of them to see what they got.
We'll see. I think it'd be really heartbreaking for Dark Zero to lose this, and it would be a coming out party for Blue Otter, as we said a few times. Dark Zero, the expected victors today, but Blue Otter have given them a hell of a series. Been honestly a lot of fun up here on the couch desk, Mizel.
Yeah,
I think we've been
great.
That game was slow. I still felt like there was a lot of tension. We were surprised by game 2, Blue Otter finding that comeback victory. Game 1 was close. Game 3 was a Blue Otter, I think, kind of stomped, and we'll see what Game 5 gives us. We've had a lot of champions, I will say, that have remained on the ban list for the whole series. So, gonna have to see what side Blue Otter chooses first off, and then who gets let through.
So for the 4th game in a row, we will end up getting the losing team choosing red side, as we talk about that in Tier 2 all the time. A little bit of comfort goes a long way, but typically we try to see what that different balance is between the 2 priority selections.
Yeah, it's interesting to me too, because I've seen a lot of Game 5 Fearless drafts where it feels like there can be a pick that breaks the game.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
specifically thinking back to Split 1, HLE versus T1. There was a Game 5 Olaf that Zeus played that was just just a beyond Thanos pick. Like that game got to 25 minutes and the Olaf just 1v9, right? So with a lot of champions missing, I think there's a real opportunity for you to find something that can break the game. And this is like a game where stuff like Garen goes up in priority for me. I think Garen can sometimes just break drafts you pick later on. We saw K use that into the Cassante, or stuff like Quacker's Darius. Are you concerned about that at all?
Could be.
So,
it was hovered earlier. That's all I'm saying. We'll see what the bans do here in this final game. It is Game 5, all on the line for both teams. They have to set themselves up for success. I want to see ease of execution at least as much as possible on both sides. And some of those bans will stay constant. The Zoe, as well as the Maokai, and that Talia ban.
Look, that Talia ban, you're asking to have a Zero ban. Pantheon has not been dealt with yet. So I think that we're going to have a Panth ban here last. Probably Game of Chicken. The Zac ban early on. They don't want to deal with that from Cryro.
Nope.
He is unbelievable in that champion. Again, he is a 2-trick coming up on the ladder of Evelyn and Zac. I dare you to find a weirder combo on the ladder. I think it has made for a player that has very unique game sense. As we dive in, and it is a first pick Lucian or Sajet. Look,
That's
Jed,
confidence.
he's got the Lucian pass always.
He does.
This guy
He
is a
absolutely
really
does.
good Lucian player. And this,
But that's confidence, man. That is
I mean,
confidence.
it was banned away, though, by Blue Otter. And
was.
what answers do you have into Lucian now? This way, in the draft, it has to be a Senna, but you don't have
Range.
good Senna pairings anymore. So what are you pairing Senna up with? Like, what engage can you find that works with Senna to play into Lucian and then maybe Emilio, too? Like, if you pick a Blitzcrank, you're kind of asking to get blasted in lane.
Is there a
whether it's
world
Nami
where
or
Renatas? I know you typically want to go with like some kind of front
Not
liner
Senna.
setup.
Not with Senna, yeah. I mean, you could have won
It's such an OP man.
It's tough. And maybe it's a Robex pick and Ray pulls out something weird. Maybe it's like a Yasuo bot.
I'm down for it. But we'll see what it ends up being for Blue Otter.
That's a-
as they
that's a
take
hodgepodge
the
lane.
guard locked in with the Senna.
It's a hodgepodge line. I would very much prefer Nami over Milio now. If I am Dark Zero. I think that Milio, like Tempered Fate from Bard, can actually attack Milio pretty well. So, yeah, and I would really like a Jarvan here. Senna, no flash. Jarvan in later games, like you can be that strong champion early on, and can really play off flash timers between Lucian and Nami and the Jarvan if that ends up coming through. So,
Are you in the
terrain-
Melio or the Nami boat?
I just said Nami. I know it's game 5, buddy. Yeah.
I'm not salty. I'm not upset. It's just Jarvan that gets locked in there as well. So it really is going to that factor of giving the comfort, giving that ease of execution to Dark Zero while needing to land some things. I feel like that's a pretty easy bar to hit for them. And now you got to think about the final pick in the first phase for Blue Otter. What are they going to grab here? I expect it to be in the jungle.
I don't like Skarner. I think that Nami, Jarvan, Lucian, you have a million ways to play into Skarner. So,
Locked in though.
it is locked in.
Can't
That
go
is,
back now.
Wow. I don't know what other picks were available to our Cryro as we're pulling up a list of champions here, but that was, I'm a little bit surprised to see that one.
I could see one though. I think we'll see in the second phase what these focuses are going to look like while you look that up. But the Victor is the focus. So it's all about mid lane now, and rightfully so. But I think both these mid laners have been bright stars for each other. It will be the Darius banned by Dark Zero.
I
so
think
some
that's
serious
just.
respect towards Quacker.
I think that's just, yeah.
Don't give him any room.
I think you take away just another basic control mage here from Toasty, and then maybe try and
Who gets
snipe
counterpicked?
Your way. I think you give it to Quacker. Either that or like you blind a Cassante here. I think Cassante actually has like some decent, but you're still so low damage. Like that's my other thing. Okay, Victor plus Ari taken away. Look, Ryze. I mean, I think Ryze might be an option. I actually kind of like Ryze and Ari, but Ari has a lot of mobility to like help attack and play fast with Lucian Nami, so I think it's more of a thematic ban. But thinking of Samakin champions, I mean. And away the Ziggs, that's quite interesting.
Maybe there was an
All right,
opportunity
Samakin.
there. I know we've been talking a little bit on social media about this thing,
All right,
Sneakiness
I'm.
to bring.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird here.
All right.
Vigar. I think
yeah.
it could be an interesting Vigar angle.
Just
And-
scale to infinity for Blue Otter. That's
I
what
mean,
you're
not even
saying.
that. Just like able to like hopefully control Lucian Nami. I think the cage actually has a lot of power against Jarvan. But yeah, okay, they might.
The Morgana. Mid Morgana could be the
Samakin?
ticket. Okay. I
What
think I
is-
liked your idea better, but I will give Samakin
Hold on,
the room.
Is it top
It could
Skarner?
be. It could. And that's the biggest thing. Maybe that's the thing they want to play around with. The flexibility. We'll wait until we get to the end of
look,
the draft for Blue
Spell
Otter.
Shield's good. I like Spell Shield a lot. I think it has some power here, but yeah, that's an easy Cassante pick for me.
Yeah.
And then, is this going to be a Cryro Morgana or not? That's. Is it really Morgana mid, or am I being teleported back to Season 2?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll find out. I gotta ask though, what this mid lane matchup can be for Toasty. I mean, we've seen a ton of the picks he's willing to go for, except for the Syndra left open. Syndra
This
will be the
is-
lock-in, and that is
love-
a strong comp from Dark Zero.
I love Dark Zero's draft. I feel like you could teleport this to a game 2, 3, or 4 in Trio's draft. It makes sense. They have ways to play out the game. They can force flashes to play off Jarvan. And Blue Otter, I'm not super signed up for the hodgepodge they've put together here. We're gonna have to learn where all the champions go. Oh my god, it's Morgana mid. That is crazy from Samakin. Look, I think York's a good
go.
pick. I do think York's a good pick.
Yeah.
Now you can hopefully get some side lane prowess going with Quacker. That is a winning matchup. You can use the Maiden. Syndra, Lucian, I mean, you don't really want to team fight against that comp. But what is this Morgana going to do? Like, where's the like? I know Spell Shield's pretty valuable this game, but you're kind of forced to use it now on yourself for scatter, or like whatever the most important target is getting scattered.
I think there's just a lot of things to Spell Shield, which, might not be the greatest opportunity.
I
but
just think that you're so
thing is,
terrain gapped.
I gotta say though, we have to give the benefit of the doubt to this guy. This guy has been cooking since he came into NACL.
Yeah, he has.
He has found niches that he can do that other people can't in NACL, and that's what I love about watching Samikin, and he knows how much this series means. They talk about it all the time. I think to give that weight to him, give him the Morgana, I gotta see what it does.
I mean, we'll see what it does, but like I don't see the way that Blue Otter plays this game. It is so easy to think about how Dark Zero plays this game. Think of their ability to force flashes out and then use Jarvan to punish said flashes being forced out, right? And then, like, how does a Spell Shield, like anyone play into that? It has to be crazy interruption coming out from the Robax Bard. I think Quacker can side lane, but early on, it really should be landing prowess for Dark Zero across, like, outside of top lane. It should be Dark Zero favored lanes. And I'm so concerned. Like, I just think once Senna loses Flash, once Morgana loses Flash, Jarvan is going into that lane, and that person is going to get blown up. And so I'm really concerned for Blue Otter here. But hey, you said it. They've been a team that has always cooked. Samikin's cooked a lot of good picks. I don't see the vision here, but we'll see if Blue Otter and Samikin do.
Through the fog, maybe we'll see the vision. But I know coming into this game number 5, I said I want to see ease of execution. I want to see the strength of draft coming in. I want you to set yourself up for success. There's definitely one side we're leaning on for that. But if you're leaning on either side, make sure you get your vote in to see who you think is going to take this final game, who moves forward in the lower bracket, and who we have to bid adieu. DZ for Dark Zero, Blue for Blue Otter. It's been the funnest series, I think, besides maybe some of the crazy upsets we had in round number 1, but it is a best of 5 that is delivering between these two top tier orgs in tier 2.
This is a fun series. It has been a lot of fun. So, hey, if you guys are joining us, hopefully you guys have been treated to a fun day. And hope for less tech pauses in Game 5.
Yeah,
hopefully our internet's been sorted out here on each side. But man, I've got to see. I know that I very much questioned the ability for Dark Zero to survive the poke. And they scaled. They won. This time, I'm questioning what Blue Otter were cooking on red side. We're gonna see if it works. I mean, they have York in side lane. I can see the set value later on. But dear Lord, Kisno's ability to force on Jarvan, the force between Lucian, Nami, and the Syndra 2, I think that these flashes are going to be so dangerous for Blue Otter to hold. And once you lose out on the flash, the ability for Dark Zero to execute. This is a straightforward draft. No one has to look at their draft and question, how do you play this? Whereas for Blue Otter, I'm questioning everything. I have no idea how they play that draft.
Yeah, a little bit. I do love it, though. At the culmination of the series, I think we've seen the strengths of both teams, and it's representative in the picks from the community, from the Twitch chat. How dead even this could possibly be. I think we lean on one side with that execution, all the logic that makes sense, but in the end, it's about who shows up in that final moment. It doesn't matter what else has happened before this time. It doesn't matter how the regular season went, how things went before even this game. It is one game that separates you from going forward and potentially having that run to that LTA North promotion slot, or saying goodbye until 2026.
Yeah, like March of 2026 too.
Yeah, it's
like
a long time.
It's like a 6-7 month break, which doesn't thrill me. That's the reality of the situation that we're in. Look, before we dive in and see who wins the series, shout out to both teams. They've given us a treat today.
They've given us everything.
Definitely want to see a lot of these players compete more in NACL or more elsewhere. Looking at moving up, we'll see who gets the right to continue to fight, to move up and promote themselves into the LTA North. As Dark Zero, man, if I am Dark Zero going into this game, like, I am so confident. I mean, look at our champs. We can play all these champs. We know we can play them well. Our comp makes sense. And I think
they bleed, Cubby. They do bleed.
They do bleed. Yeah. I actually really thought it was Morgana jungle and Skarner top there for a sec.
Would have been fun.
Yeah. I really did.
I don't think the Skarner feels very good in that matchup, though.
No, probably not.
I think that sounds terrible.
Yeah, I mean, how much can Cassante really do after they nerfed him? You just have to worry about the R. And you can just eat and run
Still
away, you
some
know?
things. Yeah,
Maybe I'll have to talk to Mixture about that one. He always played Skarner support.
there you go. Try to figure out any way you can implement
Yeah,
it.
his Skarner, that Skarner support, oh my god, when they reworked Skarner and people were taking Comet in the shield like max, you're just like,
That was
oh
nasty.
my
That
goodness.
was so nasty.
I had that champ permabanned in every single game I was in, coaching and competing. Yeah, that was brutal.
Well,
that was so
not
broken.
banned here, and is locked
No,
in,
it
even
was
if
the
we,
game 5 option.
It was the game 5 option.
Like, I'm just worried because as Skarner, like, you have ways to get out of the Cataclysm, but Jarvan can always force on you. And that, like, that's my real concern this game is where can Blue Otter force outside of a Bartle? And, like, even then, is the setup good enough? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so. So we'll have to see.
Well, we're going to find out now. One Summoner's Rift left to go for both teams. Who will come out the victor? Will the Blue Otters rear their fangs, become the carnivores that we know Otters to be, and continue their lower bracket run here, stopping Dark Zero? Or can Dark Zero live up to the expectations we've had for them all year long? So close to the goal they set for themselves, yet so far. Will this be the decider for them? And will this be the big game that Dark Zero wants to have in the stressful moments? Game 5, after those sweet, sweet silver scrapes, kicks off now.
Okay. Well, when it comes to Morgana, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be sciencing this one out a little bit with the rest of chat in terms of what we're doing mid. We'll see if it ends up being the Blackfire Torch, which frankly I expect. And what else Samkin wants to do. I mean, I think that there is a real angle here for a Shirelia's, by the way, if you want to get creative. I know that there's been some Shirelia's Rush Orianna going on in solo queue. Like maybe that's a backdoor option here for Samikin, being a little bit more of a utility pick here for the Morgana.
Yeah.
But we're gonna science this one out. So that said, I expect the idea here for the Morgana mid, do your best to delete as many waves as possible and avoid giving Syndra as many stacks as possible. And meanwhile, the phase rush for Toasty, I think that's a pretty good pick this game. Just trying to get out of any and all danger, because if you can set up yourself for scatters, I mean, the follow-up between Lucian, Jarvan, Nami, very real.
Yeah. And there's very stark contrast to how these teams want to approach this game in general. I mean, you have a lot more priority, a lot more pressure that can be given by Dark Zero's side, and it definitely feels like we are to a place where Blue Otter are willing to kind of give that early game, get to that stacking, get to these setups for themselves. But we've always seen, and even today, the conversation of like, how much is giving too much? And how much is that kind of that seesaw, I guess, of the two, and trying to get to that scaling, but while not also giving the enemy team everything they want.
Yeah, look, I think game 3, we definitely saw Dark Zero take a lot of scaling for that. That comp just wasn't good enough from them, right? Like, I just think they didn't have enough utility, and the Mel pick was really good from Samikin.
It was
in that
really
game.
good.
We'll give them, we'll definitely give kudos to Blue Otter there. They played a good game, but, you know, this game, again, the scaling, like, we can look at Yorick, Senna, and Bard and be like, okay, there is some scaling going on here, right? But the way they get there, or just like their way to play out the game again, that's my concern. I don't see a wave, like a real way for them to play out this game. And I think it's gonna be really tough. So look, Sajed
Get
has
everybody into an objective fight and just stand there. That's
maybe.
That's pretty good.
Sajed's Lucian has been fantastic in the few times he's gotten at this split. He's only played it twice, but it's been really good each time.
I was kind of hoping for the Vayne, but you know, Lucian makes way more sense here. Also,
play Vayne in the Senna. That's
yeah, no, definitely not.
Yeah, that's you're asking to get farmed.
The best thing I love is that they are leaning into Sajed as a carry, right? They went ahead and gave him that first pick. They're giving him kind of that low range, but very mechanically intensive AD carry. And I think we've seen when these games do go long, we do rely a lot on both of them, on both Array and Sajed. And I think they're both trying to set themselves up for what they feel comfortable with in a pivotal game.
Yeah. Look, I mean, again, I think that you take Dark Zero's draft and you teleport it into literally any game of Fearless, and I think that you're pretty happy. Like, it's cohesive, and that's why we're scratching our head at Blue Otter, because it isn't cohesive, right? Like, I can't. It's so easy to look at Dark Zero's draft and just be like, all right, at Grok, how do I play this, right? Whereas I'm looking at Blue Otter's draft, and it looks like Otter chaos going on over there. But
Otters thrive in chaos, Cubby.
They do. that said, you know, you're teasing the carnivore. I feel like Morgana is the opposite of a carnivore champion. All right.
Oh no. Oh no. Well, hey, at least
Dare
they're
I say
omnivores,
vegan?
so maybe.
Yeah.
Dare you say? Dare you say? Again, I want to give the benefit of the doubt, though. I mean, you look back at the stories of both these two, especially Blue Otters. I mean, for me, what I come away with this series with for Blue Otter is that they've tried to do it themselves, right? They've tried to do it their way, going with comfort picks in every single draft of this one, finding advantages the way they want to, especially being able to take that objective focus. And I think that's really nice to watch.
I mean, it's been fun. And, you know, props to them in trying to win their own way. I think it's important to have your own style and be able to play to that. We have seen that be somewhat beneficial for Blue Otter at times, but hey, other times, you know, you might need to play more meta or ask for some help. And that's why we have prodiff.gg for you.
Nice.
So shout out to Prodiff. They have been our sponsor, have also joined us for LPL English, another product. Again, Armeo, an NACL and LCS alum, heading up this project. Pros only for coaching. So scan the QR code, go over to prodiff.gg. You are guaranteed to be working with a pro. And those pros, they know their stuff a lot better than we do up here, which has been very apparent if you listen to how I've talked about drafts today, I guess.
Hey, we've been keeping you accountable, all right?
I've been off on...
accountable.
I mean, game two...
It's been a couple. It's fine.
I was right about game two.
But the thing is, every time you're wrong, we have also we've saved ourselves. We've given ourselves the caveat at the beginning of saying, but it could go like this. And that's the
art
power
of the deal.
of being a caster.
Yeah,
exactly.
Art of the deal, I guess.
God, we are just so unlucky, Cubby. We literally, we had 3 pauses last game. We're already starting off game number 1.
They were short. I'm not going to say unlucky. It's unlucky if they're long, all right? But no, we have had a couple.
Just a bunch of short ones. Then at what point do you say these are long breaks?
I don't know. We've had a couple
We're getting
players, couple of players struggling with latency from what we picked up so far. So maybe that's go kick their little brother off the internet or something. That's actually something I really struggle with. Like, I take it for granted.
Kicking your brother off of the internet?
Sister, actually, in fact.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Because where I was growing up, I did story time in the last class. So we didn't get here. I actually wasn't able to stream, like, the house I grew up. I could not stream anything more than 480p in, like, by the year, like, 2016, right? So think about that.
Oh,
yeah, so it's been, I actually always streamed at 720p, just to, like, have my streams be more accessible to people. I've now gone up to 1080, because I feel like, you know, everyone can support 1080. But yeah, when I was playing solo queue for a few years, I'd have to reboot the router, like, every other game, or else I'd DC for a minute.
Oh my god.
Because it wasn't consistent enough. Yeah, it was brutal.
That sounds terrifying. But hey, luckily we don't have to worry about that anymore.
The router's rebooted.
We're back to 1080, baby. As we're into game number 5 between DZ and Blue, we will see opposite side starts for both junglers.
All right, well, we're back in it. We're gonna have to see what ends up happening here. As the Quack attack in the top lane, he's got some buddies to join him. There needs to be a ducky skin for York up there for him. I feel like there's a lot of potential.
We already have the panda skin.
Yeah, exactly. But think of how much more fitting it is for mallard ducks, whose kids like actually follow them. You have the mama duck, and then you drop the little ones around. We're just throwing duckies.
I agree. I think it would be
I think that's a great
good.
skin.
Yeah.
I think that has massive potential. That said,
the panda meow, the like meow skin is not used enough in NACL.
So. I mean the panda skin. Whenever Flandre breaks it out,
yeah, it's so good.
it gets the boys going. We're gonna put it that way.
But as we take a look at who gets influenced first, I mean, I know we said Dark Zero definitely have tools to get involved early. I want to see at the culmination of these jungle pass if we do actually get some influence from either side.
Look, I think Kryra's going to go for the bot crab, and this is actually kind of a bad read.
Wow.
Well, no, yeah, this is a bad read. I don't think he wins against Jarvan here. It should be Lucian Nami able to impact this first, and Gizno.
Oh, it's already gone too.
Oh, we got it.
That's actually crazy. It will go the way of Kizdo. Now the fight after, though. They both have red. They both have blue. Here comes Blue Otter first and foremost, though. As they are looking to flip this early game. Magical Journey is going to be there to scatter the weak to get them away from it. They get the clay onto the array. They try to get him locked down here. We're going early and we're going often. Fights across this mid lane as Toasty stepping up here for Dark Zero. Nobody falls, but Summoner spells up plenty.
And again, those flashes being down, that just sets up so well for Kizno to have targets to attack now. So that bot lane, no flashes down there for Blue Otter. I mean, if I'm Kizno, he already based. He's going to be ahead of the pace in terms of Kryra and the camp clear. Just clear top down again and look bot.
Man, that's I like that both teams are kind of willing to get down and dirty early. But yeah, I mean, it has to think, or at least give us the conversation to think about as the Jet leaves the game. Now we know why. We had the pause.
Hey, we've interviewed his big brothers, all right?
We
They got to get
have.
off the internet for now.
Get off the internet. You heard it here. Oh my God, we cursed it.
They're still on. What are you downloading in the household,
going.
Sajed?
No! We were so close.
You know, if
Maybe
my
that's
sweater
why
was...
they want to fight, because they're like, man, we just had to pause twice. We just want to fight.
If my sweater was red instead of blue, I could really just be Where's Waldo right now.
Wait, isn't it red?
That's
We're gonna have that.
No,
it
that's
was a
the
joke.
point.
It was a joke. Come on, like the gold and blue dress, you know, that whole.
Oh, I guess the
thing.
colors are close.
We're not gonna start this all over again. All right, we don't need to make another viral sensation about
If your
deciding
shirt
a
was
dress is a
smaller-
certain color.
If your shirt was smaller, it'd have a Magikarp logo too.
True. That would be pretty cool.
Would be kind of cool. I mean, I feel like, you know, Lennon, if one day you're lucky enough to be a dad, if you have a Gyarados shirt on, then you hand off a Magikarp.
Gotta have the Magikarp shirt. Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty cute.
There's so
That's
many
what it's
options
supposed.
with that too with Pokemon.
There are, but you've opted for Gyarados for now.
No. Unfortunately, we
Unlucky.
have had a little bit more of an issue. We are going to step away for a little break. Hopefully, we'll be back as soon as possible for the culmination of this Game 5.
Welcome back, everyone. I know it's been a little bit of a prolonged break. We've been trying to work through some tech issues here, but I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we're getting back into it hopefully here soon to get to the culmination of this series. We just had to keep you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, I mean, guys, it seems like internet issues across both teams, so trying to patch that up as we go. It's been a long series. I know these guys are exhausted, but hey, I'm still excited to be up here. We've been treated with some really good League of Legends today. It's been a close series. I've had a lot of fun covering it. We've seen a lot of different comps clash, and definitely seeing a very different comp drafted by Blue Water to see if they can pull things their way in this Game 5.
And if you need a little bit of catching up, walk through the series a little bit here. Game 1, an absolute smashing in favor of Dark Zero. We were wondering, is this series going to be over quicker than we expected? Maybe. A couple big bounce backs from Blue Otter, playing in the way that they wanted to play, picking out some of these comfort picks and making things work that maybe DZ were a little upset about. And then in Game 4, despite all odds, despite the knowledge that we had going into it with the poke differential, it still ended up going Dark Zero's way, and that's how we got to this game number 5.
Yeah, it's been a fun series. I'm hoping that we get back in this as soon as possible. Sounds like we're ready to get in. Let's get off our faces. No pause screen, no us. Gameplay, baby.
I'm ready for it. Game number 5 continuing here. It does look like a little bit of a state here for these setups, but we go back to the conversation of the comps and especially focus in on this Samikin Morgana pick and what Blue Water can do to buy time for themselves.
And look, right now, I'm actually focused on this bot lane. I see Array and Rovax. That wave is slowly shoving out. Item advantage already for the Lucian. And Kizno, he's got double smite for this dragon. Looks like he's going to be going on the take. We are seeing Kryra just wrapped up the Raptors. He's making his way down here, so could see a contest.
Love to see a little bit of early skirmishing there as well. See who that
6 for
early Dragon
Samikin.
Prio is going to go for. Yeah, that's a big difference here. Toasty did hit level 6 now as well. The Power Unleashed is the ultimate outplay button, Cubby.
Oh, Samikin, that's a really nice block on the side step. Yeah, flash engage.
He's going to get it. He has the lockdown here. It's going to be the double root into Kryro with the smash. And that's going to be a huge smash and grab from Blue Otter for first blood.
That was very, very, very well played by Samikin. I think that click that he had there was more than just a random click with the pink ward. It was a bit of a bluff, as we like to call it, as the scatter didn't get the stun. So that enabled Samikin to flash. It guarantees the root, guarantees the Q, and that's a really clean kill by Samikin and Blue Otter. It also pushed Kizno off the dragon. So Kryra cleans up the ward and is now able to think about taking this one himself.
It's like he
Okay,
isn't going to do it. He will
has no
back
mid-laner.
off in the end. Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult, but heads up play from a pick that we questioned. That the question marks are there for a Morgana mid in a pivotal game where it means your season on the line. And with the flash play, with the fancy feet, he ends up finding first blood, and now it's looking like Dark Zero want to make a play on bot side. 4 members strong down here. Can they turn it around? Kryra's around the corner, though. They're not going to know he's here. He's stuck around. He's going to come in, but the Power Unleashed has already been unleashed by Toasty as they get one kill, but Toasty quick to get the scatter of the week back out. Samikin, he doesn't have impact. He's a Morgana, man.
Yeah, he's going to
Dark Finding, and that's about it.
They did cut off Kizno, though. He's going to flag and drag over. They've kind of lost where the Jarvan's at. We'll see if they can find Kizno here. They should be able to find him. Okay, he's going to keep on playing that game of cat and mouse. I think they did see...
I think he bought enough time.
No, Kryra's going to go.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well played here. As Kryra able to take down Kizno and really get something out of that dive. We'll see if it's going to be enough to actually get back to the Grubs, because Syndra has to respond to this wave, and we'll see what Kryra wants to do, because Grubs are about to spawn, and we haven't looked at that top lane in a little bit, and that York just continuing to get big in scale.
That will always be the side lane pressure. I think both top laners are going to have very differing impacts in these fights. That's something we'll think about a little bit later on, because right now we got to focus on the Grubs, which will be spawning. Already pings coming down from Blue Otter's side of the table up there. And there will be a clear, potentially pathing up that way for Kizno. We could be looking at early skirmishes.
Yeah, look, if I'm Kryra, I think that you have a real choice here. I'd love to get red buff before we go to the Grubs, but I'm not sure if they spotted Kizno on the bot side of the map or not. I think they have, because the Maiden is up for Quacker, and the Grubs are going down in favor of Blue Otter. Morgana can help destroy Grubs. Keep in mind that W, your pool, it gets cooldown back based on how many, or what it's hitting. So that's permanently off against the Grubs, and a really easy 2 already secured here. And Kryra is going to let Quacker deal with the last one as he wants to play the rest of the map and maybe contest this dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they can move over and do so. So that's beautiful play calling coming through from Blue Otter. They are going to fight through it here.
Okay.
Magical Journey is going to be used in the end to get Rovex away. No Summoner Spells burned there. Dragon hadn't been started up, and that does mean the Dragon still sits waiting its first killer.
I mean, Samakin can just start deleting these waves because I think the breakpoint's level 5. He's well past it now, and he's going to heal a bit off him too. So even that poke that he eats from the Syndra is not going to be...
-1.
Yeah, it's not going to be really enough to stick at the moment. Honestly, though, I got to give props to Blue Otter. We were kind of questioning the comp, the hodgepodge-ness of it. So far, it's been on point. Array?
He couldn't walk. I think that was a little bit weird. I feel like he had to like re-proc the move into the journey, but doesn't do it, and that's a ton of damage that Array just took.
It's expensive for Kryra too, because he would love to clear his the rest of his camps. The top side's been up for a while. He has to come support bot now. He's going to find Kisno.
Instantly going in for the engage as Kisno gets away from the Dark Binding, and he just goes all in. Impale coming through, a lot of damage onto Kisno.
Wait!
He goes down and Fate's Speeds of
No
Warfare
way!
completed by Blue Otter. Samikin
Rovex!
masterfully putting in the damage here as that soil is doing work. The Tempered Fate goes a bit wide. The Flash will be burned and the heal from Blue Otter, but they are pumping the mechanics right now, Cubby.
They kind of gamed him there, as there's just not even close to being enough damage on the Jarvan to get through the Skarner. Syndra not big enough yet either, and that enables Blue Otter to turn the things around as the two ults that we've seen from Samakin have been very impactful.
I mean, that like, the pseudo damage that's coming through, I guess the subtle damage that's coming through from Samikin is starting to be felt a little bit in those fights with the kind of long skirmishes.
Let's
really
chill
good
here.
play.
I don't think that we're ever going to talk about Morgana damage again, but hey, the two soul shackles that we have seen have been very on point.
Pretty good.
Been very on point. So we do have to give Samakin credit. Obviously, this is a pick that he has practiced. As with everything that we see Samakin bring to the Rift, but yeah, I mean, this has been a very unique start. That's an early torch on the Morgana. Curious if that's going to be enough to maybe get through a Dragon. We have had Kryra wrap up the rest of his clear. Heartsteel will be in the inventory of the Skarner when he's back on the map, and we'll see how hard they're able to push for this Dragon. Again, Morgana can really help push through this objective with the torch and with her Tormented Shadow, the W.
Yeah, I think that we'll be curious to see moving forward now. But it's still a state where Blue Otter have a small advantage. They still need to find solutions moving forward. And I wonder who this delay of the Dragon takes really benefits here, Cubby.
I would say, I mean, look, I think Blue Otter do have some scaling elements, right? The Senna, infinitely scaling, technically. Yorick, side lane menace, absolutely. And we haven't seen Dark Zero, like, we thought that this would be a very straightforward game where they can make plays, right? It's, hey, who's missing Flash? Throw Cataclysm, throw Tidal Wave, throw the Culling, throw out the Unleashed Power, right? And the scatters from Toasty. We haven't seen Dark Zero be able to punish the first round of flashes that were used. The second round of flashes used by Blue Otter, we'll see if they can get those, but it's only Kryra and Rovex missing those, not the priority targets in Array, Samakin, or Quacker.
Yeah. Keep an eye on it. So far, full neutral objective control for Blue Otter. We can look back to a few games ago and see an example of that kind of control that Blue Otter had as well. And maybe think of things that can go well for Blue Otter in the long run of things. But that's where I want to look at Dark Zero, where we talked so much about their comp being so strong and finding kind of engages themselves. They really want to be on the forward foot here. It still is that one item spike I'm looking at to see if they want to get active.
At the moment, good interaction there as Cassante cannot W through the terrain. Well played there by Quacker, yeah. Oh yeah, the emote, I mean, emote games got to be on point too. But hey, I like what Quacker did. There, he was low on mana up top, but only sitting on a phage, but he waited till he got the Trinity Force and then used his TP back. And I'd say one of the common denominators we've had for this series as a whole, Mazel, has been Blue Otter's priority on the Rift Herald. They've sacked every second Dragon to take Rift Herald. They're batting 4 for 4 with that objective so far. And they've gotten pretty good mileage out of it for the majority of their games. So just curious to see if they're once again going to focus on that objective.
And it's just a lot of standing gold that can be available to you. A lot of distractionary pressure you can have too on the map. We are finally to those first items. Do we feel like anything really changes? I mean, unfortunately, Array is pretty far behind on that. We'll
Honestly,
get it back off here pretty soon, but
on
does
paper,
the first item spike change?
I will just say that on paper, yes, Array is behind, but frankly, given the lane they've taken, I think that he's in a good state right now.
Yeah, for
like,
sure.
I mean, it's Lucian Nami, right? The mandate's not in yet. You haven't died yet. The one time you lost your flash, you were able to live. So, I think first items, like for me, I mean, again, the Blue Otter comp is a bit of a question mark. It's going to be, do they actually have real damage later on? That's the question for me, because Morgana damage is going to run out. It's very, very conditional too. York damage, it's going to be side lane pressure, but York in a team fight, I mean, how much can he actually do if he's not like just Thanos levels ahead? And then Senna needs time, so I still very much favor the Dark Zero comp, which I just, on paper, I think that as a team of 5, it's just so much easier to play this out. It's so much more straightforward.
That's the thing, Cubby. It's not always what's just on paper when you're in these stressful situations. And that's why I think we've seen this series maybe upset some of those expectations we had coming into it, where Dark Zero had looked like they had returned to their former selves, the dominant force we know them to be. But Blue Water show they still had some magic left in the tank from that round 1 upset.
I mean, we'll
Don't
see.
leave the bush.
Our producer Jetski is a big fan of the Blue Water magic. Samakin.
Oh.
Okay, yep. See, the black shield there, it doesn't really matter against
too many
Jarvan.
things.
It doesn't matter. You just open with Cataclysm, and there was a flash burned by Samakin. Did not matter. He falls. And I think that's a play pattern that's going to continue for Dark Zero. Attacking Morgana on the side lane, especially now that Samakin is down flash. He cannot deal with the Cataclysm. Black shield doesn't matter, right? Cataclysm on top, you go unstoppable, can get through a few as well. It's timed well. You are Kisno, and that should be fine and dandy, and definitely a direction that Dark Zero can play in this mid game, just attacking that more.
You have that Rift Herald play coming up now. You want to see if Blue Water maybe seed the first one in this series. There is also the conversation of a dragon. Up in about a minute would be a mountain dragon, and would be the second dragon for Blue Water as well, to try to get that stacking going for themselves in the long run.
I mean, dragon's up, but again, the trend we've seen in this series is the Rift Herald takes from Blue Water. It's been very consistent that they're trading their second dragons to take the Rift Herald, so we'll see. Dark Zero, they do have the priority right now, and it will be potentially a Rift start here for them. I wonder what they're waiting for here.
All right. Whoa. It's a vision play, you know? That's what we got to go for.
If that was a Yankos J4, I think we would have seen the EQ and a flash burn from Array. Or would have seen a flash Cataclysm to trade. I mean, that's something that Kisno can really realistically think about here. Keep in mind, flash Cataclysm, or just Cataclysm as a whole, you are playing off of flash cooldowns if you are Jarvan.
Yeah, for sure.
This comp is all about his Dark Zero. You got Syndra, Jarvan, Lucian, Nami. Any flash that is not available should be punished, and any flash that is up should be taken away. That's your dream scenario as Dark Zero, but at the moment, they're going to be Rift focused, and Blue Otter looks like they're going to be looking at the Dragon, might just get a trade.
They won't have the ability to contest over that side of the map right now. I'll just go for that trade and go for that stacking I was talking about for that in-game goal of Blue Water. We look a little bit at the runs, at least, that Blue Water have had, in especially the first round. Obviously, the second round didn't go the way they wanted it to. But even in this series as a whole, right, like it's been really good macro decision making. A lot of reservation with some of the comps. Like I know they lost the poke damage comp game, but the way they were playing that was so impressive.
Yeah, they showed good discipline. I think that, again, I mean, either of these teams are going to go out with their heads held high, no matter how this series concludes. But of course, still fighting to see who can continue to fight for that LTA North promotion spot, the opportunity to compete against Disguise to win a spot in the LTA. Dream
the biggest split of NACL's history.
It really is with that nugget at the end of the tunnel. But Samakin, we're seeing a little bit more caution from this Morgana in the side lane. That was the opportunity. Here we go.
Oh, Samakin. He doesn't have flash. There's that cooldown timer you're talking about. Toasty got a flash for it. Power unleashed, and Toasty goes on a killing spree for Dark Zero.
That was well played enough by Samakin to net the flash of Toasty too, as of course Kisno used his flash to kick off the play. So Do want to give Samikin a wee bit of kudos there, but again, that's
Par for the
that's
course.
pretty done and yeah, that's pretty done and dusted when you're going up against the Jarvan Syndra, and that's why we were a little bit not convinced about the Morgana.
Okay, but he
even-
has Flash coming up, Cubby, okay?
He does.
He'll be safe. He'll be safe.
Will. And to be fair, that is every Flash up for Blue Water.
True.
That's that should be a goal, or definitely a target here for Dark Zero. You know what vision control can we create, or what pockets can we create where we can maybe just sneak one of those flashes away? Because look what happened with Samikin when he lost his own flash, right? He went down a second time. So that's still for me just the real straightforward game plan for Dark Zero.
Yeah.
Get mid prio with Lucian Nami and use fog, find flashes, and then play from there.
I think if Dark Zero keep playing to that kind of condition, it's going to feel really good. But we have about 3 minutes, which is a little bit of time till that next Dragon. But something I really do appreciate is that Blue Otter have tried to set themselves up with that. I mean, we've talked so much from the draft. They do have scaling options in ways. And I think trying to buy yourself as much time is an important factor as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, some of that, like, I'm still not sold on, because you're going up against a Syndra, who, I mean, if we want to talk about scaling too, like, she has to be in the conversation as well.
Yeah.
I think it's like, can we get the Senna to a point where we can outrange a lot of what Dark Zero is throwing at us? I think that's the real conversation in the war that Blue Water is going to be at least talking about and playing with themselves. I am not aware of what stack Senna is at. So I'm wondering if I can maybe ask our producer Jet Skis or get some information from production about that. Because at 20 minutes, I think your goal, LTA North has such a great graphic. They talk about like Senna, the average stacks. I think it's about 68 at 20, like 70 is the pro average. So if you're above that, then you're beating the, beating the curb. And I don't think we've seen. I mean, Array's done a good job of staying on the map. I think the CS that he's down is very reasonable for the matchup. Like, this is about on par. But the stacks are going to matter so much later on. Because, yeah, you are going to find a world where you outrange the Lucian. You can maybe, hopefully, play at a range where that scatter is less threatening. That's the big one. Because that tool is so dangerous. So
Very true.
yeah.
I think we're at a point where we have second items for a lot of the carries here, starting to get to those build points, especially for Sajed, who I believe is on about 2.5 items here for himself, but very tight-knit with Array. Though I will say the Lucian spikes are going to be way more felt than the Senna until we get to that later part of the game. And I think that's an important thing to bring up just because we've put so much focus on the solo lanes, especially the junglers and that pace of play, but we are looking like we're going to a longer game. And when we have gone to those longer games in this series, a lot of that weight has been borne by Sajed and Array.
We saw Sajed really step up in the last game on that Kai'Sa. Was at 300 CS around the 27-minute mark. Did a great job of funneling it himself, and then that economy was really big later on in breaking the Blue Water comp. Now we're going to have to see if we can break the dragon stacking for Blue Water, because it is Dark Zero in the whole 2 dragons, giving away a Clown Dragon. Maybe not the sexiest dragon on paper, but it is the highest win rate. Fun fact with Quad Soul.
True.
So, and honestly, in a game where you're playing like Morgana, Senna, Bar, I mean, I think giving away a Cloud Soul is pretty dire for Dark Zero. It's going to take away opportunities to hit those scatters, hit those flag and drags, and the Cataclysms. So I think that the timing of this Rift Herald and the insurance of at least trying to deny this dragon is very big.
Let's go!
As we have the charge denied, which makes that dragon trade even better, as the Rift Herald didn't get anything, but that's a big cooldown down for the fight now.
Look how confident Sajed is moving forward. He just dashed straight into the face of Kryra. As we do see side lane pressure still in favor of Quacker. He's going to be constantly pushing that, so I'm looking at what DZ want to get on this side of things.
This is a big dragon. I mean, I think getting Cloud Soul points dangerous. At any point, you're a flip or just something goes wrong, you lose Cloud Soul. That's a big tool for Blue Water. So Dark Zero playing very cautiously around this one speaks to the stakes and really the tension that we have on the map right now. And yeah, I mean, you're right. This is okay for Blue Water. They can let Quacker win as he's TPing, or should be TPing back after the base. He's level 15. Can Kryra get in here on time? I don't think so. Oh,
Okay,
Black
Dragon
Shield.
going low. He's going to get in. He tries to get through. He is going to go the way of Kisno, though. They deny the scaling That's stacking for Blue Otter. The fight's still prepped and ready to go, though, as K steps forward onto Blue Otter. It's going to be Blue catching Toasty out. He's forced to flash as the Maiden has come through here. Blue Otter feeling very confident in this one. They can get the multi-lockdown. Psycho is going to be forced to use the Spellbook Cleanse. Blue Otter feel confident there in that fight as they brought Quacker down.
Well, I mean, Toasty Flash is big. They can punish that cooldown. I'm curious where they go from there, though, because the Otacon's up. Blue Otter won out on the health bar war. They can sustain it with the Bard Senna, and they're hitting this. And I mean, Otacon again for Blue Otter. This is a huge objective. Would give them a lot of levels, some innate power for the rest of the game. And this can be melted by the Morgana.
They're going to try to get over here. They need to contest this one, Dark Zero. They don't want to let this slip. Another permanent buff. They already got the 3. Grubs 2. 5,000 health on the Atacon. Blue Otter stepping up here. They want to swing this one out of the park. There's going to be DZ moving in. Tempered Fate does connect on the kids, though. They're going to try to burn it down, but
they missed it.
It's gone. The temper, it's going to reset it. Now K, he's looking for an angle over here. He's pretty damn tanky, so he will be okay. Kizno was going for a flag and drag. They start back up the Atacon. I think they'll want to back off now.
I think that's it. That's null and void. I mean, Blue Otter, they still want to play out the long fight. I think they still can. The difficulty is that Quacker would love to hit mid. He wants to buy time for the Maiden himself, but I think for Blue Otter, erase that's the biggest concern for me. And I think they have to return to the waves.
I think Dark Zero are realizing the situation that Blue Otter put themselves in, now moving forward. The Dark Binding is going to go a little bit wide. Sajed looking for this turret, and they're going to turn on the Atacon. Now they're using some of Blue Otter's own medicine right against them, and Quacker, he's in mid lane.
Pulling goes out on the Ray.
Flash.
Sajed
out. Samikin, he's low. Sajed, though, he's gone too far. He goes Flash out, though. It's going to be a nice pick, and Kryra goes on a killing spree. Quacker has gotten a tier 2 in that mid lane. Sajed stepped way too far, and that means that Dark Zero are heavily punished.
He was pumping, and they kind of have to do something because the York is smashing in the side lane, but you called it. He goes too far in the end. This is a huge loss for Dark Zero. They're going to be down the inhibitor turret, the inner, and potentially the Otacon as Kizdo reset, and Blue Otter are up big in this game.
It literally was dead even. They just lost everything on the map for a team that holds themselves to such high regard. Blue Otter have smashed that, and now
Quacker
you have to respect the Otters as Quacker looking for his exit. He did burn his flash, but he will be fine.
Oh my goodness. I mean, now Blue Otter, this is a great game state for them, frankly. The fact they got Otacon, that's such a big objective. Gives you power now whenever you find a kill, and then the York just got massive off that. He took mid-inner, he took an inhibitor turret. All that gold was solo. He's level 16 with a Sterax now, and I don't think he can be slowed down.
It's always been about the magic, Cubby. Blue Otter finding ways to make miracles, and it's been constant here for Blue Otter in this series. All these gives, all these takes that they've had, and it's been against a team that is held in that top 4 conversation in Dark Zero, who find themselves in this lower bracket after stumbling coming into the playoff. They said this was their comfort zone. They said this was where they were going to thrive, and now they got to find a way back into this game.
This has been such a crazy series, man. It feels like every read on draft I've had has just ended up wrong. It's been really ballistic to see just how back and forth the series has been, how competitive Blue Otter was today. Psycho's caught!
Oh, they got him in the end. Psycho, he's gone. Rampage to Kryra now, too. And that's a big pick over to Blue Otter. Are they going to go over to this one? They can.
Quacker has TP. Kizdo's already down here. Dark Zero, they're kind of lost. They're between 2 plays. Kizdo's showing bot. They should rip the Baron, and Morgana melts this.
We're getting a little bit dizzy over here, Cubby, as Kizno's getting chunked by Quacker in a 1v3 now. Quacker! Here comes Toasty. He's going to miss the scatter of the week. Quacker's chasing down Kizno. Kizno's going to die! Blue Otter, where have you been? As they find more pits. The Timber Fate goes in, but the Unstoppable stops K, and that's going to be the Baron going down. Quacker takes K down too to size. Toasty's gone! Blue Otter, you beautiful beast! As they take everything from Dark Zero.
My absolute goat and Quacker, baby. I played against this guy. I've scrimmed against this guy. I coached against him. The fact that he comes back, unretires to do this for Blue
No
Otter,
way.
and
No
everything
way.
comes falling apart at the seams for Dark Zero. A favor to promote, and it looks like that's just the game.
Do you believe in magic? Blue Otter have made it so.
Holy cow.
One of the biggest upsets as Dark Zero fall. Blue Otters rise, and the lower bracket run is theirs to claim.
Oh my goodness, Blue Otter. Welcome to the NACL, baby. This is their coming out party. Taking down Dark Zero like this, a team of players. The core has stuck together 3 out of 5, but they were never able to find the playoff victories, find the same competitiveness that they found in the regular season. They took down Supernova in the upper bracket. They fall to the lower bracket. They take down Dark Zero, 2 of the teams that were a favorite to find themselves in that LTA promotion tournament. Blue Otter have now beaten in the bracket.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Cinema. Literal cinema.
Dude.
NACL, this playoffs.
That
in
was
the most
crazy.
important NACL split of all time in its history. It
That was
delivers,
crazy,
man.
I
It
cannot
delivers.
believe that we sent everyone to the York like that. And the Otacon stall that Blue
They were
Otter had.
dizzy. They were
like,
dizzy.
I mean, Dark Zero, look, I think the pressure got to them. Like, they just did not make the right decisions. You cannot go attack York as 3 when the other team already found a pick. They're threatening Baron. I mean, you can't play the Baron. You can't play into the York. The York got so big from the inner turret, from the inhibitor turret. And, man, the fact that Blue Otter found that victory, I'm so happy for Quacker, man. That guy has been a good player, I swear to God, for 7 years. He's always been a good top laner. He's always played his picks damn well. I think Fearless was actually a great change for Quacker because it really forced him to play more champions. And you can see how well Quacker plays his champions, like his lanes. He understands them so well always. And to have him pop off in that way, in the end, I'm so happy for him, man. I'm so happy for him and Blue Otter. That is a crazy win. One of the bigger upsets that we've seen.
I am repping old song votes here, but they did it their way. And I think that's the biggest factor here for Blue Otter. As we take a look at the MVP votes there for Quacker, Kryra, or Samikin, who you think's going to take that one there? But I am stunned. And a little bit of a section for Dark Zero, disappointing. The fact that they aren't in the conversation, disappointing. I think they're going to be living in those moments. I know Citadel is probably going to go back to that moment in the bot side, but it was a culmination of Blue Otter just being the better team, the better execution in these games.
It was. I mean, I just think that was crazy, man. The way that ended too, everything just came crashing down for Dark Zero. Shout out to Blue Otter. Again, those guys, they've been so competitive in regular seasons and just have not been able to find the same power in the bracket. Winning in the way they did, I didn't believe their composition game 3. The Morgana mid, I didn't believe. I believe now. Blue Otters, you made a fan out of me, as always. It's been a lot of fun to see this team grow, stick together as 3 out of 5, and now, I mean, they're a threat in the lower bracket. Like, if Supernova wins their series tomorrow, they have to face the team that sent them down the lower bracket. And whether or not, like, you know, whoever won today, I think Blue Otter proved they're a competitive team. They played Dark Zero so damn well today. And they're going to be a challenge to knock out. They are not just here as a lower tier NACL team. They're here to compete, man. And I know we talked a lot about the squad. We got to mention Kryra too. And Kryra just knocked out the team that passed on him in the jungle in the offseason. Boot camped over there for a month plus. They went with Kisno. And for Kryra to step into this team late and to find that win, that's got to be sweet justice for him too. I mean, you can't go wrong picking between Kisno and Kryra. But I thought Kryra had a fantastic series today with the rest of Blue Water. And man,
That's exactly where I was going to go with it. I think
exciting.
It's so important to focus on a lot of the storylines that came to a head here between the two. A lot of the cohesion, a lot of the track record between the two, and especially the way it went down. We're going to take a look back. This is pretty deep into the game. But these kinds of decisions, moments like this, gave hope to both sides, right? And we started seeing Blue Otter pull away with this one. We were questioning the Morgana mid against Samikin the entire time. But guess what, Cubby? You might be questioning it. You might be questioning, but he got the dub.
I'm still questioning it. We're still questioning it. We're still questioning it. The Morgana was not. It did not win or lose them the game. Sajad just went too hard there. Dark Zero were so split looking back. Really, and then the response after this just felt like desperation from Dark Zero. As they gave away the Otacon again. Zyko gets picked here, and then the response to just go attack the level 16 York with 3 items. you just can't play into him. And he got way too big in the side lane. I really feel like Quacker, I mean, I know they lost game 4, but Quacker, I think that he really showed his ability and prowess to side lane in these last couple of games, and the dedication for that for Blue Otter. Whether it's the first pick, Renekton, that they played for, went full damage.
Exactly,
the Olaf, the Yorick pick. I mean, he made max use of that 5 pick. And man, they just lost to like the cheesiest champions on the planet, man.
Yep.
You lost to Yorick top, Morgana mid, Bard support. Jesus.
It's crazy. I gotta say though, I wish, and if Blue Otter socials are listening to this, I would love to hear what comms were like. Because I know this team thrives off of good vibes. I know that they are extremely emotional in those moments. And the dopamine that had to be spewing out of those comms had to be incredible. So please, if we could please get that, that would be absolutely incredible. I know we'll be getting ready to talk to one of the members here afterwards, and I can't wait to see the elation on their face after that. And it's still only one link in the chain here. They still got a long run to go, but you know it feels good.
Hopefully, I mean, if you guys have been sticking around for NACL, you got a 5-game treat today. I know, shout out to Toad, our Marilla, our co-streamer from Spain, said 4 a.m. the Otters win. Shout out to the Salt League there on Twitter. Toad's the best. I don't speak the same main language as him, but the support that he has for League around the world is great. The fact that he is a diehard fan of this league, I find so cool. And man, if you're a fan of NACL, you were rewarded today. Yeah. Again, crazy win. Blue Otter, I said a DZ 3-1. I didn't think the magic would continue, but they continue to. We have to stop talking about this team as a blue shell team. They've really earned the respect, I think, around the league with what they're doing this split. Excited to sit down now.
Excited. All right, let's get to it. Let's go ahead and bring on the Quackmeister himself. Quacker, come in here. Come see what has been done. You guys have eliminated Dark Zero off the back of your stellar Yorick play in the bot side. What is? I know that there's still a lower bracket run, but I know this was a tough one. It was a long one. What is the first feelings when you're coming away from a game like that?
Honestly, like, just relief. Like, honestly, I'm just kind of hungry. It's like 9 p.m. and I haven't eaten dinner yet, but just been munching on snacks this entire series. But yeah, excited to eat a nice meal, and then.
And you were eating on the riff, so you know that.
Yeah, true. Maybe that's why I'm not feeling too bad, but.
You know, Quacker, that was a crazy series. A lot of, pauses. That was a long series you're hinting at. I'm hungry too, but I just want to pick your brain, kind of going back. You first picked Renekton. What were your thoughts when the response was Gwen Sejuani in that game, and what kind of went into that first pick Renekton, a pick that you haven't played all split, but I know historically you play really well?
I mean, like, Renekton's always been one of my best champs. It's just like kind of hard to play in this meta. Like, there's a few bad matchups, but after fearless bans are out, right? Like, I just told my team like, oh, I can blind Renekton, and we don't have another B1 at the moment. So I was like, you know what? I'll sack for the team. I'll take the first pick so my team can get counter pick, stuff like that. And it worked out. I mean, I was confident, you know?
Yeah.
As for like their counter pick Gwen Sejuani, I don't think it was that good. I think if they're going to do it, I mean, all I'll say is my Renekton wins like most matchups, so yeah.
Yeah, I was with you. I'm not as good of a Renekton player as you, but if I'm playing Renekton and I see Gwen on my screen, I'm a pretty happy camper. You definitely catch it on that one. Yeah.
I want to ask a little bit more about those picks though, because maybe it's a little bit distracting, but what did the last draft work out for you guys? What was the communication through that? Because I feel like on paper it's such a weird mashup of kind of different combinations. Did you guys feel confident coming out of draft with what you had?
To be honest, I don't think anyone's really confident or like sure about these Game 5 drafts. I mean, Game 5 Fearless is just a different beast. It's ridiculous. So, but I mean, the way I was thinking about it, like, if I was thinking about like the trades and the team fights, like we can hit them, they can like hit us. But I honestly didn't know how the team fights are gonna go. But I never really had 2 team fights.
What's the Morgana, man? What was up with the communication with that? What happened? How did it get up?
It's been like Sammy's pocket pick for a while, and he like
every
time I watch him play, like he just like drops a nuke and like one shots everybody. So I'm always down. So
yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't know what you guys were cooking there. I thought it was gonna be Skarner top and Morgana jungle maybe, but it worked out in the end. The Mel was a hell of a cook against the really like one main engage tool in the game. Man, I mean Quacker, that's gotta be such a big win for you. I know that, you know, going back to collegiate, you've been competing against Maryville for so long. You've been in and out of debating, you know, whether or not you're going to retire or not. Like, what's your thoughts, or just like looking back on the fact that you guys were able to pull off a big win today off the back of you? I think you carrying the least games 3 and 5 for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know. I mean, like, I don't know how I'm feeling exactly. I guess it's just as for like the retirement, like, it's still on my mind for sure. It depends on like how this split goes, of course, but it's for sure like on my mind. I've been competing for a long time, and perhaps it's time to move on. But yeah, if this split goes like super well, you never know. Maybe I just keep going.
Hey,
Just as a personal note, I hope that we get to continue watching you.
I'm a happy
I
camper
do
watching you
love
play,
mine,
buddy.
so,
Yeah.
It is an absolute pleasure to get you watch you do what you do. I want to give you a last chance. Give any shout outs. Anybody you want to talk about? Any thoughts going forward for your lower bracket run?
Yeah, I mean, shout outs first of all to my teammates and my coaching staff. There's Dion Ray, Sneezes, Patch, the analysts. They're all like, our coaching staff's like smurfing, honestly. Like, can't really understate that. Pretty sure we have like huge coaching advantage against most of the teams in NACL, and that's like contributing a lot, of course, to our success. I mean, of course, we have good players too, and like, especially on this iteration of the roster, I'm happy with the team, like everyone on the team. So, yeah. Shout out to them. Shout out to my friends watching at home, and then shout out to my family. They've been supportive, which is not always been the case, but not recently they've been supportive. That's been great. So
I'm glad.
yeah, that's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Quacker. I can't wait to see what other magic you guys pull out in the future. We'll
Thank
talk
you.
to you soon.
Yeah, bye.
All right, that's going to be it for our interview. Nice to hear from Quacker. Obviously, a humble king in a lot of ways, but being able to kind of strut on the rift is what we saw today from him.
It hits me even like when Quacker kind of has to think and talk about, you know, being around for a while and retiring,
Yeah.
just because I've always, he's like one of the OGs in terms of me
Yep.
going back to. So that kind of hits me as well. But man, I'm so happy for him. And again, he's a player, like, I've always thought he really plays his picks well. And just to see, like, him even talk about the confidence, like, hey, my team doesn't have a B1, give me Renekton. It's one of my best champs I can play. Hasn't played it all split. Or game 4, like, even the old off that didn't work out, like, I think that he had a lot of confidence in himself today to go side lane against K, make that work for the team, and to have that cash in on the York game 5, and what we were calling a hodgepodge comp up here that ended up working out, that was huge. I'm so happy for Quacker and Blue Water. They gave us an insane series here in the Salt League, and yeah, just really excited to see what they can do in the rest of the lower bracket.
Yeah. Well, we got to give away our MVP now. We'll go ahead and roll the drums and see who ends up claiming it. I got to say, I think it's got to be Quacker, as it, of course, is that big play that ended up being the nail in the coffin
That
for
right
Dark
there?
Zero's 2025.
That's a real man's KDA in the top lane, baby. Screw the numbers. It's about game impact. 2.6 high game impact from Quacker in today's series. And man, that Yorick just funneling himself. That was beautiful. Blue Otter, as he said, you know, sometimes you don't even know what you're doing in your own game 5s. It really felt like Dark Zero had a very cohesive composition, opportunity to hit timers and make plays. And man, when they overextended, Blue Otter were able to punish to the max degree as Quacker and Blue Otter find that win, move on to our lower bracket, and we're going to have to take a look at that bracket ourselves because we have more action tomorrow, Michelle, to see who can face them.
Yeah, we talked about that so much, though. Like, it doesn't matter, especially in Tier 2, what anything says on paper. It matters what happens on the Rift, and I think we saw a beautiful culmination of that. But do we have any final words for Dark Zero, at least? Any thoughts or feelings? Because this is a team that everybody thought would be in the conversation for that LTA North promotion slot.
I mean, honestly, like, I think Dark Zero, they kind of, like, in a way, because, I mean, this is like a high-level conversation in terms of buyouts and players, right? I think that Zamudo and Yuji, obviously, I mean, if you keep that roster with Spyrax, and obviously I think the K and Kisno had a great split. Like, Kisno was, I think, second team All-Pro vote. But I think if you keep those guys, I mean, those guys didn't drop a single map for this team as Spyrax in, right? So there is a mix of incentives in terms of, you know, buyouts obviously give these orgs a nice cash injection, but also being able to still compete for the slots. I do think that obviously letting Samudo and Yuji go, and keeping Toasty where, you know, he had a buyout on him too. Yeah, I think high level wise, like I think that Dark Zero still had a really positive year. I mean, you sent 2 players to the Pro League, right? Like that's a big goal too, but not being able to fight for the spot, that's kind of the trade-off on like, what you're trying to balance as an org that's looking to compete. And definitely have to take, I think it's an interesting look in terms of just how NACL and the league works as a whole with the promotion slot and the incentives of the orgs. You know, like what's the balance between allowing getting buyouts for players to go pro? I mean, if you're an org at this level, in a way you've done your job, but also buyouts exist because there is still a lot of incentive for you to compete at the highest level, compete for that LTA slot. And I do think that Dark Zero deserves a lot of credit for getting buyouts for 2 players and assembling a roster that we felt like was competitive and a favorite to promote. So even if they don't, hit that end goal, I think it's still a really positive year for Dark Zero.
It is.
And I'm just really curious to see what happens from here. Because, man, I mean, we'll see these players competing in Collegiate, but we won't see them in NACL now for like 6-7 months. And I think they feature multiple players that should be getting pro looks still in Toasty and Sajed, who might not have had their best days today, but I think that that's going to be really interesting. Definitely 2 players that if you're a fan of the LTA North or NACL, I'd keep my eyes out for in the offseason, because I still really feel like those players in particular, on top of Kizno, got looks too, and Kay, who was really highly lauded behind the scenes for coming in and stepping up for this team. I think they're going to be in a lot of tryouts for the next level still. So even though they didn't hit their goals, going to be interested to see where they go from there, just as an organ and some of the pieces they have. But I think are really talented. So,
Well, we'll be taking a look at the bracket now, exactly the damage done from today's series. It's all best of 5s, and only one team can walk away. Today, it was the Blue Otters who move on to that L5 in the bottom bracket. Tomorrow, we get the decider on who will face them. Supernova and Dorado Gaming going at it.
Look, I mean, it's a pretty similar scenario that we have here in the next series, right? We have Supernova still as the favorites to promote, but Dorado knocked Dark Zero into that lower bracket and are also looking to take down that 2-headed dragon, that the 2 favorites that we did have to promote into the LTA North. So that could be an interesting one. Again, Supernova, they've had some on and off days themselves. Dorado, they're going to present some weird champ pools with what Shochi can do, and also the champion Ocean that we know that Kaido has. That he really hasn't been able to show in full force yet. So we'll see if Dorado Gaming can take down Supernova. I still think that looking at the bracket, Luminosity Gaming feels like an absolute buzzsaw.
Yeah.
And if Conviction are competing for the LTA slot, I think that'd just be one of the craziest things. I'm not as surprised as others. I had them ranked higher than most, but they have still very much surpassed my expectations. Look, I would love to see TF Boy play pro, man. I think that what he's done this year, and like individually always been good, but he's improved so much as a competitive top laner. Yeah. I think Cat Evolved is playing fantastic.
That's what I was going to say. We have like Evolved and Viper, man.
Yeah, like Evolved was my vote for first team All-Pro. Him going up against Insanity is going to be a great matchup. Viper versus Tactical. I mean, that's crazy, man. These guys were like almost old teammates in the past, you think about it. And now he's playing AD, and Viper's been playing just a level of aggression that we just haven't seen out of any other ADs in the league. It's been filthy to watch. I think we got a fun bracket left with the 5 teams we have left.
We do. We have a fun one tomorrow as well. I already foreshadowed to it, but a very important one. The lower bracket continuation. Supernova with a potential date with Destiny, with Blue Otter on the other side, or can Dorado Gaming make another upset happen?
I mean, I'm excited. I'm on the cast tomorrow. It's going to be a very fun one. Excited to see Supernova versus Dorado. And look, our bracket just continues to create chaos off the back of, I think, good play from what we've seen from our youngins in the NACL. So we'll see if that can continue tomorrow, as Dorado, of course, featuring a roster of 3 rookies. Would be really cool if they were able to win tomorrow and be a top 4 org with 3 rooks in their debut split. I think it's very impressive that they qualified. I mean, they're well out of the conversation of any promotion relegation and have been all year. So we'll see. I think Sushi has been playing really good the last couple of weeks, and Dorado has definitely stepped up as a team. So we'll see if they can do so tomorrow, as it's needed against Supernova.
And if you liked what you saw today, or you didn't get to catch any of that, make sure you go check out our socials. They'll be scrolling in the top left of your screen as well. You can go check out all the missed action, the bracket updates, but as well as some of those crazy plays that we ended up seeing today, because boy, there was a lot of them. It was a long series, but it paid off in the end. Absolutely, Covey.
Oh, yeah, I had a blast today, Lennon. Thanks for joining me, man. Thanks for everyone tuning in, too. You guys stuck with us through a lot of tech delays and stuff out of our control.
It wasn't an hour and 15, all right?
It was not, but if you guys stuck around, I think you were treated to a really fun series of leagues. So shout out to everyone that competed today, and made sure that I had a lot of fun here. I hope you guys had a lot of fun.
And one last big shout out to ProDiff.gg, where you can go get one-on-one coaching from pros in the LTA, in NACL, and the ERLs. Go scan that QR code and get some one-on-one coaching today.
yeah, definitely shout out to them for helping us out. Also with LPL as well. And yeah, very excited to see what people can do on that website, what players can do on that website. I mean, we have, if I'm going to be honest, it's a big break for some of the NACL players.
Yeah,
just,
they'll have a
from
lot of
now
time for the
until March,
coaching.
so.
They'll have a lot of time for the coaching.
They will, and it's good income for anyone that's looking to go pro, so or is already a pro. So definitely go support the pros and get the best advice you can from the people that get paid to do it.
Well, I do believe that is it for the day here. Do you have any final thoughts on the day? Any final feelings for either of these teams moving forward?
Oh, just happy for all Blue Otter. I mean, just seeing, like, I think Samakin, that's a big win over Toasty. It feels like he hasn't been able to break that glass ceiling of like a top half mid in the NACL. Well, now he's sitting in top 5, right? Or Quacker taking down Maryville. I mean, he even had to think about that one because it's so tough to get them out of collegiate. Yeah, this was a fun day. So shout out to Blue Otter. We definitely get to see them continue to hopefully give us excitement. See if that excitement continues.
Release
tomorrow
those
with
voice
Dorado.
comms.
Yes, voice comms, please, Blue Otter.
Please, please. Tomorrow should be a lot of fun, though. Be back here ready for the action. It's another best of 5 to decide the life of 2 teams. We'll see what happens on that side. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift, and we'll see you tomorrow for more NACL action.
Got
He
flash
does have
too.
flash. Oh, equalizer going
big
in.
fight.
The rest of his team is getting engaged on. He doesn't even have a chance to try to flip over the Elder Dragon because his team is gone, and he's about to join them. One last 1v1 fight here. They're on the wrong side of the tables as DZ are turning it. Cryer goes into the backline. Cryer tries to go in. They got the Stand United. Beautiful play from Blue Water. They are able to find one, but look at K. He's going to get the double counter strike. Sajed able to tank up so much, but he can't tank up enough. He goes down, and the GA is caught by Cryer. K's going down to it. Blue Water. They get the back line here. They get the lockdown on Zyko. He is the focus of the quickness. Comes out. Quacker trying desperately to get something going. He's got his dominance popped in array. He unfortunately didn't get involved in that, so he's not excited. But Blue Water, they're getting excited. They're throwing pebbles, but they might be sharp. A little bit far off of it. K's waiting for the public execution. Goes in by himself. He needs to be careful. He has the GA. Here comes Sajed looking at the side. Sajed getting jumped on. Sajed going with the flashy plays. Going to make this game into a Game 5 Silver Scrapes as he runs down Kryra. Dark Zero completely. Quacker's chasing down Kisto. Kisto's gonna die! Blue Water, where have you been? As they find more God! The Timber Fate goes in, but the Unstoppable stops K, and that's gonna be the Baron going down.
Falling apart at the seams for Dark Zero, a favor to promote, and it looks like that's just the game.
Do you believe in magic? Blue Water have made